try to get a trailer there. So to me, the 650 or 605 may be worth it. So question on the Alligator Lake deed restrictions area. So do we need, it's probably for the city attorney. So we were looking at the rectangle versus the triangle.
Yes.
And for the rectangle that has the deed restrictions, that's where you need to go do all the title search and talk to other people. But on the triangle piece, do we just need a survey to know how big it is and whether this fits in it? How long does it take to get the survey?
Well, yes, we need a survey, but then we would still have to verify where the boundary line of where the restrictions ended. However, the other argument to be made is that even if those restrictions are there, we're only asking the court to take away a little bit of it, and we can make the argument that there already is a buffer in place, so there's no view issues at that
Right.
point.
The views of the lake aren't obstructed,
Correct.
according to the deed.
So, I mean, we have arguments to make, but nothing is sure.
It just seems like we could get the survey done, hopefully relatively quickly, and that answers some questions. Okay.
Yeah, I had a meeting with Karen's team on Monday. And I forget the gentleman's name, but he was going to begin that day. So should be any day now. We'll get the legal description that Nancy needs to send off to the title search folks.
Yeah, because if you can fit it within that section, done. Yeah, let's move forward. If not, then yeah, we can make the argument it's not obstructing the view. And again, done. And move,
So what is-
I'm oversimplifying probably.
What is the concern with this water line,
The culvert?
the culvert?
Well, anytime, I guess it's just generally good practice not to put structures above your infrastructure, your pipes. So, you know, if it ever needed to be replaced, or if it cracked or a root grew into the pipe, that, you know, there's a lot of reasons why you shouldn't. That's just not good practice. If you ever had to dig it up, now you'd have to move the platform, move the generator, remove the platform, excavate it, fix your pipe, and then put it all back. So we would want to try to avoid that.
And that's what we're showing here, but we could use a stronger HDPE pipe. There are pipes that are available that would increase that cost somewhat, not excessively, like the fusible PVC. But for example, if you had fusible PVC that could be built to that dimension, that can withstand incredible loads. So I'd be less concerned with that. We can line pipe. We're not planting trees over it. So it's a possibility, but as Andy described, it's not our first choice. Our first choice is not to place this elevated platform over the infrastructure.
Your first choice is beside it, like you've illustrated.
Yes, this is a new pipe that would be built. This is part of the overflow for the lake, so it's connected to the elevated weir.
And in fairness to whomever moves into this house, I think that the more buffer we can create between the residents and this generator, the better.
And there is significant tree and vegetation in this area where we would be placing this. There's ability to move it. While we are giving the title search a legal description based on the footprint we see here, we still have, we've gone outside of that footprint. I think it's 3 feet or 5 feet to give enough space to move it.
Back when we were considering having it on 3rd Avenue North, you talked about the noise abatement around the generator to protect those neighbors. I assume we would do the same thing here to protect this neighbor, right? So to avoid any questions or concerns.
It includes the same enclosure. And to answer the question about the permit that we're discussing, the permit itself, this comes out of the control line. So all we would do is mark off the drawings essentially with the control line and say removed off-site and show where it was off-site, but it is no longer part of the control line because of its location. It still is built to FEMA requirements, but because we are in a flood zone, so that maintains that, you know, we maintain that elevation, just to be clear. There are other, though, city permits that have to be modified. We just modified the city permit to center the pump station, so that permit would be modified. That would be modifying the control, the ERP permit to show that we have an off-site generator. and ensuring that, and while the district permit for the ERP does not require a generator, nonetheless, we would want to ensure that we're showing exactly what is planning to be constructed. So we would see these as minor modifications, but we would have to clear that with the district on the ERP as to whether they would consider it a minor or a major. But it would not impede our moving forward. I would say that if we have decided to reduce the control panel for at least the option for Alligator Lake, we would want to start looking at how we could minimize that footprint within our design space that we're working within.
Yeah.
I know that's a concern.
You know, it's encouraging to see there's a very realistic possibility of putting it within the unrestricted portion, or if not, constructing it in a way that it doesn't trigger the deed restriction because it doesn't obstruct the view. So, it seems like a good approach.
Like you said. Thank you. Councilmember Chrisman?
Ms. Erickson or Mr. Holland, can you provide me with a couple of could you provide me with a couple of examples of places where major stormwater projects, or wastewater projects for that matter, where the pumps or the pumping stations were powered only by mobile generators?
No, I can't think of any. They all have FPL power, or if you're referring strictly to the backup, all of the lift stations, well, a lot of the lift stations now have that, a generator there, because FEMA came in and said, we'll pay for your permanent standby generator. But all of the city sewer lift stations are hardwired to FP&L, and they have, as far as I know, they have the ability for a mobile generator to come in and get hooked up to.
And I can say my understanding from the Miami project that was constructed about 4 years ago, where they used their first, they had a series of pumps, numerous pumps to pump the water, the stormwater to the bay to address gravity flow issues. It's similar to what you have here. Rather than a single pump station, they designed numerous small pump stations without generators. And then it was about 3 years ago when they had a flood and the power went out, and they had significant flooding. Now they've been working on a resilience program, as I understand, to add generators.
I can add, just real quick, as anecdotally, the Barrier Island community of Palm Beach has 13 stormwater pump stations. All of them have generator backup power.
Generators that are
Fixed.
fixed.
Yes.
Yeah. So my point is that on the notion of mobile generators, this is certainly not something where we want to be the first to try something like this. And if we got to the point of seriously considering it, I would need to have a lot more information about whether and how it's been tested, implemented in real-world situations over time, as I say, as the primary or only source of power, not as something that is serving only as a backup. So I just make that point because I suspected that this is not something that has been used very often for this kind of a purpose, if at all. And so, to me, we really have at this point potentially a really good plan A with Alligator Lake, and I'm not sure we have a plan B, at least a very good plan B. But if we can move forward with plan A and work through these issues that everybody else has talked about and raised questions on, perhaps we can get to the right outcome.
Okay, everyone's had an opportunity. Councilmember Hutchison, did you have a quick question? I'm going to public
Yep.
comment.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a couple, just three quick questions. Do any of the generator siting solutions provide a compromised operation of the pumps over another?
I would say not in terms of when they're on site and operational, no. But in terms of the mobile generator, it's a timing issue if you do not have it on site when this unexpected event occurs.
Okay.
And then you have the time element.
Yep.
But I would also remember or caution you that of your entire basin acreage, which is 235 acres roughly, this affects 65 acres. All of the water going to the lake system, 3rd Street, and the lake system would not be affected. We still have the overflow, and we would still, but it's still an important 65 acres area, but it's the area between 3rd Street and Gulf Shore Boulevard, 2nd Avenue South to 4th Avenue North.
Understanding that this is a decision that's going to be made by council, from an engineering perspective, is the order of preference from your perspective, from Alligator Lake first, the vault second, the mobile solution third?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. For the city staff, how much of a financial hit have we taken thus far due to the length of time it has taken to develop a final plan? In other words, from penalties or loss of external financial assistance? Have we lost anything funding-wise, and is there a point in time where we're at risk of losing more?
So I think you're referring specifically to a grant that we lost. We applied for a South Florida Water Management Big Cypress Basin grant. We were awarded $875,000 we applied in 2019, and the grant agreement was 2020. In 2020, we were also asked to restructure the project, so we wrote a letter to the district asking to rescind with the intention to reapply for that grant. We reapplied in November of 2021, and in April of 2022, we were informed that due to schedule concerns, they were not going to award us a grant. So that's one missed opportunity for grant funding. We currently have that $5 million state appropriation through the legislative delegation, and then the state decided to put it in their budget. I believe we have until July of next year, and I'm working on finding out the exact timing on encumbering some funds, and I think it's a reimbursement funding, so we have to spend some money to get this $5 million reimbursed from the state. But I think that's July of 2023. So I believe we have time to get that reimbursed. But yeah, delays would be a serious concern if more delays start to happen. When I think of costs incurred due to delays, I think of the cost of materials going up as well. And
Yes.
Karen's cost estimates a couple of years ago were half of what we're talking about now. So
Thank you for that. And Ms. Stuprich, July of '23, are we able to get our legal work done well before that?
I don't know if we'll have a completion, however, we'll have a good indication of how it's progressing. If
Call the meeting to order. Welcome to today's meeting. If you wish to address the board regarding any item listed on this agenda, please complete a registration form at the rear of the room and place it in the speaker's request box located on the dais prior to consideration of that item. We ask the speakers limit their comments to 7 minutes and that any large group name a spokesman whenever possible. Thank you for your interest in city government, and those watching us this morning on television, welcome and thank you for spending your time with us. I call the meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Chair Ruby,
Present.
Vice Chair Bullock,
Here.
Member Dripsa,
Here.
Member Frederickson,
Present.
Member Orion,
Present.
Alternate Member Fawcett,
Present.
We have a quorum, it appears. Okay, next item on the agenda is changes to the agenda. And we've had one request due to just scheduling, and the petitioner who is making the presentation has a tight airline flight this afternoon, and we've requested that we move 6H further up in the agenda. And talking with Leslie, we're suggesting that we kind of move that between A and B. Does anyone have any objections to making that move in consideration of the petitioner? If not, we will move 6H to the second on the agenda. Are there any other agenda changes to the agenda?
None from staff.
Nothing from staff? Anything from the board? If not, the agenda stands as amended. Next item on the agenda is the approval of minutes. And I realize I wasn't here last month, but we do not have last month's minutes. I gather they're a little behind in the clerk's office, keeping up with all the hearings that have been going on in the past couple of months.
Yes.
But we do have the minutes from our April 27th and April 29th workshop, our 27th board meeting and 29th workshop. Does anyone have any comments or amendments to those minutes?
Motion to approve.
Let's do them one at a time. 4A, is that motion for 4A?
Motion for 4A.
Okay.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? For 4B, do I hear a motion?
Motion to approve 4B.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Is there any public comment, not to any of the cases that we're going to hear today, but just in general about the DRB or design issues within the city? If not, we'll move on. Before we start public hearings, I'd like to, privilege of the chair to make an announcement. I want to recognize the passing of a legend in our architectural world in Naples this month. Andrea Clark Brown passed away. She's not only an architectural legend, but is a dear friend and had a big impact on the character and the texture of our city. She will be missed, and we all recognize her achievements and her graciousness. I'd just like to have a moment of silence in her honor. And I thank you. And from what I understand, a memorial service for her is being planned in November, and I think it's going to be open for the entire community. Okay. Thank you. All right. First item on first hearing is 6A, 21 DRB 8, a resolution determining a revision to the final design review petition for 21-DRB 8 for a door and window color modification.
Mark McLean presenting.
Mark McLean is presenting. Good morning, Mark.
We need to be sworn in.
You got to swear you in?
Will all those intending to give testimony please rise and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Okay. Disclosures? Luke?
I'm familiar with the site and have been, reviewed the application.
I too am familiar with the site and reviewed the application.
I too am familiar with the site and have reviewed the application.
I, too, am familiar with the site and have reviewed the application.
I too am familiar with the site and have reviewed the application.
Good morning, everyone. Mark McLean, Studio Director, MHK Architecture and Planning, 2059 Tamiami Trail East here in Naples. Appreciate staff leaving me first on the agenda today. I hope to be brief. This is basically a project that we've brought through in the past. We have final DRB approval on this, and we hit a supply chain snafu that we can't overcome. So instead of just begging for forgiveness, we're here to ask for approval for what we'd like to do. This is what was approved at the final DRB, and this is what we're asking to change to. A little bit of this is just a lightening in the rendering, but what I want to point out to this is that the cyan blue accent colors that we were running all over the building, we intended to do in the doors and windows, and we were going to do this with Windor, and Windor has eliminated split finishes. So we were kind of stuck in between to where we would have to change manufacturers and go to from like a storefront window and a Windor door to like an Eagle product, which would have like quadrupled our budget. So to stay within the budget that we have been working from, we are proposing that we're allowed to change these doors and windows only from the cyan blue to the white frames. And the rest of this package is just all of the original approved renderings and the new. So you can see from the balcony edges, the terraced soffits, the awnings, the Bahama shutters, the outlookers, we're keeping all of that the cyan blue. We are simply changing the split finish on the aluminum storefronts because Windor's no longer offering.
Mike, would you explain to everyone what split finish means?
So a split finish door and window is the interior of these doors and windows were intended to remain white for the interior finishes. A split finish is the outside was going to be powder coated the cyan blue to match the building. So PGT with Windor and PGT Industries has eliminated split finish in the door and window manufacturing line that we had specified for this building. And we are requesting your approval.
Luke?
Did you, just a kind of a question for you or your client, did you consider like a direct-to-metal paint finish on a all-white?
We have, but based on the nature of what the product is, it's a condominium. The lifespan on that is not something that our developer would want to potentially be exposed to.
Agreed.
Okay. Thank you.
It's unfortunate to lose it. That is a nice accent. I understand the issues that we're all dealing with, and so it really, to me, I like the other one better, but they're both great designs. So
we do too.
But yeah, I don't have any further comment. Thank you.
I agree. Unforeseen circumstances are kind of just very prevalent right now, and I think that it is out of your hands, and I think that it's still a really successful artistic building, so I don't have an issue with it.
Adrian?
I think it was a happy accident. I like the white better.
Thank you.
It's more harmonious to me, and it lets the cyan ceiling features really kind of express a hierarchy in a nice way. So,
thank you.
I agree with Adrian. I think you lucked out here, and the blue would have been a challenge to maintain that color over time too. So
agreed.
I think I approve. Yeah.
David?
I haven't reviewed this initially. This is the first time I'm seeing that, so my comments are only for the windows, which I don't have a problem with.
Thank you.
also regarding disclosure, sorry, Chair Ruby, I am familiar with the site and have reviewed the application.
That's our disclosure. I too think, yeah, it would have been nice as an accent, something unique. But I think we have to be aware of these supply chain issues that are impacting the construction and the design issue, not only on your color of your windows, but I have projects that are seriously negatively impacted by what's going on in the industry, and we just need to be tolerant and helpful. I'm sure you did everything you could to figure out how to maintain that, because I know you designed it, you liked it as well.
Absolutely.
So, but we haven't. It doesn't change the integrity and the intent of the architecture.
Thank you.
Staff report.
Good morning. For the record, Leslie Dolmer with the City of Naples Planning Department. My resume and qualifications are on file with this petition, and I've been previously certified as an expert in planning and zoning matters. This item is a revision to petition 21 DRB 8, and the revision is related to the colors of the doors and the windows, as the petitioner has testified. Very brief background. The original design was was granted preliminary approval with conditions in September of 2017, and then final design review approval was granted in February of 2021, subject to the condition that the landscape architect would provide a letter of compliance prior to final inspection and the issuance of a certificate of occupancy. That's a condition that we're continuing with the resolution on this revision, just so that that doesn't get lost in the shuffle. The petitioner contacted staff a number of weeks ago, identifying this particular issue and their desire to be on the agenda today for that to be reviewed by the board, and we want to thank the petitioner for that. That's what we want to see our petitioners and our developers do, is to come in with revisions to their plans that have been approved, rather than at the time of final inspection, that 290 inspection that we do, and we identify a whole host of things that they have to revise. So we certainly appreciate their willingness to be upfront about it and get in front of you before it becomes an issue at the time of CO or inspection. So with that, staff's available for questions.
I echo your voice on coming forward early. As Mark said, ask for permission, not forgiveness.
Yeah.
Because there are days that we're just not very forgiving. So, okay, any other discussion of the board? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll motion to approve 6A 21-DRB 8, a resolution determining the revision to final design review partition 21-DRB 8 for doors and window color modification.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
I see a hand raised in the back. Have you submitted a request for to speak?
I got a letter from the planning department.
You have comment on this case item?
It's for the property.
This one is 201 8th Street.
It was for our house.
No, that's a different case. Yeah, if you want to speak, fill out a form with that case number, and we'll be more than happy to give you time to speak, okay?
Okay, thank you.
She'll help you. Did we get a second?
Second.
Okay. Roll call, please.
So we're going to H next.
Vice Chair Bullock?
Yes.
Member Dripsa?
Yes.
Member Frederickson?
Yes.
Member Orion?
Approved.
Chair Ruby?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark. Be well.
My name's Drapesy, like the drapes on the wall in the sea.
All right, this is the case we just moved up, and this is for 6H, 22 DRB 19, a resolution determining final design review for exterior facade renovations, including lighting, signage, and landscape for a commercial structure on the property located at 5023 9th Street North. And I don't have who's presenting, so you have to identify yourself.
Mark Poltorek with RDL Architects,
Okay.
1 Baker Heights, Ohio. Be presenting on behalf of Our House Furniture.
Okay.
And we
Have you been?
Justin.
And your name?
I'm Justin Napolitano. I'm with Kimley Horn and Associates, and we're the civil engineers on the project.
Very good. Have you been sworn in?
No.
And let's get him sworn in.
Will all those intending to give testimony who have not already been sworn, please rise and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Yes. All right, disclosure. I will start, David, this time.
I'm familiar with the site and I've reviewed the plans.
I'm familiar with the site and have reviewed the documents and plans.
I'm familiar with the site and have reviewed the petition.
I too am familiar with the site and reviewed the plans, and I also had conversations with Mark about the change in this agenda. We talked at least two times over the past week, and that's kind of what promoted us to help him out.
I am very familiar with the site and reviewed the application.
Familiar with the site and reviewed the application.
Okay, the podium is yours.
Mr. Ruby, members of the board, thank you for taking into consideration the move in the agenda to help me catch my flight to get home. As discussed during the preliminary review, we've made some changes in regards to the exterior, simplified it based on comments that were made, and we'll run through these quickly based on the long agenda that you already have. This is the original building that, as it sits right now, from 20 years ago. Street side view. This is the new proposed look of the building. We've opted, based on recommendations, studying it, we've purchased, we're going to be purchasing coral split-faced stone to wrap around the edge in the front, lightening the colors of all of the Alucobond bands to a light charcoal. I do have samples of the materials to pass around. Bringing the stone in between each element, live walls flanking each side of the front entry, keeping the Trespa wood panels up high as an accent color. And as we go down the sides, we're going to maintain the existing split-face CMU and paint it a more of an off-white color to accent the grays. This is a street view of the building with the proposed landscape sign. We tried putting the landscaping in as requested in the renderings, and it started mucking up the entire rendering where you couldn't see everything to show what we need to do. But we do promise you we have trees added, and there is going to be plush landscaping across the front, as Justin will discuss. We did do some aerial views of the site because there was questions on how much of the building can be seen from the back, the front, and the sides. As you can see through the back of the piece, and I was out at the site on Monday as well, there is large, dense tree cover through the entire rear of this site that if you come to the back of this cul-de-sac area, you cannot see this structure from the back end of that road. This is the shot from the cul-de-sac behind the actual housing development. This is from the parking lot to the south of Norris Furniture, looking back across, showing the tree cover that is within the parking lot area and the back of the building. Front view of the site indicating all the existing rooftop units that are remaining. As you can see from the pictures, the rooftop units are not visible from this point. Side view element indicating how far we're taking the true finishes with a live wall, and then the rest coming back will be painted split face, the existing. Same on the north side. We're going to wrap the finishes around at this point and then switch over to painted split face. And the rear we're just going to clean and repaint. These are the proposed materials for the front facade. We're proposing a Sherwin-Williams Westland High White for the split face block, the coral stone rock face coming out of the Miami area, the Trespa panels, our Renabond slate gray, which is a lighter gray, and the charcoal. We want to use a little darker color for the storefront system so we get a little bit of an accent pop. I don't know if you'd like to see these samples. These are the original slides from the last go-around where we indicated building heights. We did make the modification to the building heights to fall within the planning and zoning requirements, dropping the front down to the 42-foot marker, which was the highest element of the building that was allowed. As requested, shading studies were done on the building from summer, spring, fall, and then through the winter. And as you can see, based on the elements, we did add eyebrows coming across the front, and we understand some don't do anything on the building. We want to keep the harmony going across the building with the eyebrows instead of just putting them on the windows that actually work. But as you can see, based on the duration of through summer, the building darkens up as it goes through the daylight.
Which is your winter solstice and summer solstice study, please?
Here's the winter.
See on the side?
Okay,
The whole thing is winter, different times.
gotcha, okay.
Yep, we've taken it different times through the day for winter.
The previous iteration was the summer solstice?
This is the fall and spring.
That's the
They-
fall.
They flipped my slides on me when my gentleman
Do you
put
have
this
your
together.
summer- do you have
Here's
your
the summer.
That's the summer solstice.
Yep,
Nice work.
thank you.
Thank you.
This is our proposed signage that we want to do. We want to change out the existing monument sign, which has an old pediment-style look, to more of a slimline, crisp, flat plane unit, all out of the slate gray alucobond with laser-cut letters. We will have landscaping around it with palm trees flanking. And then our building sign is a front-lit, pin-mounted element. It has a black perforated screed on it, so during the day, it looks darker against the light color, and at night, when it lights up, it will have a white glow. We could not get for some odd reason, the blue glow in the pictures comes up, but there is no blue shadowing to this. It's just straight white light.
Did you already show us your other light fixtures for the building?
I think it's a little further into the slide. We'll skip through the main floor plan renovations. As discussed, all the new walls are fully dual insulated. We have exterior 2-inch insulation, interior wall cavity insulation. Any place we have the structural CMU walls where we're adding onto it, that will get the permacast on it. The existing walls are already filled within the cores with insulation, and we'll be adding interior insulation to help with the energy code piece. This is the parking lot study for the parking lot poles. We're replacing all of the existing parking lot poles with new poles. They're starting to rot, dilapidated, new LED fixtures to make them more energy efficient.
Is this a photometric or a heat mapping?
This is a photometric of what the lighting's doing and how far it's going out. Just to show that we are staying within our property lines and.
Sorry, I didn't know if
Yep.
it was like a. Sorry, David. I didn't know, I couldn't tell if that was a heat map or a photometric. Sorry. Thank you for clarification.
These are the proposed parking lot poles that we're putting up. Very slim line, thin-looking light fixture at the top of the pole. And then the poles are just round spun aluminum, fully hurricane rated for within this zone. They will be a gray color to come close to matching the lighter gray of the building facades. This lighting occurs around the inner band of the main entry system. It's inset into the alucobond panel just around the front entry only. It's a LED band that's flush with the face of the alucobond system. These are in-grade lights down over here. This is what will be in the ground, washing up the face of the wall. They are Bluetooth controlled, so we can adjust the angle of the light, so we don't end up with a lot of dark sky pollution. We can actually aim everything and adjust as needed. And these are the canopy lighting that goes deeper into the building underneath that portico share area, which will also give us hidden emergency lighting as needed. And I'm going to let Justin from Kimley just run through the site and landscaping plans.
Good morning, all. I'm here to discuss our civil and landscaping plans that were revised based on your previous comments from the last meeting. So skipping down to the site plan, previously we were asked to provide more landscaping towards the front of the building. So what we've done, if you can see here, we actually created a cutout in the pavers so we can keep existing landscaping and trees that are already there on site and keep that landscaping element towards the front of the building. A couple items that were brought up during the last meeting is adding a sidewalk connection from Tamiami Trail and a bike rack. We did not do this with this iteration because after reviewing the existing site layout, the site currently doesn't accommodate for a sidewalk very well, and if we were to place it, it would be towards the middle of the site around here, which would cause pedestrians to kind of funnel through the middle of the parking lot. And we believe this created a lot of pedestrian and vehicle conflict points that we just weren't comfortable with moving forward with. Moving on to the landscape plans here. This portion of the front area of the building where I previously spoke about is where that landscaping would be. And based on your comments from the last meeting, we also added shrubs and trees around the monument sign. And that should be all on our end.
All right. Anything else?
Yep, I opened floor to questions from the board.
Okay. David, we'll start with you this time.
Okay. Well, the final design of the proposed building is of a quality and appearance that is consistent and compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. You did a very nice job, and I think you really showed an amazing improvement from the preliminary.
Thank you.
The landscape, however, of a quality and appearance that is consistent and compatible with the building and surrounding neighborhood, I don't think so. Even if the proposed landscape plan is consistent with the required landscaping per section 5072 of the Code of Ordinances, the proposed landscape should be updated to be consistent and reinforce the building quality and appearance, which I don't think it does. In Section 50-241 of Design Review Handbook provides that landscaping shall contribute to the image of the city as a visually attractive community. Records seem to indicate that there have been no alterations since 2002 to the landscape, and it looks dated. Whereas the final architecture submittal has improved substantially the building, but the final landscape architecture submittal has not improved substantially the landscape, as I see it. Therefore, I recommend sending back the landscape plans to be substantially improved. And also, look at that drawing. That's like amateur looking. It doesn't tell us. We have to really pick through it hard. We spend a lot of hours on this board, and we get a submittal like that, which is hard to tell what it is. And I think as a public record, you're submitting to this as a public record, it should look professional. That looks like a sketch map for a design concept. And then you submit for the final the same one that you submitted for the preliminary with some minor modifications. And I think you could do better. And you see other firms submitting this beautiful work. So in a way, that kind of prejudices your work. But I'm serious. I looked over that 2 or 3 times. I couldn't quite grasp it. That's all I have.
Thank you. Mike?
David's comments aside on the landscaping, I think on the building itself, you've done a great job of addressing all our previous comments. So I think good job. Thank you.
How you doing?
I'm going to defer to our registered landscape architect for those comments, although, you know, I find them to be persuasive, and I find them, you know, in terms of the effort of identifying the difference between landscape architecture as defined in our code review book and its relationship to planting design. You know, what is that delta? And what does that mean in terms of how you know, design? And also I would echo the comment that, you know, clarity of presentation is important, because that's what it is, just a big presentation. Regarding the architecture, you know, that is, quite frankly, the very first solar sun study that I've ever seen done on this entire board in my entire time sitting in. We live in Southwest Florida, and I'm like, yay. Every single software in the world has it. Thank you so much for just doing that quickly. and not just doing it, but then modifying the fenestration effort of your building so that it geometrically responds in a meaningful way. It's not some oh, I got blinds on the inside, don't worry about it. No, no, no. You actually sculpted the building to be specifically tied to the context in the site and the solar azimuth and altitude to which it relates. That is sophisticated and that is critical, and that's where we are moving. So thank you for doing that. That being said, you know, you've done that effort, so you know what your deltas are and your thetas are, so you can be strategic. Now, you don't have to spend the money to do eyebrows on all sides. You don't have to spend the money to do vertical. So I think the next iteration, and I think at the buildings, I agree, it's wonderful, it's excellent work, but the next iteration would be, okay, now we've done the sun study and now we're sculpting and we're being additive to respond. How can we now be reductive? So we're not just adding solar and spending money that we necessarily don't need to, if we can conceive how to design within those parameters of sculpting the building. But I commend you so much for that. Thank you for doing that just simple study and showing it to us. It really is profound and impactful. So very nice work on the building.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lindsay.
I agree. I think that you guys did an incredible job doing both solar and lighting studies that I will be referencing your presentation to several others in the future, I am sure. I did also notice that the landscape plan did not seem to be quite at the same caliber as the architectural presentation, but I think you've got your comments for that. I have a couple questions. I do agree with the eyebrows and how you have, you know, very clearly thought out, you know, the impact of them, and I'm following, and I think that's great. Now, I was wondering if maybe looking at the samples, the paint color selection might be a little light, because at the renderings are coming out to be kind of like rich and gray, and then the samples in real life seemed like really white, which the building currently exists is pretty white, and I think we were trying to make like this big statement that it's going to be changed, so I'm just a little fearful. I really like how the stone is playing and how the flanking of the living wall is playing, but I'm wondering if maybe we make that paint color that goes along the sides maybe a little more richer, maybe a little grayer, warmer. I'm not sure, but just I'm fearful that right now it's really white.
Our fear is, we kind of studied grays, and items started getting lost within the pieces as we started, as you commented with the darker gray, it was becoming too monochromatic.
Yeah.
When we started going lighter with the grays, it was the same element, so when we took this back to the client and their design team, they were going a little off from the stone, but to kind of keep that look going and just let the window elements and the greenery pop off the building.
Okay. Okay, and that's what I was wondering, if you guys did that exploration.
We did, and we
Okay,
kind of
great.
like this more of an off-white look to the building, and we feel it'll help with the heat gain on the building and
Yeah,
everything as well.
absolutely, yes, the thermal, the R value, absolutely. Last question, comment. So I had noticed the signage is offset, justified to the right on the building, and then on the sign in the front, it's centered. Did you consider maybe making them match to justify the signage in the lawn?
We did, but we kind of like the center mass driving down the street as it's there, but the building being offset, it's just an architectural statement on the front of the building being offset, because everybody centers their signs on buildings. We kind of like it offset above the doors.
I like the move, I just think it might need to, I think you might have to be consistent with the signage on the.
Which, if that's the only sticking point, I can drive that home with.
Yeah, no, I'm just
client.
thinking, I'm a signage stickler, but I like the move, I like the justification. I just think that, unfortunately, I was like, wait, was that on purpose, or did someone forget to hit the button? So but now I know it's intentional.
It was on purpose to center the actual.
Because everything's very symmetrical and very orthogonal and very, you know, so I like the move, I like the statement, but I just think that maybe let's do the sign too.
We'll get with our signage guys, see how far I can shift it without making the sign any bigger.
Okay, sounds good. All right, that's all I have.
Luke?
I just had a couple of comments. Thank you for listening to our feedback and coming back with the, with the new design or upgraded design. I had two kind of comments or questions. One thing is, and I didn't see it in the rendering or in the lighting plan. So you mentioned the embedded LED lighting around the entrance. So where is that going to be?
See if I can get to, so that is this element right here, this white line going up.
Okay.
That's where that occurs.
Okay, and that's floor to ceiling, floor to height, all the way
Right,
framed?
it goes all, flanks the whole thing
Okay,
all the way.
and that is the same color temperature as, that's not a multicolor?
No, it is not a,
Same,
it's
same color
it's a-
temperature?
it's a
Okay.
muted white.
Gotcha, okay. And then, I do agree with David's comments. It would be nice to see, I understand having this rendering for clear concept of the building. It would also be nice to see a rendering for a clear concept of the landscape. It is a little ambiguous. But I did want to point out, it's important, I know you did minimize landscape a bit and listen to our comments. I think it's important to remember as well, you have the living walls, which I consider as part of not only the building, but landscape. So I do like the plan, but it would be nice. And, I guess my suggestion would be, to allow the project to move forward, it might be a qualification or a comment we add that you need to come back to us for with a more concise landscape plan, but it would allow your client to get moving with the
building,
with the renovation. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Just to touch upon the landscape piece, and we will listen to what you're indicating, David. Some of the things that have been added, we are taking out some of the smaller, we call them like scrub palms. Royal palms are going back in. The front monument sign is going to be beefed up with additional shrubs and palms, but we'll have the LA come through and explain that a little bit better.
I would note for the record that what is shown on the screen is not the plan that's in your packet. So that might be a little bit of the touching point too. The plan that's in your packet does not include all of the details that they're describing today. So I agree with you. The plan that's in the packet is deficient all of these improvements that they're speaking of today.
May I comment further? When we talk about a landscape plan, we talk about plants, but also the landscape. The landscape plan should show the paving at the entrance. It should show what the landscape itself looks like, the whole site, and show us how that all comes together. Because otherwise, we're just guessing at what you're doing. Additionally, I think it'd be nice to put some street trees or palms out front, like many of the other properties along that strip has done. Like it's very bare looking, and to bring that up to speed, it would be nice to include some, may I suggest, royal palms, because that whole quarter mile is very well populated with royal palms. So you'll be contributing not to just the building alone, but to the whole environment, because that road is one of the principal gateways into our city. And you've done a fabulous job of bringing the building up. I like to see you do the same with the landscape.
And we can talk to the landscape team about providing those extra trees that you spoke about. Right now, what you're seeing is more of a construction plan for landscape design, so I can have them create a rendering for you that can definitely depict what's going on. Make it a lot easier to see.
Yes, it will. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm going to start with the landscape since we just, I tend to agree with my fellow board members here. You're absolutely right. This is an engineer's drawing, and it's an engineer's design. Okay, it meets the code, yeah, it's fine. But it doesn't enhance the fine piece of architecture you have here. That you can enhance the architecture by the quality and the type of the way you handle your plant materials, your paving, and the location of things. I think it's beyond just rendering what you have here. It's rethinking to have an integrated landscape plan that probably should have a little bit more robust plant material in here and use it for for accent and for defining your entrance and for defining the street, and as David said, extending the neighborhood context. Okay, so I would like to see you come back with a landscape plan that matches the quality of the architecture, because there's a disconnect right now. As far as the architecture, Mark, got to commend you. You listened to us. You took it seriously. You talked with your client about it. You got them to understand what it means to have a commercial building like this, a corporate building in the city of Naples, and to be a good neighbor. And I think you did an excellent job on it. And the other thing I do want to commend you on, and your presentation of using the modeling and the 3D to show the context and the relationship to adjacent buildings, and your photometric charts and your sunshade charts. We're redoing our handbook, and some of these things are things that we want to incorporate. And as Lindsay said, this is a model for what we want to see our other petitioners bring. I think you brought a very good example that we can hold up to some of our locals that don't get it necessarily. Look, if they can do it, you can do it.
They did a really good massing model, too.
And they did a massing
what we
model,
usually get.
Yeah, all around.
So I commend you on that.
Thank you.
You've made a contribution in helping us do what we need to do here on the board. I just wanted to call that out.
Thank you.
Is there any staff report first?
Good morning, Board. Patty Kulak with your Planning Department. My credentials are on file with this petition, and I have testified before you in planning and zoning matters. Item 6H is 22 DRB 19 for the Our House Furniture Store, which is located at 5023 9th Street North. This is to consider the final design review for the exterior facade renovations, including lighting, signage, and landscaping for the commercial structure. This petition did come before you in March of 2022 for a preliminary design review approval. It was granted that approval with 9 conditions. I will go through some of them, not all of them. They have provided the lighting model that was requested. They did go through the site plan administrative approval, and they got granted approval of that in May. And then they did bring the material samples that were requested. We had some previous discussions about landscaping, which still seems to be an ongoing conversation that we'll leave towards the end. I did send out a public notification letter on May 19th. It was sent out to 202 property owners. I did not receive any written or verbal communications, but I believe we do have one in the audience today. A few things that I did want to touch on is when the submittal came back in, there was a lot of work that was done for the changes from preliminary to final, that such as the bike racks and the pedestrian crossing, that was not addressed, but it was discussed with the board members, which you guys disclosed at the beginning of this agenda item. So staff did notate that it was not addressed and complied with, but it seems like that was a conversation that was had prior to the meeting, which was stated on the record. They did provide the lighting model, which shows the solar gain that we were concerned about last time. They also changed the color of the building with a lighter stone that was more Florida native from the last time, which seems like a good addition to that. There was a few relocations of the green walls as more of an accent piece versus the whole front of the building, and the whole massing along the north and south facades was changed to be that lighter color and create a uniformity along the building and change up the massing along both sides of that. The signage that is shown was given all of the dimensions. It is code compliant, but it will be reviewed again at the building permit stage, and that is a condition of approval, which is standard for all items. They did show both the wall signage at the middle of the building and the road signage, which is the ground sign. Again, code compliant, but will be reviewed again. And with that, the only additional condition that I would have if the board chooses to approve that was written was that the landscape architect will provide a letter of compliance. I will touch on the landscaping as an option for the board if we wanted to take Luke's suggestion about approving the design but requesting the landscaping to come back. That is an option. The landscape architect is local, so we won't have any scheduling conflicts with travel, which you guys accommodated today. But we can ask for a rendering that would take into your suggestions and we can go through them. I think Erica has some notes for those.
I did write down some conditions, in addition to the two that Patty had in the resolution. From the discussion today, I've taken down, the petitioner will consider offsetting the R-House on the monument sign to be consistent with the wall sign. I put consider because it doesn't sound like that's a directive. 3, the petitioner will return to DRB for approval of an updated and enhanced landscape plan that is consistent in quality and detail with the architectural drawings. I had the petitioner will consider adding street trees adjacent to US 41. And then I wasn't sure, did you want to add a condition about providing a rendering that depicts the landscaping with, okay. So those were the 4 conditions that I've added.
I also want to bring back the sidewalk and the bike rack again. How did the board feel about that? Those are 2 conditions that they did not comply with. I'm not sure I agree with the engineer on the sidewalk. But because you do have a pedestrian path through the middle of the parking lot that centers on to extend that out to the street didn't seem to be a big deal. But so how does the rest of the board feel about those 2 conditions?
I feel like if they're going to be, appropriately addressing landscape architecture as opposed to plantings, then this would be an effort that may as well be reintegrated, because I think that walkability component is one of the key features we try to accomplish, so.
I agree. I think the sidewalk access for pedestrians makes our city more livable. Where people are getting out of cars and walking and biking and stuff now, and that seems like a small item, but it would go a long ways for improving our city as a quality city.
Okay, so let's leave those 2 conditions in.
Sure, got it.
All right, is there any comments from the public? Just this one? This is for later? This is for, yeah, okay. All right, we have one comment from Daniel Veroso. Okay. Would you please come to the podium, Daniel? Identify yourself and where you're from.
Hi, my name is Daniel Vuoso, and I own the property directly behind the commercial property at 5023 Tamiami Trail.
Which one is that? Is it north or south?
It's west. It's right behind the R House property.
So it's a residential property?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
You
live there?
I've lived there since 1988.
Okay.
When I first moved there, there was a trailer park actually there, and after a few years, they sold it. They took it out, and I think in the early '90s they built our house, furniture store, and ever since then, back of my property gets flooded. All the way again on the far west end of that property, there's a stormwater retention recessed concrete reservoir. When they first built it, it was just poured concrete, and then on the sides it's concrete block. I'd say it's the full length of my property, from corner to corner, and so I'd say it's maybe 50 feet long and 15 feet wide and about 5 feet deep. And all these years, trees became to grow in there, and now there's an extreme overgrowth, and the flooding is continually getting worse in the back of my house. And also I noticed there's a water line. I have no idea who put it in, but there's a water line that comes from north, follows the property line, and then underneath the power lines, there's palms and so forth, and that's where this supposed water line is is watering these plants. And I called Florida Power and Light. They sent a crew out there. They would cut the tops of the palms off. The palms would disappear for a couple of months and then reappear. So I have no idea who's putting them there or.
And and what property is the palms on?
The rear of that parking lot of our house.
Okay. Now, you say the retention area, is it just filled with plant material and debris?
Yeah.
It needs to be maintained?
Yes, sir. And all the debris winds up in my yard. After Irma, I had a tremendous amount of trees that were growing from that property in mine. And you could see any of the satellite imagery, the overgrowth. And I have one, it's just a black and white, but I have a aerial view from a satellite. And I could show you.
I have a question. You've lived there all this time. When that retention area was first constructed, did you have a flooding problem, or is it just?
Absolutely.
It's always been a problem?
It's always been there, and I talked to the city, and the city said you have to work it out with the property owner. And I would call the management company, and I got nothing. And I recently wrote a letter to the current management company, and I talked to a woman. Her name was Jackie at it was Summit Management Company, and she said to let her know my worries and concerns. So in detail, I did write her a letter, and I had no response. I gave her my email, my phone number, everything.
Okay.
So I've got.
We have the civil engineer here, who's kind of his job. Maybe this is, I don't know, were you aware of this, and had you addressed any of the drainage issues at the site?
No, sir. Under my knowledge, we weren't aware of any drainage issues, although our scope of work is mainly the front of the building. Basically, we will be milling and resurfacing the entire parking lot, which will handle some of the flows that might be pushing off from old asphalt. But we haven't done a full drainage analysis of the whole site and how it impacts the adjacent properties at this time.
Erica.
We just updated the city's stormwater regulations. I'm talking to our Streets and Stormwaters Director to see what level of renovation requires compliance with the new stormwater regulations. It's pretty strict. So I'll have an answer for you here in a minute about whether they would be required to bring the site into compliance with
Because of what they're doing to the renovation.
Because of the degree
site
of
now.
renovation.
That's where I was going with this. I know stormwater has been, we've really raised the bar.
Strict, yes.
And I'm wondering if this is an issue that now can be addressed in relationship.
Let you know.
to
Regardless, if it is required, they will be required at the time of building permit to do that, regardless of, if we condition it today or we don't, that they're still going to be required to do that if they trip that threshold.
And I do believe during the site permit process, we did have to talk with the drainage reviewer and see how far we had to analyze the site. And he had no concerns at the time for us to go through a full review and provide.
Well, now
drainage
we're
calculations.
hearing a concern. So,
And one thing, Chair Ruby, just the initial, our house wasn't the initial tenant for this piece. In '94, it was a Sears home goods furniture store that was built,
yes, sir.
and then our house took over in 2002, and it was only a minor renovation to the exterior and then an interior piece, but nothing done with the parking lot and everything.
Right.
So,
When they built it in the early 90s, that's when my flooding problem began. And it's getting worse and worse. I've replaced my sod 3 times. I've lost many trees, avocado trees. I enjoy trees. I grow coffee. It floods my coffee trees. The only thing that survives is the banana trees because they love water. But it's hard, to see all your work go down when.
So from this concern, alls I could do, besides whatever the board and staff puts in, is make my client aware of it, who will then have to go to I can't remember the name of the actual owner of this thing, is Royal Palm, and let them know, because we don't own the actual site. We just rent the site from the actual owner.
Okay.
So we're just paying our tenant fees at that point, so.
Erica, you got something?
Eric, do you have a reply?
Two things. Both our Streets and Stormwater Director replied back that modifying 50% or more of area under roof or improvements valued at 50% or more of the appraised value of the structure would trip that review. And then Patty pointed out they did go through the site plan process, and as part of their approval letter, their sufficiency letter for that process, our stormwater engineer did point out the proposed work qualifies as a remodeling or redevelopment project as defined in the city stormwater ordinance 2021-14654, and thereby meets the criteria to require a full stormwater management plan, which must be designed, signed, and sealed by an appropriate design professional. So they have to get, when they come in for building permits, they will have to do a full stormwater design for this entire site.
That should fix your problem.
Okay, and that's wonderful, because if they could, whatever drainage pipes are going into that retrenching reservoir, if they can eliminate them and.
Well, that's up to somebody like Justin to figure it out, to make it work, so you stay dry.
Okay.
I'd like to comment that what we're talking about is landscape. Engineering, architecture, landscape architecture is kind of the three sisters. And we're talking about a modification in the back of the lot. And it's probably going to include removing some trees and trimming them up and exposing your property to more of a commercial development. Therefore, I think it'd be advisable to include the landscape design, landscape architecture design for that part of the property as well.
I would appreciate that, because I know it's a utility easement, but whenever they do the architectural design back there, if they could keep the trees, a little bit
I think
further
a
away.
holistic landscape design from them would do good, and I kind of agree with Luke that we can, we all like the building, we can move that forward, and then have them come back with just the whole site, because they're gonna have to, then meet that 50% assessment. And then, as he's saying, this is landscape architecture, and we want to move into that. So
Well, I think what we just learned now about having to go and evaluate the drainage even makes it more serious that that whole site plan and landscape plan needs to come back, rethought, and reinstituted, so it works for the neighborhood and for the building.
And I just have a footnote on that. I think it's just, as the builder developer of this board, I think it's important to point out as well, these are issues we've dealt with in my company in the past. It's also important to understand that sometimes when new development happens, or again, this is a footnote not for your project in general, a lot of times the neighboring properties actually drain onto our property. We fix that. We maintain all of our own site drainage. We don't drain to the neighbor's property. However, the immediate reaction is, since you built this, now my property floods. That's not the case. Your property now does not drain onto my property. So it's just, it's a footnote for, these are things that we deal with in our community a lot, and it's an immediate reaction, and not your situation, just in general. I think it's important to point out that now, yes.
Water flows both ways.
Water flows both ways. So it's important to keep that in mind.
Yep, and I respect that, and I don't put, there's no trees within,
well, you could do
3
yourself some nice
feet.
cypress or something, like get yourself some spider lilies in there. It would be so fragrant. Well, thank you, sir. I appreciate
Okay,
you
thank
taking
you.
the time.
Thank you for pointing this out, and it was very informative to us. I think it helped us make our decision.
Any of the satellite imagery, you could see the.
Yes, sir, I believe that's
the
right.
severe impact of the overgrowth.
Drainage is an issue, and water, just try to get insurance if you live by the beach. And it's just like, welcome to Naples is changing. So we're trying to keep up with that in our efforts, so hopefully we'll ameliorate those issues for you with the upcoming design.
Okay. Dealt with it over 30 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other comments from the audience? Are there any other comments from the board? In that case, do I hear a motion?
I would like to motion to approve grant final design review for the exterior facade renovations, item number 22-DRB19, including lighting, signage, and landscaping for commercial structure on the property located at 5023 9th Street North, with staff conditions to include our landscaping. 1 through 7.
Yeah, just, I think you got them all in staff conditions, so.
Yeah, the conditions that Erica mentioned, right?
I think that covers it.
And we want to, basically want to see the a new landscape plan and drainage plan come back to us.
And I updated that landscape condition to say that they will return to DRB for approval an updated enhanced landscape plan for the entire site.
Including
that is consistent.
resolving the drainage issues.
I will second that motion.
Roll call, please.
Vice Chair Bullock?
Yes.
Member Drapesy?
Yes.
Member Frederickson?
Yes.
Member O'Ryan?
Approved.
Chair Ruby?
Yes. Thank you, Mike. Safe travels back.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Do you want to keep the samples, or?
Nope.
You guys
I mean, I
You don't
kinda
wanna put 'em in your bag to
keep 'em
take
just
back
'cause I
to Ohio,
love
right?
your, it's a beautiful palette, and I'm gonna steal it for my next project, but then.
Piece of stone back.
In your
Don't
suitcase.
want to.
I knew there was an
I'm gonna keep
ulterior
it in my
motive.
office then.
Use the trash can on the way
You
out.
want the stone, or do you want all the colors?
Just give them all. I like them. Wow, where'd you get those? These are lovely. I think y'all did a great job. Thank you so much for
Thank
your
you.
hard work.
Be well.
Yeah, I like
All
these.
right.
Our house, they have good furniture too.
Okay, next item on the agenda is 6B, which is 22-DRB12, a resolution determining petition 22-DRB12 for final design review for exterior facade changes, including color changes, window change out, and equipment screening for a property located at 1 9th Street North.
It should be south, correct?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, south.
All right.
That-
So, well,
Please.
good morning.
Identify yourself and who you represent.
My name is Brian Leaders, architect. I am with BDL Design. I am representing the client, Salvador Munoz, who is looking to do a restaurant in this location. The restaurant will be called...
Okay, you need to swear you in first, okay, before you testify.
Disclosures.
Will all those intending to give testimony who have not already been sworn, please rise and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, disclosures? Luke?
Very familiar with the site and have reviewed the application.
I too am very familiar with the site and reviewed the application.
Oh, I've had many Starbucks at that site, so I know
Yes.
it well. And I've reviewed your application, thank you.
I like Valentino's, but I've also reviewed the application and know the site.
I'm familiar with the site and have reviewed the documents.
And I've reviewed the documents.
All right, the podium is yours, man.
Okay. Well, so the property is located at 1 9th Street South. The tenant and the landlord are both looking to make improvements to the property. The tenant is looking to take the existing Starbucks space and convert that to a restaurant. And with the changes, we are asking to make some minor modifications. We're looking to, as you can see, there's the rust color red that is on the upper metal signage right there. We're looking to convert that, paint that over. We're also asking to clean the existing limestone, lime rock that is on the front of the building, and we're going to be adding a lime wash color. We're going to try to do basically a whitewash and clean the stone, bring out the natural color of the stone. So there will be some variations in the color of the stone, but we are looking basically just to kind of whitewash and clean up the whole facade. And with this, we're also asking to do some minor modifications to the windows. The frames are a mill color, and as we know with mill color, it begins to kind of age and fade and yellow, and these windows are kind of old. We're asking to do a black color on the window frames and on the door frames as well, just to kind of renew and refresh the look of the building. And if we go around here to the central view side, from central, you can see we're asking to take out a window, a storefront window. We're going to put in a folding window with a bar top, and just to kind of offer like a pass-through window. We're looking to do an outdoor dining area, and you can kind of see this, or you can see this, I think right here. You can see this right through here. We're asking to do some planters, a rail for safety right along through there, and in this area we're going to do this. We're going to do an outdoor dining. Here's the folding window that's right here that we're asking to do. And we're also going to be doing some signage, one off of 9th Street South and one off of Central. And in the back, I'm going to kind of guide you along. So in the back, as you're approaching from Central and you're looking to the west, so we're down here on East Elevation 4, and we're going to be adding some equipment screen to hide the new equipment for the kitchen. This is on the east side. You'll be looking west towards 41 as you drive down Central. We're trying to screen and hide as much of the new equipment as we possibly can. This is the back side of the building, and I believe there's a parking lot and there's an antique store that is along this edge right here. And here's the materials. So we're looking to add, with the outdoor dining area, we're going to be adding some pavers, and the color for the doors, for the frames, and for the handrail is going to be black, and for the metal facade that's atop, we're going to be doing a Sherwin-Williams functional gray, which relates pretty well to the building. I added signage for this, and down here we have our stone color, which is the whitewash, which will have, and I just want to be clear, the whitewash is going to have some natural color that does come through, so this isn't like a solid painted color. We're just trying to keep the natural look and the natural feel of the stone. And oh, and one more thing, I keep forgetting this. The existing Starbucks had a series of windows that were blacked out. It's right here, and this kind of links to the toilet rooms that are existing. So most of the interior space is all going to remain the same. We're going to be adding a small little bar on the inside for beverages and stuff, and a little cook line, but most of the walls from Starbucks are going to be remaining, and with that we are kind of stuck keeping this blackout tint on these 3 windows that are right here. So just to make the board aware of that condition so that you know that it's there and that you can hopefully reapprove it. And that's complete.
That's it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. David, we'll start with you.
Well, you provide a floor plan, but I don't see a site plan in this package, and it's hard to tell what's going on with the building on the site. And same as landscape, site and landscape is the same pretty much. Will you be coming back again for a final review, or?
I was asking for a final review here. All of the site conditions are existing. We are not making any changes to any plantings that are on the site. The planters that we have out for the outdoor dining, I did submit kind of the plantings that we put into the planters. So we're basically asking for some color change and a window change and some, to add some paint colors and to clean up the building.
And you'll be cleaning up the site too, sprucing it up?
Not really, no. This is, we're just asking to make adjustments and changes to the building, and the only adjustments we're making to the site is for the planters and some outdoor dining areas that are there. So basically, this building has a roof structure that overhangs 6 feet on each side, and we're on the north side of the property, which is the central side. We're asking to turn this into an outdoor area where people can gather.
Were you required to consider handicap accessibility?
Always.
We don't see that either.
Well, the existing site does have ramps to access. So there is a curb that is on the site. So there are some existing conditions that do meet accessibility, and the entry to the restaurant is We have a set of double doors. It's very, very clear entry. I do run through exercises to make sure that accessibility is met on all my projects.
Oh, I'm sure you do. Just as a review board, though, it's, that information helps us move along.
Understood.
Would you indicate where that handicap accessible
So I
ramp
will.
is?
I apologize. Right here, we have our handicap spaces right here along the front, and you can kind of see the striped out area for where
Can you
there's.
show it on the plan for us, where
let's see.
the ramping is?
Let's see. This is.
So if I park where your hand is there, where?
Right there is where it would be. So you have two handicap spaces here. You have a ramp, you come up. So we have our clear area here. We keep a 5-foot turning radius here, and you can enter and come in. And I would say, within this floor plan, I'd say probably close to 50% of all your tables are accessible. So it's definitely a workable plan.
And that condition is depicted on the survey that's in the.
And yeah, and that is also, I did submit a survey, and that is,
Yeah.
the accessibility is shown on the survey as well.
Okay. Anything else, David?
No, just, I think what I said stands. It's really hard to tell what's going on with the site based on what's been submitted. That's all.
Mike?
I like the new color of the roof facade. I like the new windows, and I like the fact you're cleaning up the stonework. Other than that, I have no comments.
Adrian?
I am obsessed with the fact that you're refurbishing that riprap kind of look that's so iconic from that period in Naples and that specific, corridor. And that rather than just tear it down, you're going to refurbish it and bring it back to life. Where I see a conflict, and I don't recommend, backing away from that, but where I see a conflict is, when we think about a building holistically, it's like that riprap material is of a very small scale, right? And then it looks to me as though your tectonic system, that is a shading system that used to be red, it also represents a very small scale. So typically, I think it works well just in terms of general principles of art and design. Like if you want to associate dissimilar objects, it's really good to keep them the same color because then it kind of calms it down. But you've got two very strong architectural elements that are of the same scale. They have no hierarchical relationship, and then they're both painted the same color. So to me, it just flattens the whole building right out, whereas before, the red kind of roof, it gave that juxtaposition. Well, although the scale was the same, the color was different. So it's just that understanding of how to, kind of play with those elements of principle design to push that contrast. That would, and it'd be one thing if it were all white, because that's a statement in and of itself. Regarding the muttons and millions on your window frame, and I think you said you're going black.
Yes.
And, I'll say this was an older building. It has a 6-foot overhang, probably because the trigonometry works out perfect to shade it. That being said, obviously you're probably aware as an inside user of our space, if we look out a window and there's light coming in and we have a black mullion and a lot of light, what does our eye automatically want to do? It protects itself. It gets smaller. So it actually reduces the amount we're able to perceive when we outline lighted windows and apertures with black. So that's something maybe to consider for Florida. And then the third thing, just regarding accessibility, and, we touch on this concept of universal design. As, we understand the code, fine, baseline, then we have ADAG, but universal. Just looking at your selected, where did it go? Your tables and chairs. Typically for a universal design chair, you want to give folks arms, to grab on and push on and be able to lift up from to be comfortable. And those aren't represented in the seating here. And also with the dining tables, to really be universal design, you're going to want to kind of embed that thing in the pavement, because you have the feet right now. You got to have either a 4-poster kind of thing or embed it. So this kind of pronged isn't necessarily where we want to go. And I obviously doesn't have to be all of them, but so far as we're going to address this and you can show us those selections that are going to meet that criteria, that would be good. So those are my 3 comments. But other than that, I'm so happy that you're preserving this building in the way you are. That's wonderful.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Lindsay.
All right. So I'm a little confused about, I guess when you go back to the rendering, okay, so originally when I was reviewing, I thought that you guys were making the entire complex the restaurant and not just the Starbucks parcel.
Correct.
Because are you representing the owner of
I'm representing 2 groups today. One is Salvador Munoz and Unidos, which is the restaurant. And then Cook Design and Architecture has asked me to represent their owner as well, which is 1 Main Street South LLC and Gorfie Properties. So the owner is asking, the tenant was asking to make upgrades to the building, and the owner agreed. And the owner said, well, why don't we just go ahead and just clean up and improve the building? So
Okay.
that's where this is.
So the owner's basically going to tell all the other tenants, hey, this is going to get painted, this is
Yes.
going to change, all of this is as he
And I
commands.
think every one of them is in agreement right now.
Okay, so one thing that I'm having a hard time visualizing is just like, are all of the other tenants' signage going to just stay the same, get put back on just as is? Because right now, the red provides a pretty, I don't know how to explain it. The background, it kind of like, you can have more diverse signage on a background that is that deep. However, when you switch to white, it's going to be very evident of all the different artwork and signage that they have. So I'm just considering as we look at these projects that are like whole parcels or whole, the idea is to make sure there's a cohesive design and that we're putting, it's a very prominent intersection,
Yes.
being Central and 9th Street South. So I just wanted to make sure, how that's going to look, and if everyone is, obviously they're on board or not, but the owner is, so that's all that kind of matters. But I'm not seeing that from the presentation in the big picture. So I guess I would like to see what's going to happen with. So if you're representing one tenant and the owner, maybe we need to have the owner also show what the other tenants say if they intend, what their intention is for the future. And then the only other question that I had was, so I guess that is real, the overhang, the outdoor seating is completely covered by the cantilevered.
It is, so the outdoor seating area is approximately 10 feet in width. And so 6 feet of that 10 feet will be covered. We are on the north side of the property.
Right.
And if you go there, and I've been there at all times of the day, it is probably 90+% shaded all
Yeah.
the time. And just when you get to the evening, that's when you get some sun, is in the evening. And that's maybe an hour, maybe 2 hours.
Yeah, no, it's very, there's a lot of restaurants up and down that it's the same. Okay, because that was my only concern, is that that's a pretty large cantilever, so that's
It is.
great.
It's really
I'm not used to seeing that, so that was my concern, is just making sure we had coverage from the elements, and if you were thinking of maybe putting in some sort of shading, this would now be the time to present, but if it's 90%.
We looked at doing various types of shading, and the head clearance that you have below the metal, I guess, roof screen right here, right? So you've got maybe 7.5 feet, and if you try to add an umbrella or something else, it just doesn't work.
Mhm. Okay, that was the only comment I had. Luke?
Lindsay kind of brushed on most of my comments, but yeah, I was just going to mention black railings. I know you're north facing, it's probably not an issue, but black railings, if they get hit with sun, it could be an issue for people trying to grab onto them. So it was just a comment, maybe look at anodized or stainless steel. However, I know the site well, and it is shaded 90% of the time, so it may not be an issue, but it was a comment I wanted to make. And also, just to kind of echo Lindsay's comment, so the rendering is showing me one sign, but the entire building, right? So the entire building is getting this renovation, correct, or facelift?
Yes, the entire
You're
building
addressing
will-
the entire
yeah.
building.
The building, so wherever you see this metal
Right.
rooftop, this is
Right.
all going to be at the street,
So-
where you see all that lime rock and all that limestone
Right.
that we're working to preserve.
So we still have 2 or 3 signs that are not shown on this rendering that are going to go back on.
Correct.
So my condition or my comment on that is, I would want to see uniform signage. So if this restaurant signage, all the other tenants I would want to see that uniform signage across the building, regardless of tenant. That font and style would need to maintain. I certainly, and we've gone over this over and over again, but we certainly don't want to see 6 different signs on that facade. So for congruency, that would be a condition that would be important for me to approve this project. So, other than that, I think it's a great and well-needed upgrade, so thank you.
Okay, I want to make clear, you are, as it's clear, you're painting the entire overhang and roof, and you're
Yes.
restoring the cobblestone. Are you replacing all the windows and doors down the entire building?
We're not replacing
I
those.
didn't think that was the case.
We're gonna repaint the frames. The frames have aged, so they have this clear coat. They're a mill finish. They have this clear coat. They've aged, and we're trying to find some way to not replace all of those windows.
But at the end of the day, they're going to match the new ones you're putting into the restaurant?
Yes, exactly right.
And your building owner and your tenants are aware of that and in agreement, and that's?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Yeah, I think this is an improvement. This is a rather funky 60s building, but it is iconic. It is on a major corner, and it is part of what developing Old Naples was, and it's kind of nice that you didn't, trash it, and you're kind of cleaning it up and restoring it without changing the integrity of what's there. But I definitely do agree with Luke on this. We on the board have been, even though, there is a sign code and you have to have your signs approved, we have, from a design standpoint and integrating signs into the building facades, we would like to see some form of uniformity. We've had a couple of projects come through here where they have absolutely beautiful building renovations and then just screw it up by leaving the tenant signs in place or replacing them. So, and then we've also had a couple of projects come before us where the owners were very coming up with design standards for their signage, color schemes, sizes, and acceptable fonts. So I think that would be one condition, that the signage that goes back up here doesn't look like what's on that red sign now, that it has a kind of unity. It doesn't have to be exactly the same, but it has a size, a unity that looks like it's all part of one building and not just a bunch of random signs that are stuck to the side of the building screaming for attention. Okay. So other than that, I think, your color schemes, I think are right. I think what you're doing with the stone is fine. That little dining area on the north side, I think, would be very nice little private area.
Yeah, it would activate the facade.
It would be very, very nice. The only concern I did have is when I looked at, at the floor plan where you did your layout, and I agree with Adrian about having at least a couple of tables and chairs that are purely wheelchair accessible. And what you've shown here aren't. You can't wheel up and hit that. You can hit that post. So I think you need a couple of them that you can wheel under, and a few tables with chairs with arms on them for those folks who need the walker and need the assistance to get up. But I just thought some of your table and chair layout, if you can get your floor plan, particularly toward the east side, if you're going to get around that coming in from the parking lot, if I'm parking lot in the back and I'm coming up the side, coming from the back side, those 4 top tables there, you're going to be squeezing behind those folks.
So,
Just
I apologize for interrupting. There is a sidewalk that comes right along this. It connects.
Yeah, I know.
And
Yeah.
I know people like to cut through here.
People are going to cut
but-
through there, but
Yeah, so.
it's just a
trying-
small thing. I'm not saying you need to make a change on it, but I think that we'd be aware that might be, a little frustrating.
I do want to point out really quick that they have not been through the outdoor dining process. They haven't applied for outdoor dining, so we haven't received a life safety plan that's been reviewed by our fire marshal for accessibility
That might be an
ingress,
issue.
egress, and all of that. So, yeah, this might not be exactly what the table and chair layout looks like because it hasn't been through that process.
hasn't been through the
This is not a life safety plan. This is just an architectural rendering that they're showing you. So it may look different when they finally go through outdoor
That's
dining.
where I was going with it, that there's, the accessibility. I know it's not in the public right-of-way, like we need that 5-foot clearance in the public right-of-way, but even though.
But there is required distance separations, even on private property.
For egress.
Yep,
Yes,
exactly.
An egress issue, not an easement issue.
But I can add to the, your approval today, the request that at least 2 of the tables and the associated chairs will be handicap accessible, because we can carry that forward when they come in for outdoor dining.
Okay. All right, staff report.
Good morning, Board. Patty Kulak again. Item 6B is 22 DRB 12 for Unidos Restaurant located at 1 9th Street South. This is a final design review board request for a facade change, which includes a color change, the windows being painted on the exterior, and the equipment screening in the rear of the building. I did notify 502 property owners surrounding this property and received no correspondence regarding the request. I'll go through the plans briefly since we already did a good presentation on them. The petitioner is requesting to remove the hedge along Central Avenue and replace it with the planter boxes that were shown in your agenda packet. When this does go through outdoor dining, because it is required to, in front of City Council, all planter boxes will also have to be shown on that approval as well, but it is a design element, which is why it's included in this request as well. So those new planter boxes will be the new buffer between Central Avenue, the sidewalk, and the outdoor dining. The plantings are in your agenda packet. There's 3 types of shrubbery that will be within those boxes. They are white planter boxes with a little railing above it. We talked about the color of the railing. The building itself will stay consistent. The lime washing will change the color, which is why it is considered a color change for the final approval. The structure staying the same. The top portion will be painted a lighter color to match the new limestone color. And it's going to be a off-white color. And then the signage is a hot topic this morning on this one. I will say the signage that is provided is about 6 inches too tall. This is in the D downtown zoning district, so sign bands are limited to 30 inches in height. This one is shown in the renderings and in the package at 36, so that will be shrunk down to be consistent with all signage in D downtown, but that is reviewed at the building permit stage. Just wanted to put that on record since they did provide those dimensions. And as Director Martin mentioned, this is, they do show outdoor dining. This has not been approved. It goes in front of City Council. The process for that, they will be considering the location of all tables and chairs, the life safety, ingress, egress, anything the fire marshal requires. And they also do look at the types of chairs and the types of tables and the planters. So all of that is part of the final approval for outdoor dining. They provided this just as an example of what they will most likely be presenting to City Council, but this may not be the final, what is on site once this is finished out. Just wanted to point that out since it's a great plan, but it just hasn't made through all the approval stages yet, so it might not be exactly the same. And they did also include their survey, which does go over the parking for the area. It does include handicap accessible parking and the entrance for the main doors, which is all kind of catty corner to Central and 9th Street, which is 8.7 feet in width. So it is greater than the 5 feet that is required. With that, I do have 2 conditions that were listed, and then Director Martin has the 3rd one. The first one is that all signage will comply with the regulations, and that'll be reviewed at building permit. So we're going to drop that sign down a little bit in size.
Got it.
And then the outdoor dining will be considered under a separate review. That review is at City Council, but I just left it as a review. And then Director Martin has...
I added 2. One would be that signage will be uniform in design and material amongst all the tenants of the building. And then at least 2 tables and the associated chairs will be handicap accessible.
I think that's what, okay.
That does it.
Any comments from the audience? Hearing none, do we have, I bring it back to the board. Is there any other further discussion on this application?
What, was there a preliminary?
Hmm?
Was there a preliminary?
This did not go through preliminary, there was just the facade changes, so this is the
Okay.
first
They,
and,
they can go in
first and only.
directly for final, yeah.
Okay.
I do have,
didn't know if I missed it.
I do have one question. The railing, is that a cable railing?
No.
Or is it glass?
No, it's not glass, it's not a cable railing. So what we have right over
Because you
here.
didn't show a picture of it.
Correct. So all this is just, it's a handrail. It's set at 36 inches high. And this, we only have 16 inches of elevation drop, and we're just doing this to keep people from stepping off or falling off.
Okay, and that's behind the planters. So
Yes, that's
standing
behind
on
the
thing, it's
planters.
You have the planters as a buffer, and then the rail
Yes.
is, okay, so we don't have a climbing issue or anything
Correct.
this way. Okay, okay.
I would just like to kind of bolster Mr. Frederickson's point. Although metal has high emissivity, you put that black, it's gonna really gain some heat, and, just in terms of the comfort of our citizens walking around, to include a lighter color that's not gonna just attract that much solar heat gain would be good.
Yeah, but where he's putting that rail, it's more of, it's not a handrail, it's more of a guard.
It's
So
not
I
a
don't
hand-
think
like they're not
anybody's
gonna
gonna be
holding
touching
it?
that.
It's meant more to keep people from stepping off.
So
or,
it's
like,
not part of the egress system?
It's not
for-
part of an
okay.
egress system.
It's a protection, so.
I see, okay. Then
I didn't
that's-
realize that either when I made the comment.
Yeah,
but when you clarified, it makes
I
more
thought
sense.
if it was like an egress, then, but yeah, if it's just a decorative to kind of give a visual cue, then I think that's fine.
I had one more comment.
Go ahead.
On, Erica, on your conditions. All the signage, you said similar in design. I would like to add color to that as well.
Okay. Are there any other discussions?
Well, I have a question. It doesn't pertain to this particularly, but would a building code allow there to be a pergola over that northern dining area? Oh,
It's Didon check me.
So the edge of the retaining wall is the edge of the property line. We might be, yeah.
I think it would.
You could do it. Yeah, as long as it didn't go over the property line. Because you can build to property line here in this district. Can't go further. Yeah. Okay. Any other comments? Do I hear a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve 6B 22 DRB 12, resolution determining petition 22 DRB 12 for final design review for exterior facade changes, including color changes, window change out, and equipment screening for the property located at 1 9th Street South, contingent upon staff conditions being included.
Staff conditions and our conditions.
Well, I think
Conditions as drafted by
I think Ms.
Director
Martin
Mark.
got them pretty well. She's like, she's
I'll
got them, but.
Second.
Okay, roll call, please.
Vice Chair Bullock?
Yes.
Member Drapesy?
yes.
Member Frederickson?
Yes.
Member Orion?
Approved, and thanks again for not tearing down this building, that's so cool.
And Chair Ruby?
Yes, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. I'm going to suggest a 10-minute recess. We've been here, an hour and 45 minutes. Let's take a break, and we'll be back in 10 minutes. Meeting's called back to order. Our next agenda item is 6C, which is 22 DRB 13, which is a resolution determining petition 22-DRB 13 for the preliminary design review for an expansion and renovation to an existing one-story clubhouse and modifications to an existing pool deck on a property owned by Knightbridge Partners of Naples LLC and located at 1800 Tamiami Trail East. And I don't know who's presenting. Please identify yourselves.
Good morning, John Cooney, partner at Stoff Cooney Architects at 111 10th Street South in Naples.
Good morning all, Renee Zepeda, architect for Stoff Cooney Architects, same address, Naples, Florida.
Swear in, please.
Will all those intending to give testimony who have not already been sworn, please rise and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
I do.
Disclosure. Luke?
I've been to the site and reviewed the application.
I am very familiar with the site and reviewed the application. I have a question for council. Sorry. I have a question.
She's not paying attention.
I have to disclose that I am a member of the club, and I am not sure if I need to recuse myself or not.
So the approval of this particular item, will that inure any type of special benefit to you that is not available to other members? And what is the number of members in the club?
I am not sure what the current membership count is.
So if you, there is a form that you can fill out regarding whether or not there is going to be a special gain or loss to you. Generally, when you're a member of an organization, there isn't a special benefit given to you personally or your family or any relatives. However, I have to leave that to your call as to whether or not you feel that voting upon this item will impact you in any way.
I feel that since I am not an equity member and do not reside on the property, I feel that I can be unbiased on my review of the presentation.
Okay, so no special benefit, and you've made the disclosure, so I think you're fine.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I too have visited the site and reviewed the application. Adrian?
I have been to the site and reviewed the application.
Mike?
I too have visited the site and are familiar with the application.
I've reviewed the application, and by the way, do we need to do the Pledge of Allegiance?
That was a long time ago.
That was a long time ago. Thank you. I tell you, when we come back from lunch, when we reconvene, we'll do that, okay?
I thought of that.
Thank you. Thank you for reminding me. The podium is yours.
Okay. Good morning. I'd like to reiterate the sentiments on Andrea Clark Brown. She was a mentor, a dear friend, and incredible colleague in the architectural community. So she will be missed by many, many people in Naples. So
Yes,
just
she
wanted
will.
to
Thank you, John.
reiterate that.
Thank you, John.
It's my pleasure to introduce the project, the expansion renovation of Naples Bay Resort. I too am a member, not an equity member, but I've been a member a very long time and frequently use the amenities there, and seeing them grow over the years. It's a pleasure to work on this project. I'd like to introduce Renee. She's a senior architect. She is the director of our commercial work, and I will let her and Christian present the project.
Thank you, John. Again, good morning, board members. So the Naples Bay Resort Club was built a few years back, and membership has increased. The atmosphere in town has changed. There's more people, lots of things going on. to where the clubhouse needed some facelift renovation, freshening it up. The building is quite nice, is very nicely designed, so not necessarily a lot of changes regarding the architecture of the building, which is very in line with everything else that is in the location, but mainly freshening it up. And so while that is being done, at the same time, the idea is to make the services better, increase some of the areas, and as such, and I will point out too, these are, that's the survey of existing condition. I'm just going fast. Here you can see the buildings in the area. This was built at a time when a lot of the architecture was, the style was in the Mediterranean style. And so there are so many buildings around the existing clubhouse that the style will be maintained. So back to the next. So this is the existing building. Currently, there's an existing outdoor dining, just utilizing some canvas awning, covered area, and back here is an existing building. Sorry, didn't mean to do that. How do I go back? There. So to make things better and more spacious and provide more amenities for the residents as well as for the club members, the idea is to increase the gymnasium, the gym area, exercise area, and also to increase the dining area. Again, I pointed out this here is an outdoor area for dining, so it gets very hot in the summer, very humid, and there's a need for more enclosed and better atmosphere for dining in the club. And for exercise also, more interest in doing exercise area. So here in this new plan, you can see the blue area is what is being added to the building. Here, and I don't know why, because my hands are too quick. I keep doing that. So in the blue area, formal dining will be connected to the existing dining, which is casual dining, and also creating another area for some private dining as well. And on the other side of the building, that other small existing building that you saw first will be completely demolished because the use is not as much as it used to be. Like I said, things are changing. So that will be demolished and a new expansion will be attached to the existing building to create, again, larger area for exercise, more restroom facilities, and just to add to the existing amenities. The general idea, these are the exterior elevations. So what is rendered is the new addition, and what is not rendered is the existing. So the main idea here is the building is added onto is to create an architecture that will follow exactly what is there currently so that the building looks like this was the building the way it was originally designed and created, instead of coming up with things that are different in a different style or anything, just a continuation of what is existing. Materials, again, in that mindset of creating a continuation of what's existing is also to match the existing materials, details, and colors. Now, in terms of colors for the exterior of the building, when we do an addition and we paint a new addition but don't refresh the rest of the building, then it looks patched up. So in that case, whatever is done to the new addition and how it connects to the existing, then the whole facade will be freshened up so that it looks new. It's a transition that doesn't show, okay, this is a newer portion and this is the older portion. So that is the intent of the design in terms of the exterior finishes, colors, including some of the lighting, windows. And here you can see this shows better in 3D modeling the intent of how we intend to connect the roofing areas and continuing with the same rhythm of windows, the window facade, and creating some elements even that are, as you can see here, if I can move this without messing it up, you can see here how this element, new element, will pretty much follow the existing element that was there before. So creating the same proportions and rhythm of the existing building. Something else that is being added to the building are some outdoor areas for entertaining around the swimming pool, little bar area here. I don't know why. I'm so sorry about that. I'm trying to point to the, maybe the mouse is better, but I don't see a mouse. You can see a pergola here attached to the building. Ah, okay, thank you. This is so much better. Thank you.
Erica stole it. You weren't equipped properly.
Okay, so so here, for instance, some outdoor areas that will be part of the building, kind of for outdoor enjoyment around the pool deck, which will also have a little bit of a renovation and adding some pool cabanas, and I will let Christian talk about the landscape. But I wanted to mention this because we're making it kind of part of the building while at the same time being an outdoor space for outdoor entertaining. And that's all I have for architecture. You might need the mouse.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Morning, Christian Andrea, landscape architect with Architectural Land Design. Let's see if David, am I in this package or am I on a secondary sheet?
You're in a separate.
Okay.
Yeah.
There we go. I think I see it. Thank you. Sorry, it's the curse of our files. This first page is the existing conditions page. We have some existing palm trees that are in the courtyard that will be removed/relocated. At this point, we're not sure where we're going to place them, so we've just identified them to try to be, we're always stewards of trying to save plant material where we can. So this central corridor here, anything within the red area is being impacted. Oops, let me go back one sheet here. So we have a dozen or so foxtail palms, some of which are marginal quality, some are nice. Well, I really got to fix this problem. There we go. And then we have a handful of coconuts here in the middle that are also prone to being relocated as they're being impacted by the new development. And then around this secondary building up here, there's really not much going on. There's two foxtail palms there that are in conflict with the proposed work, so those will be, again, relocated and whatnot. Our proposed planting area here is primarily on the, I guess, north side of the building. We have some foundation plantings, so they're all primarily low to respect the architecture. So we have the typical plant materials. In this case, we have some Ixora, Liriope, some Xanadu, some Podocarpus wrapping the perimeter. This internal courtyard here is a little shadier, so we're using a little more shade, tolerant plant material, variegated chef, green on ficus and whatnot. And then along the south quadrant here, this is a fence along the perimeter for privacy purposes. We were just continuing in a hedge of clusia there. We may find that we'll add some additional planting to get some more additional plant material above that to create some more privacy. But that's basically our scope of work, so it's rather quite small, and it's primarily just to enhance the portions of the building that we're, where we have plantings and opportunities there. Everything on the south side is efficiently done for pavement and maximum utilization from a deck surface standpoint. So there are no planters in those locations. And there are 3 small cabanas here that are shown. Currently, this is kind of the vision, is a architectural, contemporary styled, clean box like that. And that's for those 3 elements there. Available for questions now, or if you'd like Renee to come back up.
Well, we'll start with Luke and see who has what questions he has for you guys.
I think the key to an addition like this is to make it look like the design was always intended, and I think you and your firm did a great job on that. We already know kind of the look of the property, and it's been improved to try to de-Tuscanize it the best it can be, and I think it was a great job to even the paint color made a difference. So there's not a lot to this. I mean, we're matching existing, and I think you did a good job designing it that way. So that's my only one other question, and I know we have some comments from the audience. Do you have a site plan that kind of shows this bridge that they were talking about, or does Christian, or is that just?
I'm sorry.
We received some comments on.
I think the bridge is kind of further down. I don't think any of
It's not part of this. Yeah, I got you.
Even at the survey.
It's underneath the rendering of the.
Right.
Yeah, it's way back in this location.
Right.
Let me pan up a little bit. I think it'll show up on the other sheet here. It's actually not even.
It's way over
it's-
there,
It's
yeah.
further, here's the bridge area back here. I
Right.
think the walkway runs through like this area.
And this project
Is on
is
the
not
other end.
affecting that at all, so.
We're on the other end of the site, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Nancy?
I thought I was losing my mind because I could not figure out where. I've been there hundreds of times. A couple questions, and it might be more just programmatic. And I just obviously know some more things. If you go back to the floor plan that shows the renovation or the addition with the blue shading.
I'm doing it, stand by.
Oh,
Okay.
sorry.
You mean on the architectural, right? Not the landscape architect.
Right, the architectural.
The architectural
And
plan.
we might be able to achieve it with or start talking about it beforehand. So I believe that the primary driving force about enclosing or expanding the, having more interior dining, and that's why they enclosed that's adjacent to the existing.
Mhm. So
Yes,
this is the
perfect.
existing,
Yep, go back to the blue shading.
and now the blue.
So, over on the right, the formal dining, I believe, so they're turning the business center, the existing business center, is that staying, or is that going to become the private dining?
This will become the private dining.
Okay, and I believe that, the Blue Water, the outdoor, seating is no longer going to be there, and it's going to be predominantly closer to the bar area?
Correct.
The only question I had, did you do any iterations about having, because I see that we've kind of flip-flopped the formal dining and what would have been the casual dining. And so now the formal dining is adjacent to the outdoor casual dining. And one thing that's missing on the floor plan is they put a whole bunch of landscaping and lounge seating to the, I guess, what would that be? The north, I suppose, of the casual dining out in the front of the building.
Mhm.
Is that's been eliminated, or?
Okay, so this is north,
Right,
over
so,
here.
right, that whole area that's right up front, they just had put in a whole bunch of outdoor seating area. And they were,
Here, you mean?
no,
No,
north. Yeah, on the other side.
right here.
My only question is this.
Outdoor.
Yeah,
Outdoor.
Now, there is no outdoor there's no outdoor formal dining. So if we would flip-flop the formal and the casual back, then we would both have adjacent outdoor dining options. But because it was inverted, I just didn't know if that was intentional for the architect, for the programming of your drawings.
For the client, it is.
Okay, so they intentionally
Yeah.
flip-flop.
And there's still going to be some outdoor casual dining around the pool area. They have all of this area here also.
Right, but there's
And they're also
no-
adding some more casual outdoor dining,
But there's
drinking
no
activities.
outdoor formal dining anymore.
Correct.
Okay, so they've eliminated that.
Yes, people feel that maybe that if they're formally dining, it's too hot and humid to do it outdoors.
And the restrooms in the gym expansion, is that for all guests, hotel and club members? Or is that just for like back of house, or is that, what are those programmed for?
That I am not sure. My belief is that the clubhouse, the use of the clubhouse will remain as it is
Consistent.
today.
Okay. And it was the building that's being demolished is the pro shop, that mini pro shop that was there?
Yeah, and there was a children's activities
right,
area
the
as well.
playground thing.
Yeah.
Okay. And I think everything's been integrated very well, and it will just look like it kind of just took a breath of fresh air. And I think that architecturally and with the materials and everything, it's staying consistent and it's going to be very nice. That was my only kind of question for the architect portion. So,
thank you.
Adrian?
Well, I'm really glad that Ms. Lindsay I'm really glad that Ms. Lindsay understands the nuance of how the club's program works, because I think those conversations are really important as we look at these types of projects. I'm not a member of the club, so I'll just speak to it architecturally. You know, I agree with Luke that there's just a seamlessness to it, you know what I mean? And although it is a 1990s aesthetic, like that's part of the palimpsest of our town that we should respect and honor. And so to be seamless with it and carry it on in the same material, I think makes a lot of sense. But what I really love about it is just like geometrically in a plan view, I mean, there's a bunch of ways you could have done this, but you really paid attention to your regulatory datum lines on all points, you know, even lining up the outdoor pergola with the formal, you know, just making sure, just those little things that people don't perceive necessarily, but you know that they understand intuitively. And the way that you were able to create a beautiful asymmetry with that, you know, because sometimes it could get a little heavy, but I really think it's not easy, but the asymmetry that's created by that more robust intervention on the east side, you know, it's a successful composition, and it's a beautiful proportionality. So I think that in combination with just respecting, you know, the context that you're in and carrying that on, you know, I think it's gonna be a really nice addition. I think y'all have done a nice job.
Thank you.
First of all, today I'm a non-voting member. So my comments are this: you've done a fantastic job of matching the existing, and that's been said over and over. Same architecture, same. To me, it's monotonous. It looks like a terminal now. It's sprawling. I think I'm not an architect, but I think I would have liked to have seen the roof line broken up instead of continued. Maybe raised on one end or raised on both ends. And I'm just going to leave that comment as is. I think it's a sprawling ranch-type look now. You had a separate facility that was broken, that broke that up. Now you've torn that down and extended it, and it just has this long sprawling ranch look to me that is uninteresting from my perspective. That's my
Yeah,
only.
we have to also keep in mind some height limitations that we have for the existing building.
I'm not aware of those height limitations. I
So,
assumed
yeah.
it's not within the 30-foot.
Well, this is a PD with its own rules and regulations, so, but point well taken.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's it.
Appreciate the comment.
Thank you.
David?
Well, I agree with what Adrian said. I think she covers it very well. I can't really add to that. I do agree with Mike that it is somewhat monotonous, but, may we see the north elevation, please?
Sure.
While she pulls that up, if I may, real quick, it is monotonous, but if you notice the rhythm, it's actually a gradation, because it starts with 4 windows, then goes to 3, and then 3, and then 2. So there actually is a progressive kind of gradation from large to small. That's a little bit.
That's what I was going to comment on.
Sorry.
No, that's all right. I'm glad you say it. It starts with 3 windows, goes to 2, goes to 3, goes to 3, and goes to 4. I'm not an architect, but I'm interested in it. And if it would go 2, 3, 2, 3, it'd be more dynamic. I don't think most people would notice it, but it'd be a subtle rhythm that it would be neat. But it's not a condition or anything. It's just my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Okay.
I view that fenestration effort is almost a crescendo. You know what I mean? Where you start at the entry sequence and you have the smaller, apertures within your building, and then it crescendos up into the larger. And I think it's elegant and subtle. So, anyways.
Yeah, I think what you did with the extension actually improves the building. It gives it a rhythm. It gives them a cadence as you move. And you're facing a street here. You're facing a street where you're moving past. And the cadence of those bays, and if you look at them, each one of them is a little different, both in its proportion and its roof configuration and its fenestration. So, you have to look close, but there is a variety to those cadence. What you could have done with this addition is just made a square box, plopped it at the end of that existing building, and not carried the character of those little bays that broke up the facade. The fact that you carried those bays across the new addition integrates to the building, and it actually, I think, enhances the proportion of the building, and the fact it puts the entrance more asymmetrically off center, and I think it makes it a much more interesting facade. So I think kudos. Also, the way you integrated the new addition to that existing tennis facility, and that's hard to make a 45-degree turn and have space that works and the roofs that come together. The fact that you said, the way we're going to do this, we're going to just put a flat roof there and not screw around with it, trying to integrate the roof forms into the other form, I think was an elegant solution. And leaving that passageway separates the two buildings sufficiently that even though they're integrated, they break apart. The expansion in the rear, it's integrated, and I agree with Adrian. You kind of the way you did the pergola back there and everything. It cleans up and just makes a very nice rear elevation, which is very different than the front, but it's an expression of the functions of the building within it, and not so much the articulation along the street. But I do notice there's things that you haven't shaded that are changes. It seems that you're renovating that whole locker spa area off the gym. You're making some changes to those little bays in front. You've eliminated one and you're making it a display by a spa desk. Seems that area is getting renovated in addition.
Yeah, there are some few interior renovations at the same time.
Yeah.
Yes, to again freshen up the whole club and improve on the, based on the use and how people are using the clubhouse, improve on the services.
Well, just looking at it, the circulation and the movement through that whole little, it is an improvement. Also, I noticed, are you renovating the outdoor bar? Because it looks like the outdoor bar, which was just kind of a square existing one, and now you've got this kind of curvy piece.
Are you talking about this one?
I am
No.
talking about that one, yes.
Or this one right here?
That one right there.
Currently not part of the scope of work, but I think that there's been talk about doing something.
So which rendering is correct? The square one
Yeah.
on the existing, or?
Well, this one is the existing bar, so this has, it's in the conversation at the moment.
So it's a future improvement.
It made it to this plan because we're starting, as we did this exterior expansion.
Right.
We wanted to make sure that we're already thinking about what this could possibly be and how this could possibly relate to what we are doing. But that's still
That's
in
existing. Because, yeah, that would be.
This is.
No, the undulation is
Uh-huh.
actually the tiles underneath, and then they made the south area a smoking section, so it's just one long rectangle, and then it's the service well on the end. So there is no, I think it's flip-flopped.
I got it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
It just-
You're correct.
yeah, that's probably
and
proposed.
That again,
Yeah.
and that's because it's still kind of work in progress.
It's up in the air.
conversation.
Okay.
Right.
It could very well be that when we come back for the final, that then all those decisions are made
Right.
for this portion.
Gotcha.
Yeah. But
Is there, may I ask if the client's considered, I believe it's the only facility in the city, if not the city, the county, that has a 21 and up adult-only portion, like side section, and it's also one of the, well, there's several hotels that are open to the public, but not a club per se. So have they been discussing changing the program around to doing, instead of adults only, to do members only? Because that would kind of, it's the proposed changes actually would facilitate that. So I am curious, and I can find out, I'm sure, but I just didn't know if that had any impact at the time.
not to us. We have not
Okay.
heard of changes on the program or that specific.
Okay, the only other comment I want to make, and I want to, along the same lines as that we commented on the Our House presentation this morning, I want to commend you on doing these massing models and these 3D over it. Yes, renderings are beautiful and they're great, and they're focused on the sweet shot of a building. This gives us an idea how it fits on the site and how all of the massing. So this kind of massing is something that, as we've been revising the handbook, we've had discussions about making this a kind of a requirement for, not for every little project, but something that's as major as this, and particularly if you're modifying a building. So I commend you on doing this. It's very helpful to us, and it's a good example of what we would like to see in other presentations.
Yeah, it's a beautiful diagram, and it
Great
tells so much information right up front, so I couldn't agree more. This is a really great addition to the presentation.
Okay. Staff report.
Quickly, Eric Martin, Planning Director. New fresh face for you in the Planning Department. I just wanted to introduce Tanya. This is Tanya Selmeski. She's been with us for about 2 months.
Yep.
Roughly, so this is the first time she's been in front of the board. So I just wanted to give her a
She
formal
introduced
introduction.
herself this morning. Welcome, Tanya.
So
Thank
yeah,
you.
we're very excited to have her. Do you want Tanya to qualify herself as an expert? She can give you her credentials.
Yes, I would like that.
Yes. Okay.
Well, thank you. As Erica mentioned, I have been with the planning department for 2 months now, and I love it. Prior to that, I spent 3.5 years as the environmental planner down on Marco Island, where I was responsible for reviewing permit applications and conducting site inspections, and was also the staff liaison for several of the advisory committees, including the Beautification Committee and the Beach and Coastal Resources Advisory Committee. Prior to that, I resided in Connecticut, and I spent over 13 years as a lead coastal permitting analyst for the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection, where I reviewed permit applications for residential and commercial development along the coast. I have an associate's degree in social science, a bachelor's degree in environmental science, and a master's degree from the University of Rhode Island in marine policy. And I'm happy to be here working with the planning department.
And we're happy to have you.
Thank you.
And her
Mr. Chair.
credentials are on file.
Yes, for purposes of the record, if there could be a motion made to accept her as an expert, to qualify her to testify not only in this case but in future cases, and as Ms. Martin said, her credentials would be kept on file, so we would not have to qualify her as a witness each time.
Okay.
I motion for approval.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Do we need a roll call for this, Council, or do we do it as
Just a roll call would be fine.
a roll call would be fine? Roll call, please.
Vice Chair Bullock?
Yes.
Member Tracy?
Yes.
Member Frederickson?
Yes.
Member O'Ryan?
Yes.
Chair Ruby?
Yes. Proceed.
Well, thank you.
Your credentials are just absolutely sterling, and we are so lucky to have you. Thank you so much for picking Naples.
Well, thank you, and I look forward to coming before you
my
again.
goodness.
A loss to Connecticut.
Yes, thank you for picking Naples.
Thank you. Okay, so in regards to item 6C, this is a petition for requesting preliminary design review for an expansion and renovation to the existing clubhouse and modifications to the existing pool deck at the club at the Naples Bay Resort located at 1800 Tamiami Trail East. The expansion will include a new enlarged gym with new exercise rooms and support areas, as well as modifications to the existing dining room. The entire building will also be repainted. There are also modifications proposed to the pool deck area to include a pergola and 3 new cabanas with retractable awnings, as well as new landscaping and new lighting. As noted in the DRB report provided to you, a total of 571 letters were mailed to property owners within 1,000 feet of the subject property. While the DRB report indicates that no correspondence was received, staff did receive several inquiries and emails regarding the project after the agenda for this meeting was posted. These emails were forwarded on to DRB members, and copies have also been provided to you this morning. Staff has reviewed the petition per the criteria of Section 50-241 and the Design Review Handbook and finds that the criteria have been met. Should the DRB approve this request, staff recommends the following conditions. The petitioner must complete the site plan review process, including City Council approval, prior to submittal for final design review, and that's in process right now, review. Specific details on the building materials and paint color must be included with the submittal for final design review. And third, the landscape plan should provide clarification on how many existing palm trees will be located and where they will be relocated to on site for final design review. And with that, staff is available for questions.
Okay. Any questions for staff? Okay, we do have one speaker on this edition. It's Michael Schumann. Mr. Schumann?
Good morning.
Please identify yourself, please.
My name is Michael Schumann. I am an owner of a condo in the Cottages, which is part of the Naples Bay Resort just to the south of the club. I'm also the vice president of the Cottages HOA board.
Okay.
I'm here today to...
Have you been sworn in?
Oh.
You need to swear you in.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
You may continue.
Just to give you a little bit of background in the history of the Naples Bay Resort, this is really a unique project in the city of Naples. It was originally constructed in 2005, 2006, and it's a very complicated deal because the Naples Bay Resort actually consists of 5 different parcels. There is the marina, there's the hotel parcel, there are the residences, which are condos on the south side of the marina, and this is all on the west side of Sandpiper Street. And then on the east side of Sandpiper Street, you have the club, which is a separate parcel, which is what's under discussion today. And then you have the cottages, which are 108 condos that are directly adjacent to the club. The project was put together as a PD and went through a formal design review process back when the project was originally created. And a key element of that, let me just show you the site plan from the initial documents. As you can see, this is the club, and these are the cottages. There are basically 6 buildings surrounding the club. And when the original site plan was adopted, the provision was that the primary entrance to the club from the cottages was a bridge over a retention pond and a series of walkways leading into a gate to the pool deck. And I can show you, again, this is what was actually built at the time and is still in existence. This is the bridge. At the end of the bridge, you can see the gate. This is kind of an overview where you can see how this all fits into the pool, and then that's the actual gate to the pool area. For 15 years, this was the primary entrance that the cottage owners and guests used to get into the club, and it worked very, very well. Last year, without any notification to the members or the condo owners, the club arbitrarily closed this gate, also without any authority or permission from the city. That has had a dramatic impact on the condo owners and their guests. This whole project was designed to be a family-friendly resort. All of our condos in the cottages are 2 to 3 bedrooms. The whole vision of the project was to make it friendly for families with children and their grandparents and whatever to come. And the ability to go into the pool directly from the cottages was a key element. And if you look at the property tax records, the units that were near the gate, which are in buildings B and C, those units typically sold for $100,000 premium over other condos in that area just because of the proximity to the gate, so that people that had families with young children, that the kids could be at the pool, and if they had to go to the bathroom, they were just a couple steps away from their condos. So now what's happened with the gate closed, okay, instead of having this direct access coming right into the pool here, all of our owners have to go around this area, okay, through a back alley sidewalk here, past the dumpsters, okay, that service the club, past the loading dock for the club where they're getting food deliveries. There isn't a sidewalk here at all, so you have to go in the parking lot, dodging the vehicle traffic, and then go around the front and then enter through the main entrance, basically facing Highway 41. All right. We have a lot of owners that are older. We have a lot of guests, grandparents that come down that have mobility issues. Basically now, with the gate closed, we have to walk 2 to 3 times the distance that we used to have to walk to get into the pool and into the club. And on top of that, we're a luxury, high-end luxury resort, okay? But our entrance to the club right now is like going through a back alley. All right? So our objection to this plan is just basically it doesn't meet the code requirements. Okay, your code requires that the primary entrances have to be direct and convenient, and that's not the case since this gate has been closed. All right, and basically what we want to do is just have you deny this until the gate is reopened. And that's a simple matter. all right? The gate still exists, and the only reason the gate still exists is we got wind of the fact that they were going to close the gate permanently, and we ended up contacting the fire marshal, and the fire marshal basically required that they leave the gate in place as an emergency exit. Okay, otherwise the gate wouldn't even exist today. Now, the problem that we have is what's unique about this project is that you have 5 parcels that are all basically condominiums that are individually owned, except for the club. The club is privately owned by Knight Bridge. It is a for-profit company. And what's really unique is that under the condo docs that are in this part of this project, all of us condo owners are required to be members of the club. But we have absolutely no say in the operation of the club. You know, we have no control over what they charge us. We have no control over the rules. We have no control over whether they lock this gate or not. We have absolutely no influence whatsoever. The only protection we have is the city requiring the club to meet the code and to meet its obligations under the designs that have been approved in the past.
Okay.
So I appreciate you basically denying this until the club reopens this gate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schuman. One second. Before we go further, I did not mention one disclosure that I should have before. I've had conversations with Christian and Andrea about this issue, mainly because when I went to check the land, got these notices, I went to check the landscape plans and they wouldn't open online, so I called Christian and I said, could you send me a copy of your landscape plan? And he said, I sure will, what's going on? And I said, well, I received these letters about the this gate, and he said, I'm somewhat aware of it, and he said, I'll talk to our client on this issue. So I did have that discussion with Christian as much as yesterday. I just wanted to fully, I forgot to disclose that earlier. We appreciate what you're talking about. You know, we understand what you're talking about. Unfortunately, this has little, they're not proposing any modifications to this area of the pool deck or anything else. This is more an issue of operations and agreements between different parties here. What they're proposing, this is my, and staff, correct me if I'm wrong, you're saying what they're proposing here has nothing to do with this issue. Not that we aren't sympathetic with this issue, and I've read all your notices, and you made an excellent presentation on what the issues were, and it just baffles me why, with the technology the way it is in security and cameras and scannings and everything, that some solution can't come up to accommodate you folks and provide the necessary security that the club wants. I believe that's an issue. This is my reading on it. This is an issue between you and the club. We understand you and support, but it has little to do, if anything, with this case before us. And Director Martin, if you correct me if I am off base here.
You are not off base. I would point out also that in the staff report, what Tanya is providing an analysis of is just the improvements that are proposed by the architect. One of the criteria does read that primary entrances to all buildings provide direct and convenient access from the main streets. This is a gate that provides access to a pool deck, so that's not applicable to this criteria. And we did consult with the fire marshal. The gate was shown on the plans. Ingress and egress safety is out of the pool deck. There's not a safety concern with people being able to get into a pool. It's if something were to happen to get out of the pool. That gate is operational to get out of that pool deck, so it's not a fire safety or a life safety issue to not be able to get into that pool. So from a staff perspective, it is really a private matter with the HOA.
Could I make one comment?
Sure.
Okay. The gate is pertinent to this particular application, because what we're doing is you're creating an expansion of the restaurant space and the fitness center, and the gate is not just a primary entrance to the pool, it's a primary entrance to the club itself and all the facilities in the club, including the restaurant and the fitness center. So under your code, the primary entrances to the buildings need to be direct and convenient, okay? The gate is the most direct and convenient access path to get to the restaurant and to the fitness center, okay? I mean, just look at the map. I mean, it's like, it's 2 to 3 times the distance to go around to the front of the building to get into the restaurant than it is to basically go into the gate and cut through the pool to get there. All right, now the other question that I have is, this site plan was approved as part of the PD back in 2005 timeframe, okay? It has been that agreement that the developer had with the city has been unilaterally violated without any authority and permission from the city. So as users and as members that are forced to be members of the club, how do we appeal that? Or are developers allowed to come in here, do a design review, get an okay, and then 2 years or 3 years or 10 years later, ignore it and just do whatever they want? I mean, just what is our process? If this isn't the right venue to raise this objection, then how do we basically enforce the original design that was approved, 15 years ago?
That's a very good question,
So
Erica.
the
How would
design
you
remains
respond?
consistent. If the issue is that the gate is locked, the gate is still there, it's in the same location as the same gate, so it's not a design issue. The design review board is not going to be the enforcing body of whether a gate is locked or open. We could talk to the code enforcement department, but the design has not been altered.
Well, the design has been offered.
Accessibility.
If you have a design that shows a primary entrance as a gate, okay, and then down the road you lock the gate, that's like having the gate not be there.
That's not a design issue,
It's
it's an
the function of the
operational
gate,
issue.
not the design of
It's
the
an
gate.
operational issue. Erica, is there, he makes a point that this was part of a PUD. I know there was a PUD agreement. Where would he take his concerns dealing with maybe a potential violation to the PUD?
Code enforcement.
Code enforcement, okay. There you go.
Okay, but in the meantime, you have the authority to put this on hold because this is an entrance to the building.
Well, I'm not quite sure that that's a stretch of the interpretation of a direct access to the building, as Erica had mentioned. The direct access and convenient access to that building that we're talking about today is from the sidewalk off 41.
It
and
would
the main
also
entrance.
extend, it says primary entrances to all buildings provide direct and convenient access from main streets and on-site parking areas. So it's not
Which it
from
does.
each building, it's the.
Well, the parking, if you look at this area, the condo complex, okay, in the cottages, there are probably close to 150 parking spots in that. And those are all members.
But as you testified, it's a different property, it's a different element. It's not part of the property that is the club. It's not part of that site. It's a separate site. So what the interpretation of access to the club from the parking and from the street is what is on the club's site. So it's a stretch to incorporate the parking lots in the condos as part of the complex. If this was one whole site, that might be a different interpretation. But the fact that you have two separate properties here, I would not interpret it that way.
But here's the thing, every single car that's parked in the cottages belongs to a member of the club.
I understand.
Okay, and 150 parking spots there dwarfs the number of parking spots that are along 41 outside of the, near the front entrance of the club. The club building itself has two entrances. It has one from 41 side and has another primary entrance that's just as prominent from the pool deck. So, whether you cut through the pool deck and then enter the club from that side, again, the whole purpose of the code is to require convenient access, And this has been an arbitrary decision by the club to lock this gate. We talked to them,
Sir, I don't, I don't disagree. We sympathize with you, but you're at the wrong venue for having this discussion. As Erica said, this is a code enforcement issue, and I think you should probably bring this issue to when the code enforcement board meets and have that addressed, that you believe there's a violation to the PUD. This is not a design review issue. We sympathize with you. We understand, and we think that there's should be a solution between you and the owners and of the club to allow you the freedom and the access that you've always had. But it is not part of our venue to address this.
Well,
unless my fellow board members disagree with me.
May I ask something?
Sure.
Why was the gate closed? Did they offer a reason?
Yes. The club came to the conclusion, okay, that they thought that there were people that were coming into the facilities that weren't members, that weren't permitted to come in. And whether or not that's the case, we don't necessarily dispute that. We basically talked to the club. We volunteered to put a camera in there to eliminate the fob that people use to get in, and to come up with a buzzer so that the front desk could basically look at who's coming in, talk to them, and verify that they were authorized, and then buzz them in. That would have cost us $200 one time to install. And basically the club just won't talk to us. You know, we are very sympathetic. We're bending over backwards to try to help the club administer the rules and to restrict access. We want, you know, as members, we don't want everybody coming in from...
Sir, if I may, I'm so sorry
Yes.
to interrupt you, and I understand what you're talking about. What you're talking about is the pedestrian user's itinerary on a site that is a pedestrian site that you're accustomed to. And, you know, yes, average age of 65. My dad had knee surgery. It makes sense to provide those shorter paths. However, it's like, as Chair Ruby mentioned, it's like when we choose to invest in property to homestead or invest in investments in, PUDs, we are bound by those rules and regulations, and they are sort of an externality or a different layer. And so we really don't have jurisdiction in that regard. I mean, as Erica Martin mentioned, the gate is still there, it's just locked. This is just beyond our scope, although what you're talking about is strictly an architectural issue. So I understand why you're here, because this is an issue of a pedestrian experience of a PD that I assume when you sign a contract with, it's like, trust me, I get it. It's like they're not fun, but when you sign that contract, you agree to the terms. So far as those terms, that's why I feel like this might be, a legal issue between the contractual agreements of parties, but these are two separate parcels, and unfortunately, it's just beyond our scope. Although we are architects, we want you to have that. I want you right now to have that user experience where you could have that shorter path. That seems like a good universal design principle, but it's simply, I believe, as staff has mentioned, and council, if I'm wrong, it's just simply out of our scope. So I apologize, but I just don't know that.
But let me ask you a question.
Yes,
Is
sir.
part of the design review process to looking at the implications of the design on ADA requirements?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, this violates the ADA.
But it is,
Okay.
if I can jump in a little bit. First of all, for the record, I would like to go ahead and state that the comments that have been made by the members of the board as well as staff, I completely agree with from a legal perspective. It appears that there could be a private cause of action or a private matter, as Ms. Martin characterized it, or potentially a code violation of an approved PUD site plan agreement. With that said, the issue of the ADA, yes. However, I don't know that the pool area is part of the design that you're looking at. So that would not be within the board's review today to provide comment upon.
But if you look at the restaurant and the fitness area, the ADA requires a reasonable accommodation to make it easy for people that are handicapped to access those.
The reality is the American with Disability Act's guidelines is a civil rights legislation. which means that if you feel there's a violation, I mean, you know, you can talk to an attorney and you can bring that up and say, hey, I believe, you know, and sometimes in private clubs, because you do bring members of the public, different rules applies. But again, I think this is outside of our jurisdiction. Unfortunately, we do deal with ADAG as well as a lot of other federal and state and local regulations, but the context of this is just beyond the scope of this specific
board. And
board.
so the board is really somewhat, does not have the jurisdiction or the authority
Yeah.
to provide the remedy that you're looking for. However, as Ms. Martin said, this matter could go to code enforcement, and the city can look at it to see what the requirements were concerning the location of the gate and the operation. You've heard some comments today, but code could do a thorough review of that.
Okay, we'll go that path then. Thank you.
Okay.
And sir, for what it's worth, when you speak to code, I mean, it is an important issue. And so if you want to say that the Design Review Board supports universal design principles at all PDs and at all levels and scales, I think that I could perhaps speak for all of us to say that you could say that on our behalf when you engage with them. But, you know, beyond that, that will be between you.
Would you consider doing a resolution supporting our issue and forwarding that to code enforcement to help us?
I think that's beyond our scope.
That's inappropriate.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
All right, coming back, any other comments?
Oh, I do.
Either from the board, go ahead.
When I received all the emails over the weekend, I was in the opinion it's a legal issue, and I haven't changed my opinion. Though as we talk more about it, we've talked a lot in this board about accessibility. And we've talked about the ADA laws, and there are many other laws that are even more accommodating. I think that's access is an issue, and I think the new additions are an attraction that would even make people desire to go there more often. And I view that as a real inconvenience, having to go all the way around the building, particularly because a lot of the activities of the club are not just a swimming pool, but the facilities outside, and even the new landscape designs adding more attractions by the cabanas, which I think the gentleman has a good argument. But I agree with this board that it's beyond our scope to making a judgment on it.
Can I ask one quick thing? Tanya, on page 4 of your report, you checked the box that primary and direct access was direct and convenient to on-site planning. And I believe Leslie touched on that earlier in a comment. Knowing what you do now, would you still check that box?
Yes, I would, in regards to the language in the code and also how it's spelt out in the design review handbook.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Then I call for a resolution.
I motion to
Well, I'm sorry, Renee, do you have more comments?
No.
Do you have any other discussion?
I just always think that I should be here to hear.
Here for the vote, okay. Do I hear a motion?
my microphone.
Yeah, wait, why are you flashing? Motion to approve 6.C 22-DRB 13, a resolution determining petition 22-DRB 13 for preliminary design review for an expansion and renovation to the existing one-story clubhouse and modifications to the existing pool deck on the property owned by Knightsbridge Partners of Naples LLC and located at 1800 Tamiami Trail East, contingent upon staff conditions 1, 2, 3.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Yes.
Member Tracy?
Yes.
Member Frederickson?
Yes.
Member Orion?
Approved.
Chair Ruby?
Yes. Thank you, Renee.
so
Nice to
much
see
for
you.
your consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Erica, is lunch here yet? Do we break now, or, because the next one's gonna take a little while? I was wondering if this is a good time to break.
I'm out of here at 4:30 because I have a massage at 5 and I do
Not yet?
Be like,
All right, then we're
I'm
gonna
just
move
leaving. I don't
forward.
care.
No rearranging?
Like, I said, who does the deepest tissue massage on my shoulder? And that's it.
Okay. Next case on the agenda is 6D 22 DRB 14, a resolution for final design review for a new 4,861 square foot commercial furniture store located at 4067 9th Street North in the HC Highway Commercial Zoning District. Mark McLean presenting, I believe. Identify yourself for the record, please.
Good morning again. Mark McLean, Studio Director, MHK Architecture and Planning. I bring to you this...
You've been sworn in?
I have. And I don't know that all my team has, if you want to do everyone now.
Let's do it.
Will all those intend to give testimony who have not already been sworn, please rise and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Okay, disclosure. David.
I've reviewed the application.
I'm familiar with the site, and I have reviewed the application.
I'm familiar with the site and have also reviewed the application.
Familiar with the site and reviewed the application?
I am familiar with the site and reviewed the application.
I've been to the site and reviewed the application.
Podium's yours.
Good morning again. With me this morning, I have Peter Weitzner, Vice President of Rooms to Go with me, Will Martin from Rooms to Go, and Mike Renaud is here from Rooms to Go. On my team for presenting today, Mike Bromeyer, the design architect from Casio, is also with me. Eddie McDonald from Thomas Engineering for civil engineering, should any questions come up for civil, and Laura Diegas, the landscape designer for the project, are all with me for portions of the presentation today. We had some meetings on this before preliminary DRB, and at preliminary DRB there were a couple of conditions that we have addressed in a manner that we think we have satisfied the board as we present the project. Again, it is a Highway 1 zoning district up on North 41. I think everyone is familiar with the site. We have placed the building as centrally located as we can, meeting all the zoning criteria for the space. Again, this is being submitted, or the building is being occupied as two separate tenants within the space. There is still the Rooms to Go component and then the Rooms to Go patio component. The floor plan of the space really hasn't changed much. They have been through the site plan application, and they do have final site plan application approval from the city on this. This is getting into some of their interior design layout spaces and how all the spaces work within the floor plan. The roof plan, we'll talk about this a little bit as we come back to this, because I know there were some questions in a preliminary DRB about how we addressed the solar issues within the atrium itself. We have extended some of the overhangs and just modified some of the details slightly to try to improve the solar qualities of the building. Again, just some 2D imagery of the building, some 2D color imagery that ties in. All the exterior materials are called out, and I have them on a sample board. If you would like some physical samples, I have them with me. The one key thing that we really want to present today that is a major change from what we did the first time around is in fact the atrium itself. When we originally came in, we had a lot of conversations and discussions regarding the solar heat gain coefficient and the size of the overhangs and the ability to shield this building, even though it is east facing. The rear of the house, the west facing, doesn't have a lot of glazing on it. Then there was a lot of conversation regarding the atrium and how we were going to handle that. So one of the things we did is we upgraded all the glazing within the facade of the building from a solar band 50 to a solar band 60. So we've increased our solar heat gain coefficient through the solar band 60 as our base of standard.
What's the R value on that?
I'd have to see if it's on the board.
Thank you.
I want to say we were at 5.4 or 7.4. I don't have it right on the tip of my tongue. I should.
You think you got 7.4 out of your glazing?
Not out of the glazing itself, out of the assembly of the wall system that it's within. So the wall system would
Well,
rate.
the glazing's the weakest part, right? So.
Understood, but the wall assembly is what's taken
I'm
into.
sorry, I'm distracted, sir. You go ahead.
No, that's okay.
I'll ask my questions later. You go ahead.
Sure.
Yes, sir.
So what we did is when we got into the atrium of the rooms to go patio space, we increased that solar band 60 from a solar band 60 to a solar band 70. When we ran both products through our energy calculations, the solar band 70 took 10 tons of air conditioning out of that space. So we felt that that was a substantial upgrade for the cost. So even though the solar band 70 is more expensive than the 10 tons, we felt it was something that we needed to do to address initial concerns of the board from the preliminary design review. We addressed the patio entrance, squared that up so there wasn't such an odd step at that front, and kind of came back to a more traditional two-tiered entrance system to the rooms to go patio. The color scheme has kind of defined itself a little bit. We went with some porcelain instead of some stone, so we'd have a little more longevity in the building itself, but we went with a beige porcelain for the exterior surfaces that are shown in porcelain, and then we went with the Nola Noira polished for the interior of the space, because if we go back to some of the lighting plan, you can see when we light it, we are lighting those darker spaces to kind of get some of the reflective nature out of the polished porcelain that we have in there. And we think it came up with some really amazing night renderings for the space. If we stop here on the rooms to go patio space, you can see from the solar heat gain study that we did, this was a high noon study. The high noon study, you can see there's still only 50% of the space with direct sunlight
Is
in.
that a winter solstice, summer solstice, equinox?
I-
High noon doesn't mean a whole lot unless we know the date, right?
I would have to go back and get that date from my graphics
Probably
guys.
high noon, you might want to try like a 3 or 5 if you're in 3 o'clock or 5 o'clock if you're going to study the summer solstice, and maybe like a 2 o'clock in the winter.
Well, we didn't do full sun studies. Our intention was to basically show that we had addressed the atrium with the design that the client's intention is to have patio furniture in there to make this live as an exterior space. So the intention was to show that in a overhead sun study, that only about 40% of the space, or 60% of the space is in the sun, 40% of the space still stays in the shade of the building
I
itself.
understand. I'll invite you to think an overhead study lasts about 5 minutes a day, but yes, sir, I will let him continue.
Could we
I'm sorry.
allow the petitioner to finish his
Yes,
presentation?
sir, we sure can. I
Thank you.
apologize.
So again, coming back to the building itself, the original overhangs that have the signage on it, we understand the signage will be a separate permit, but we have extended the overhangs a bit to try to help cover those doors. Not a great deal, but we have extended them from the preliminary to the final. And again, the solar band 70 on the rooms to go patio space. Again, some of the lighting for the exterior of the space to help facilitate what it will look like in the nighttime. We have neighbors from the adjoining homeowners association that are here today. We have met with them previously, and again today. We have the support of the adjacent homeowners associations. I think there's a few questions that they want to address today, but some of them are beyond what we can answer for them. They're asking for code exceptions that we've said in the preliminary DRB. We can't go like, we have a 6-foot wall along the back, and the adjacent neighbors are asking us to make that an 8-foot wall, and it's just something we can't do via code, but we welcome them to come and speak today on their own behalf. With that, I will turn it over to Laura so she can review the landscape.
While she's doing that, can you pass those samples around to the?
Yes, sir, and I'm trying to see. David, do you have that landscape? David, do you have the landscape plan? No, that's not it. Can we pull that off the website? Yeah, from the final.
Yeah. David, go down to the landscape plans, not the exhibit. Please.
And I just saved them in the presentations folder if you need them.
Send in the calculator.
You want to keep those? I want them myself.
No, it's not a calculator, actually.
Perfect. With that, I'll turn it over to you. Thank you, David.
Good afternoon. My name is Laura Dieguez from Thomas Engineering, landscape designer.
Microphone.
The right button.
Okay. So we wanted to showcase on our landscape plan that we are providing royal palms as street trees to match the current conditions along the street in other properties. We are providing them in groupings of plantings with Fakahachi grass to provide visibility to the building, but also highlight it. There's also 2 proposed monument signs shown with flowering shrubs. Then along the east frontage, we have the required trees per island. And then along the north and south islands adjacent to the building, we're providing a group of 3 palms with with a small tree, flowering tree. And then along the building, we have flowering shrubs and ground covers. Around the areas where we have windows, we wanted to showcase the view into the inside of the building. Along the north side and west side of the property, we're providing the required trees, but following the FPL setback requirement. Along the west, we have the 6-foot wall with the buffer trees and the hedge. We are also noting in the disposition plan that the existing shrubs and that are ficus hedge and other shrubs should be removed from site and properly maintained and replaced if damaged. And along the south buffer, we're providing the required trees, which are Eugenia stopper that match with the current condition of the large shade trees. And that's it.
That ficus hedge that y'all are removing, that's just kind of unruly, and so that's going to be completely gone?
Not completely gone.
Okay.
If you see here, we're showing the area that currently is
Okay, yes,
on
ma'am.
site,
Yep.
so we're going to remove this
I
this
see.
area.
Okay, thank you.
Is the landscape buffer on the outside of the wall or inside or both?
Inside of the wall.
What about the outside to give the soften the wall for the neighbors?
That's the note that we have. If the ficus hedge is damaged, we are going to replace it and maintain it.
One of the conversations we had with the neighbors today is we realize when we're digging the footers on that, we're probably gonna disturb that ficus, and as hardy as ficus is, we could probably work around it, but we're working with the neighbor communities on that we're gonna replace that with a Calusia hedge.
Oh, good.
But we couldn't include it in our package, so we're gonna hook them up with a landscape installer, see what we have to do from a permitting standpoint, and Rooms to Go is gonna work with the associations to get a hedge in there of their choosing.
Oh, that's great.
Is that because you're changing the wall?
Well, we're putting a wall on our property.
Okay. But I'm confused about the 6-foot wall that's in.
The 8-foot wall starts on the south side of our property for Residence Inn. And it basically spans the midpoint of the association behind us. So like 80 foot of our wall is on their property, or is adjacent to their property. And then where the 8-foot wall steps up behind the southern property for the Residence Inn, they're wanting us to match that Residence Inn wall height, which was probably a grandfathered wall.
Okay, so it drops down from the south side, it goes partially up the western property line and drops to a 6-foot.
Yes, sir.
And it's off your property, it's on
Yeah,
their
our
property.
6-foot wall comes along the back property line here. When you get to the southern point here, the Residence Inn wall is an 8-foot tall wall.
Okay, okay,
And they were asking if we could match that height.
okay. Is that wall on your property or on their property?
It's on, our wall is on our property.
Your property,
Yes,
okay.
sir.
Okay, now, I just wanted to make it clear what wall we're talking about before we talk about it. Okay. Anything else?
That's it.
Going once, going twice?
So we're here for questions.
Okay, Luke?
Bring this up here. No, I appreciate that you listened to our comments on your last round, and especially it's refreshing to hear especially from the last one we just reviewed, it's nice to hear that the owners want to work with the neighbors and find solutions that everyone's happy with. So I don't really have any comments. I'm happy to see that you took our comments and you accommodated them and changed the design appropriately. So thank you.
Yes, I agree. I think it's been really nice watching the evolution of this project. I know we met, a lot of us met with you before the preliminary, so we've got extra exposure. I think it's wonderful that the thermal value and the R value that was taken into account that made a big decision change to save all that energy, and I think that's, kind of what we're about here, and that's great to see it come to fruition. I think the lighting looks great. I will leave the comments for the landscaping to the landscape expert, David. The only thing that I noticed that I don't know if we talked about it or not, but since we brought it up in the other furniture freestanding building down the street, the bicycle paths, or, just that whole pedestrian biking in that site plan, did we incorporate that or attempt to incorporate?
Do we have a bike rack on? Eddie's looking right now.
I just thought to bring it up in the
Bear
essence
with
of
me 1
the
second, I'll get you an answer to that.
urban fabric being perfect.
There are bike racks, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Sidewalk?
The sidewalk? Good.
Yes, there is a sidewalk.
All right.
Where is that sidewalk?
You're gonna have to point with this mouse, Eddie.
Eddie McDonald, Thomas Engineering, Civil Engineer. I'm pointing to the bike rack location on the northern portion of the front wall.
Okay.
Sidewalks along the building on the frontage to the rear. And then also you have pedestrian crosswalks, stop bars coming out, ADA ramps out to the sidewalk with crosswalk across the new driveway at this location.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And that's all I had.
Adrian?
Well, I think, obviously I have a couple issues with this building. I think my largest issue is it's just very corporate to me. It just looks very corporate. I mean, it's like the green patio, the angle with the thing, and then it's like kind of attached but not dissipated or integrated in a unique way. It's just kind of butt jointed with a diagonal. There's just a very corporate feel. And for that location in town, I feel like it needs to push beyond a corporate typology. So I think that just overarching would be my number one. My number two, although I appreciate, it looks like, I just did a quick calculation, I could be wrong, looks like you might have a R value of about 3 on your glazing. And, you know, a good insulator's 10, right? And so if we do an area weighted, you know, and again, I'm not, you know, it's good that you changed your glazing, but I'm not code, right? I'm talking about the fenestration effort of a building. I'm talking about how the geometry of a building, how the apertures and how the rhythm of it responds to our climate in the context, you know? And so that approach looks very different than putting in a R value 3 glass versus a R value 0.5 glass when a good insulator is 10. So what I'm talking about is something a little bit more holistic in terms of like the pursuit of architecture to sculpt itself in a way that responds to its environment, so we don't have to spend a bunch of money on expensive glazing because we just put a couple extra feet, worked out a little trigonometry, and guess what, our whole window's shaded. Or maybe like the previous, you know, practitioner, they did some solar studies, figured, oh, if we had sun shelves here, not only do we get full shading, but guess what, we've got natural ambient light, so therefore we reduce. These kind of things that I know we all know, but we don't really seem to implement. So those are my issues, because I just don't see them here, and this is what we discussed last time. So, you know, unfortunately, between just the corporateness and the lack of, you know, I appreciate the expense of the glazing and the R value of 3 versus, you know, 5.5, but it just doesn't quite meet the bar that I expect for, you know, this community.
Mike.
A couple of meetings ago, we had a Bahama Breeze presentation. We took issue, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Chair Ruby, with the signage. And so I guess I'm going to pose a question. Chair Ruby, does this signage that's detached from the building, does that conform to our new guidelines that we're developing?
We're going to throw this over to staff on the
Well, there's
signage.
2 issues. There's the guidelines you're developing and then also code.
Yeah.
So we haven't gotten the full signage package. That'll be reviewed when they do their sign permit to see if it's code compliant. But the design guidelines that you're reviewing now, we can't enforce those and we can't review the petitions against those, but it's definitely up to discussion by the board.
But I think the question, we did have an issue with the kind of marquee with the signage stuck on top of the marquee, which is exactly what we have here, and I think that's what Mike is talking
Yeah,
about.
we allow wall signage. We allow wall signage.
And that's not wall signage. Okay, are you going to address that?
Oh, yeah, yeah. I will. We have a condition in there that all signage will have to comply with the code.
Yeah, we'll have that discussion in a minute.
Yep.
Okay, David?
Thank you. Hi. I like what you've done with the native plants. I wish more architects would use native plants. And I presume part of your intention is to reduce the water requirements? Yeah, very good. We want to do that. I feel like we're really in the 21st century, moving forward as a city. To help you with that, the islands in the parking lot and around the building, where you have sod. You could really reduce your irrigation requirements and maintenance too if you would replace that with something like minima jasmine. You wouldn't have to mow this kind of maintenance, but I don't know if you like that look or not, but to go along with your conservation aesthetic, that would be good.
Yes, we can do that.
If it's it's up to you, of course. And the Fakahatchee grass in an urban setting it's not really long-lasting. You might consider, maybe using it almost as a perennial, annual perennial, get a few years. But maybe muley grass might be a very attractive alternative.
Yeah.
And then in the retention pond in the back, or detention pond area in the back, you have pines. It looks like they're a place where they would be sometimes in the water. And it might be really cool if you could put cypress there, and that would not be an issue with the water, and that would be very compatible.
Yes, we can replace it with cypress.
But otherwise, I think conceptually, I like the natives. Maybe as a consideration, the next time you submit, if you could provide a larger drawing on the plan where it's easier to see it.
Okay.
And then we've been speaking to folks about a landscape system, not just the plants, but the entirety of the landscape, where you could put more notes or something that will tell us what the sidewalk material is like and so forth. That would help for review.
Yes.
We're trying to get folks to look at the landscape as a whole system, not just the planting.
Yes, sir.
But, very good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll tell you, Mark, from the first time I sat in your conference room with a rough schematic,
Yes, sir.
Which we go, ooh, this has come such a far way. You have articulated it and broke it down and broke the scale down, but still provided your client with the kind of intent they wanted with the showroom windows and whatnot. Dealing with the corner by the patio, which was always an issue for us, you kind of resolve that, and it kind of anchors both ends of the building nicely, so it does unify it. Does this have a corporate image? I don't think this is corporate architecture, because I've never seen a rooms to go that looks like this. Is it a big corporate-y looking building? It's a big corporate-y looking building, but it's a furniture store, and it is big. If we were doing auto dealership, it would be a big kind of vanilla box building. So in its nature, it's just what it is, and I think you've done a great job articulating it. I know that one of the issues has always been this atrium, and it's kind of a play between the way the client markets their product, and we have no, we want them to be successful, we want them to market their product, right? And dealing with our local climate and kind of restricting it. And I think, they've gone a long way to throw more money at this to kind of solve the problem. But Adrian is right, and if you didn't have that criteria, there would have been other ways kind of to shade this thing and deal with it in a different way. But it's not the business model that your client wants. We understand that, and I think you've gone, probably pushed it as far as you can in order to kind of mitigate some of the things that were wrong with it in the beginning. So I got to commend you guys for doing that, you and your client for doing such. Other than that, I think it's going to be an attractive building. That big swath of grass that's been there ever since I moved to Naples 25 years ago is finally going to have something on it. So kudos. Staff report.
Good afternoon, Board. Patty Kulak with your Planning Department. Item 6D is 22 DRB 14, which is the Rooms to Go building. This is to consider final design review for a new 4,800 and change square foot commercial building located at 4067 9th Street North. This property previously was where the old billboard was prior to Hurricane Irma in 2017 that took that billboard away. Since then, the site went through the Code Enforcement Board. Billboards aren't allowed. We now have Rooms to Go merging their patio center that is located downtown on 9th Street and then their regular furniture store a little bit north on 9th Street to be one simple structure. on this site. We did do the preliminary approval in September of 2021. There were 5 conditions at that preliminary review. The first one was that the petitioner will provide color samples. They provided the board. We also, in your agenda packet, have a photograph of that board. So you guys did see that with the full package, and it was posted on our website. The second one was that signage will comply. I will circle back around to signage after this. Third one was that the petitioner will complete the administrative site plan review process. They have done that. At the preliminary review, there was a lot of discussion about stormwater. This project will be required to comply with the new stormwater ordinances. It's a brand new building on a site that was brought up during preliminary with the neighbors. I haven't had correspondence with the neighbors since that preliminary, but I do know that that's a hot topic, especially right now, and we're getting into rainy season, so everyone's seeing their flooding. The fourth condition from preliminary was that we will bring in the facade of the building of the patio store to be flush with the furniture store. They did do that. They exhibited that in the renderings, both in your agenda packet and in the presentation. And the fifth and final was that the petitioner will reconsider the glass treatment on the roof. That was not considered or part of your agenda package because they were still in discussions with the building owners and the property owners with that. They have since discussed that during this presentation, so that's why it's not addressed in my staff report. With that, I did notify 123 property owners. On May 19th, I received no communications, written or verbal. And we'll touch on signage because I just did a little research on the code. They did provide a sign package that was included in your agenda package that, based on our code for highway commercial, the wall signage allows for awning signs and marquee signs. Marquee signs, by definition of our code, is what they are demonstrating in both the rooms to go patio and the rooms to go furniture, which is over the awning of the building, or excuse me, over the overhang of the building. So I did put it in my staff report that it appears to apply, or it appears to comply with the code, but a thorough review will be done at the building permit stage, which is a condition of approval.
And also
for
during business tax receipt, because you're allowed 1 sign per tenant. So it would have to be shown that those are 2 completely separate businesses, separate business
Yeah,
tax
we had that
receipts,
discussion during-
and operate completely independently, because if they are combined, if it's one big room and there's no separation, then it's 1 tenant with 1 sign, so they are showing 2 separate signs. They'd have to be completely separate businesses.
So just for clarification, in this district, you can do a marquee sign, but not in every district in the
Correct.
city.
Right, this is highway commercial.
Yep, section
Only highway.
50-35, you're allowed a wall sign, roof, canopy, awning, or marquee sign, and then scrolling up.
So
'cause
that's
we're-
why we had a problem with it on the Playhouse and on the, on
Different
the,
zoning, that's D
on the,
downtown.
Correct, and the definition, just for the audience members as well, a marquee sign is defined as a sign attached to, painted on, or hung from a marquee or any similar canopy or covered structure projecting from or supported by a building. So this would classify as that. I would be happy to answer any further questions, but I do have 2 conditions of approval on the resolution. The first one is that signage will be required to comply with code, which is a standard. And the second is that a landscape architect will provide a letter of compliance to certify that the installed landscape and hardscape is consistent with the approved plans.
And I think we have 3 conditions that David brought up about changes of plant material.
Hold on.
Should be incorporated.
It also would be helpful to have some elevations with plants that are showing around the building, how it softens the building. I don't know if that needs to be a condition, but I think
Well,
in the
this is
future-
final review. They're not coming back.
Oh,
Yeah.
Right, but in the future, we should ask for that.
And that's something when we probably need to specify in the new design handbook what's an acceptable landscape presentation to us.
I think so.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think making sure that, cypress are in wet areas and slush pines are in dry areas, and that the appropriate species are located on the appropriate part of the site
Okay.
makes sense.
Will you give me the exact wording that you want for the 3?
David?
Oh.
The list of the 3 plant changes that you made.
I don't know if that needs to be a condition. I think leave it to the landscape architect, because what she's done will work, I think. I mean, I don't know about the pines, but I don't know if it's if it's significant enough to be a condition.
We can change the pines in the retention to cypress. We don't have an objection to that, if that's the verbiage that David's okay with.
Oh, yes, I'm okay.
And what about Thackhatchee grass? You okay with that?
Again, I don't want to design it for them, but
Okay.
they leave it to their discretion.
Okay, thank you, David.
But
Just
muley
take into
grass is
consideration,
beautiful.
okay?
In the drainage
Yeah,
area.
muley grass.
Muley grass is beautiful in the fall.
So cypress trees in the drainage area. Was there another specific change out?
Not specifically, no.
Okay, and the only reason I say that is because I don't want to be conflicting with the condition that we already had in there was that the landscape architect will provide a letter of compliance to certify that the installed landscape and hardscape is consistent with the approved plans. So that leaves very little wiggle room. So if we're saying that we want to give them the leniency to change out some of those species, we'd have to amend that condition.
That's a very good point. They're going to be coming back to us for forgiveness later, so if we want to do that, let's just specify those other two
What they could
species.
change out.
They've
I just
agreed to
think
do it.
Species that are appropriate for the amount of water saturation they're going to.
Well, but she needs something specific, so when they go out, they look at species to species, and then
There it
they'll
is.
reject.
Which grass do we want to change to?
Yeah, the
Okay,
Thackhatchee to
muley
mute.
grass,
I don't care really. I just wanted to mention, there are alternatives.
Well, it's
Muley grass
discussion.
instead
They've
of
agreed to do it.
Thackhatchee?
Let's just document it, okay?
Yeah,
And then I mentioned something about the sod in the islands.
To do
like a perennial peanut or
Yeah,
anything.
perennial.
you
peanut.
mentioned a jasmine?
Yeah, a jasmine minima.
Okay.
It works. There's a lot of good alternatives to sod that, once it gets established, doesn't even need to be irrigated. In fact, you didn't submit an irrigation plan, did you?
That isn't
Not
required
yet,
of them.
that I know.
No.
No.
I mean, going,
It is required for permit, but
It's
it is
required for
required for our
permitting, but not for
review.
design review board.
a lot of the plants you propose don't even need to be irrigated once they're established. So, again, I leave that to you. But,
David,
can I just be broad and say a ground cover instead of sod?
Native ground cover.
A native ground cover?
If you're okay with that, when you go out to look at
Yep,
it,
we'll have Leslie do it. She's a
Don't have
landscape
to be
architect.
It doesn't have to be.
She went to school for this.
Like Asian jasmine minima. That's
Yeah.
exotic.
Oh, it's,
But just a
David-
low, like a low,
Yeah, but I
and it
wasn't-
doesn't require the pesticides of the water.
Yeah,
yeah, I mean, you can,
But
right.
David, one of the, just FYI, they're being very specific because they take the landscape plan and they go out and pit species to species, number to number, and if it isn't exactly what's on the landscape plan, then
fail.
they reject it and come back to us. So to save them some headache, let's make specific as to what should be on that landscape plan.
So they're not going to tweak the landscape plan and resubmit it then? I see, okay. I understand now.
so yeah, I have changing out, using muley grass instead of Thackhatchee grass, native ground cover instead of sod in the landscape islands, and cypress in the drainage area.
No, the ground cover doesn't have to be native, just a low water.
Low water?
Yeah, requirement.
examples could be perennial peanut or the jasmine.
Yeah. There's a lot of good,
Railroad vine.
and there are a lot of good natives that would suit that, but generally contractors don't like to go searching for the unusual plants.
Okay, any other comments? Any other issues? Is there any, I think we have one speaker from the audience, Jay Hatlow.
Thank you for the board's time. My name is Jay Hatton. I'm president of the Sundowner, one of the three associations that spoke with Mark and his group prior to the meeting. I had 10 questions. And
Have you
that's
been sworn in? Do we need to swear him in?
Excuse me.
Yes,
Yeah,
if you
yeah.
are to consider any of his comments,
Yeah.
yes.
Have you been sworn in? Did you stand for swear in?
No.
Okay, so she'll administer the oath.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Again, we worked out most of the comments, and all three condos are happy to see this project go forward. One of my concerns was brought up during the landscaping presentation. She talked about a ficus canopy. and I'm not clear that we have that. We are the most northern property that's directly west of this property, and we have about 98 feet of exposure to this property. We have 5 large ficus trees that are 45 years old, 40 foot tall. We spend lots of money to keep them trimmed every other year. Florida Power and Light goes through and carves out the middle of them. And I would like to ask what canopy she's talking about removing.
It's not the canopy, it's the existing hedge.
It's the hedge.
Oh, the
The
hedge
shrubs.
on the ground?
Yes.
Yeah, that's on your property.
Yes.
Yes, okay. Yeah, we want that gone too, so it's ugly. So the second point was we have the Residence Inn, which is directly behind us, and we have 117 feet approximately of 8-foot high concrete wall, 14-foot pillars every 14 foot, and we would like, and it was agreeable to them, if that continuation of that same look, so the back of our property would be uniform to go to the property line, that the next property is to Lexington. There's a hedgerow there, and it'd be a good place to stop that.
Okay. Are you replacing that wall? Is that what?
There is no wall there.
There is no wall.
He wants us to match the Residence Inn wall, which is not code compliant under the current code.
Okay.
Fences and walls are required to be limited to 6 feet in height.
I've
It
heard
could
that.
be, yes, we talked about this at the preliminary. It could be mentioned to the property owner or the design team to match the type of retained wall that they're using, the material type, but the height will be limited to 6 feet unless they wanted to go for a variance. But please don't.
No,
Okay.
Okay, so
we can work on that after if we
Yeah.
can get this approved, but yeah, the code.
right now, you're proposing a
Yeah,
6-foot wall
the
that
code
looks like
limits us to
the 8-foot wall.
Yes, sir.
And if you can get an extra 2 feet, that's something in the future.
That is between, yes, our client and the neighboring association, yes.
Okay.
And if the 6-foot wall is put in and the project is completed, is there a chance of us adding to that 6-foot wall to make it match identically? Is that a possibility?
Unfortunately, no. 6 feet is the maximum height for all fences and walls throughout the city,
I've heard that again.
probably from me.
Okay.
You know,
Asked and answered.
I heard maybe Calusa hedge will go there
Not at that location,
No.
on the
Not-
southern end.
on the southern.
They have, their ficus, they've got 5 that are massive that they
I mean,
want to keep.
45-foot ficus, you
Yeah,
gotta get
we're,
enough
we're,
shade
we're
right
not,
there.
we're not.
We
messing with
loved
theirs.
our trees, we maintain them in order to keep a
yeah.
facade
Keep 'em that big.
from the hotel and 41. So we purposely
Yeah.
maintain them on
That's a
our
good
property
buffer.
to do such a
Yeah, that's a
job.
beautiful stand of trees you
Yes,
have there.
and,
Absolutely.
and my last comment would be, when they go to do this wall, and the root system, I have no idea, since they're very tall, I'm sure the roots are wide. We don't want to lose those trees. What would
Ficus
be
go
the
real wide?
remedy of this board if we would suffer a loss due to the wall?
Swimming pools and stuff.
Yeah, and they tip over.
If there was a loss due to the wall, we would have to replace it in kind. Now, whether or not we could get a 40-foot ficus somewhere and bring in,
understand.
we would have to replace it with the biggest one we could.
Well, we're very concerned about the root
Absolutely.
damage that would be there because of the wall.
As we discussed outside, we don't have our contractor yet, but once we get that contractor and they sell out to their landscape installer, I'm sure that's gonna be something that we'll even contact you and make sure that we work that out, that those things are gonna survive.
Yeah, but Mark, the foundation for your wall is going to your property.
It is, and it is an offset wall, so it is all on our property.
all on your
Just a tree of that size, we know it's under
It's
there.
creeping under.
Yeah, we know it's creeping, but we're gonna do our best. I know we can spade them, we can isolate them, we can root kill them and put our foundation in that we don't go any deeper than we need to go. And something that hardy, they're pretty hardy to begin with, so it would be a hard tree to kill.
I understand, yeah. But the Rooms Inn wall is on their property as well. They had to put it on their property, so you'll be butting up exactly to it, to continue south.
Correct.
Ficus are a robust and invasive species, so you probably will be fine, but in the event that they all go down, I could recommend, I don't know about you, but a mass tree or some chungi bamboo. Within a couple of years, they'll be 35 feet tall. Beautiful. Just saying.
Great.
So.
Thank you for
Okay.
the board's time.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, once the roots are cut like that for the wall, and then they're susceptible to wind throw. So you just, you kind of take a chance. And the wall itself, I'm not sure what the purpose of the wall is. Because like a Calusa hedge, it would be easy to keep an 8-foot high hedge there, and you wouldn't even see the wall, and then what's the value of the
Well,
wall?
Acoustics. I mean, it's really good for acoustics. I don't know if that's it.
Through our conversations with the neighbors, it was something that they requested, so we're
I
fine with
understand.
it.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, well, I tend to agree. What's always baffled me is we restrict the height of a wall, but we will let somebody plant a hedge that'll go to 14 feet tall and become a wall anyhow. So, but that's not our problem.
It's not our purview,
No comment.
as we say.
All right, is there any other discussion on this case? If not, do I hear a motion?
A motion to grant final design review for the 48,641 square foot commercial furniture store located at 4067 9th Street North. Item 22 DBR 14 with staff conditions. With 5 staff conditions.
With condition, not only staff conditions, conditions.
Conditions 1 through 5.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Vice Chair Bullock,
Yes.
Member Drapesy,
Yes.
Member Frederickson,
Yes.
Member Orion,
No.
Chair Ruby.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. We're going to take a lunch break, somewhere between a half an hour and 45 minutes. So we will reconvene before 1:30. Thank you. Call to order. We're going to clean up something that we didn't do this morning. We usually start out with the Pledge of Allegiance, and I agreed that we would do that as soon as we got from lunch. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. All right, our next item on the agenda is 6E, which is 22-DRB 15. Which is a resolution determining the final design review petition of 22-DRB 15 for exterior facade renovations and landscape changes for the Palm Court condominium on the property located at 212 through 278 6th Avenue South and 625-635 2nd Street South and 600 through 660 3rd Street South. That's a mouthful. James, identify yourself. Have you been sworn in?
I have not been sworn in.
Well, identify yourself for the record first.
James Canafo from James Canafo Architect Incorporated, located at 2500 Tamiami Trail North, Naples, Florida.
Will all those intending to give testimony who have not already been sworn, please rise and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Very good. Disclosure, start with you, David.
I've reviewed the submittal.
Mike?
The petitioner, Palm Court, is a longtime client of my engineering firm, and I, in fact, initiated this project and brought James into it, and he's taken over the project. So I think I have to recuse myself. I don't know if I don't vote. I don't know if that means I'm recusing myself of comment or anything. I'll have to defer to.
Well, I would say that you comment and voting. You're not voting today, no, and comment, so you.
So I'm recusing myself from everything.
Okay. Adrian?
I have visited the site and reviewed the application.
I too visited the site and reviewed the application.
I am familiar with the site and reviewed the application.
Actually, on this item, when we initially reviewed this, I wasn't involved with the project, but I now potentially will be involved with this project, so I will need to recuse myself. It's very strange. We have two of us on the same thing, but
You want to hire a couple more of us?
hey, there you go. There you go. So that's my disclosure. Thank you.
Can we move forward with 4
So you
board
still
members?
have 4.
We still have a quorum, yes.
Yeah.
We're okay. It's not going to jeopardize your presentation. The podium is yours.
Thank you. First, Chairman Ruby, I'd like to thank you for the lunch break before this presentation. Much appreciated. As mentioned, I'm James Canafo with James Canafo Architect, and I'm here representing the Palm Court Condominium Association on behalf of their project to do a exterior facade renovation to their condominium community, which is located in downtown Old Naples. The property is bound by 6th Avenue South on the southern side of 6th Avenue. It's bound on the west by 2nd Street South, bound on the east by 3rd Street South, and then on the southern end by the service drive that runs in between 6th Avenue South and 7th Avenue South. This community was originally developed back in 1987. That's 45 years ago. The community is composed of 17 individual units. They're condominium units. 7 of the units are located along 2nd Street South and then along the service drive. They're 2-story villas. And then you have the balance, the other 10 units, which are single-story flats that are located in 5 2-story buildings that run along 6th Avenue South. This project received unanimous DRB approval back on January of this year, and since that time it has actually been granted a variance by City Council to expand the lot coverage of the project. Specifically, we sought a variance to be able to expand some covered outdoor patios that 6 of the 17 units have The existing covered patio was only 6 feet by 18 feet. We were looking for a variance that allowed us to expand those outdoor living areas to 12 feet by 24 feet. Those areas are highlighted in this site plan, and I apologize for the sensitive mouse. So the double hatched area was the existing 6 by 18. The overall area is now 12 by 24, and that happens 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times. The reason why we had to seek the variance was this project, when originally developed, actually was in nonconformity in terms of lot coverage. The required lot coverage then and now is 25% of the overall site. We were at 28.7, and with these additional roofed over areas, we've augmented that to 30%. Now, I do need to throw in the caveat that although we haven't added any impervious area by doing that, we simply put roofs over existing concrete patio areas. I believe that that was really the reason why the city council found that we weren't doing anything to hurt the property, so to speak. As a matter of fact, environmentally, what we did volunteer was to remove all of the existing concrete walkways within the property that are internal and replace them with permeable pavers to help absorb some of the storm water that would be on the property. Okay, let's see if I can get to the next slide.
I think you, when you said 45 years ago, I think you meant 35. 87.
Yes.
Correct, I'm sorry.
We all turned 35 this year. I was like, wait, 45.
There we go. David, I'm trying to get back to the index where I could open up another file. And you, and here we go. So. The scope of the work on this project is to replace the existing 5V crimp metal roofing with a new standing seam metal roofing panel. Sample being distributed. Additionally, we're removing all of the existing gray vinyl siding and replacing it with white hardy plank siding with AZEK composite trim boards. The hardy plank siding is going to be a 6-inch exposure, smooth, and it will be painted white to match the actual color of the AZEK trim boards, which do not need to be painted. Additionally, we're replacing all of the existing non-energy efficient aluminum windows and non-impact windows with new energy efficient, impact resistant windows throughout the project. This is a photorealistic rendering of one of the veranda units. These are the units that run along the service drive in between 6th and 7th Avenue South. Additionally, for these particular units, what we have proposed is to remove the pool cages that wrap around these structures and replace them with something that's a little bit more permanent and a little bit more in keeping with the vernacular of Naples, which is essentially a wraparound porch structure. And within that porch structure, we're infilling the vertical surfaces with screen material. And in the areas where we don't have a solid roof or introducing a new solid roof, we would simply have a screen at the roof line. I do need to make a disclaimer relative to the packets that you all received. The color scheme that's within the renderings that I'm presenting are essentially a silver roof and white windows, white doors, white siding, white trim. There was a brief moment during the development of this project where we were looking at the idea of using bronze window frames with a bronze metal roof. And it was at that time that we actually made our submission. So the slides that you probably have in your packet are not what we are looking for approval for. It should make your job just a little bit easier because this is the color scheme that was originally approved in preliminary design review. So I spoke about the veranda units, which are located along the service drive. These are the courtyard units. Those are located all along 6th Avenue South. You're actually seeing an internal view. The scope of work with these units is similar to the ones at the veranda. We're replacing the existing metal roof with new standing seam metal roof panels. All the doors and windows are being replaced, as well as all of the vinyl siding is being removed and replaced with hardy plank siding. In addition, on these units, down here on the before picture, you'll see that there's kind of this lanai structure that has a sloping roof extending off of the main roof. Those structures consistently within all of the units has experienced significant structural damage, water mitigation really. And it's been determined that the best course of action is to actually demolish them all the way down to the foundation from the roof and then reconstruct them. You'll see that in the proposed design, we've kind of leveled out the roof line. What that does is it gives a much better sight line from the units internally out. That roof in the existing units really slopes down to about 5.5 feet and kind of cuts off any view that you have. The only other disclaimer I'm going to make relative to this, and I apologize for the disclaimers, you'll see that the proposed screened lanais have 4 columns. It's been determined by the structural engineer that we could easily span that distance with just 2. So it's been the hope of the association to be able to just have the 2 corner posts and eliminate the 2 internal posts so that they have a larger expanse of screening.
Point to those again, James.
Pardon?
Point to those again.
Oh, sure, I'm sorry. So this area right here is the new screen lanai. It's showing 1, 2, 3, 4 posts at the ground floor as well as at the second floor. We're going to propose to do it just with 1 and 2 in the corners.
Okay. Remove the middle.
The other thing that we are proposing within this design is the existing railings for the staircase are kind of the old traditional vertical balustrades. We're proposing to replace them with a more contemporary cable rail system. And that system is framed out of composite as well, so there is no maintenance. And the cables are stainless steel with turnbuckles at their ends. We would use that same system as the guardrails surrounding the screened lanais up on the second floors. David, back to the menu again, if you don't mind. Sorry. And there it is. Great. This is actually an internal view of the community. We're actually in between the veranda units and the courtyard units, and in this particular view, we're looking towards 3rd Street South. We have 2nd Street to our back. 6th Avenue South is to the left, and then the service drive would be over to the right. This slide clearly illustrates the new wraparound porch structure that we're proposing and how we're introducing the screen material on the vertical surfaces as well as around the roof line. And then in the distance, you can kind of see where we're adding roof structure over existing patio space. Here's a view of one of the new screened lanai structures as well as over here. And then this is looking at, again, a veranda unit, but now this clearly illustrates the space that we added. In the past, the covered patio area was simply from the wall to this column and then back to this wall, which measured 6 feet by 18 feet. We've extended this roof over this area and made the outdoor living space now 12 feet by 24 feet. that was the drive behind getting the variance that we fortunately were able to obtain. I do have Christian Andrea here to speak a little bit about the landscaping that we're proposing. But in closing, this is a relatively old community within downtown Naples, sorely in need of a renovation. And we believe that what we're proposing here not only is a benefit to the Palm Court community, but it's a benefit to the city of Naples as well.
Good afternoon, Christian Andrea with Architectural Land Design, landscape architect, Naples. I'm not in the back of your package, I don't think. David, I think it's a different file. That's James's file. There we go. Thank you. It's good to have people. This is the existing conditions. We've located the perimeter plant material conceptually, the big massing and whatnot. The bulk of our work is happening internal to the site. So this central corridor that you see on this portion of the site is where our work is. So we've gone through and identified the shrubbery and material that's in that location. Our proposed plan, this shows in yellow the areas that are impacted. As James indicated, the internal walkway system is being changed from concrete pavers to permeable pavers. Many of them are being widened. Some of them are not 3 feet wide, so for ADA, they're not compliant. There's some slope issues and whatnot that are going to be addressed as well. Let me jump to the end to show you a little bit of the existing conditions. It's a bit of a labyrinth or maze when you walk through here. There are really tall hedges and tunnels walking through, very tight, very awkward. So we're trying to revisit the scale. There is a need for privacy between the units. So what I've done here, it's a little unorthodox or a little different from our usual plan set. I've tried to show 3 different conditions because we're actually dealing with 6 different homeowners. So each homeowner has got a need and a desire for a different effect, and I don't have solutions for exactly what each homeowner wants. So we developed 3 different scenarios of which the homeowners would pick from and say either option A, B, or C to do that. In hindsight, staff has identified that I should have put some size specifications on the plan, so maybe we can add that to the conversation today. But the first option is one of putting a hedge there. That's not my favorite option because that's what they have right now, and it's just accentuating the tunnel. In my opinion, if one person has a hedge on the other side, then the person on the opposite side doesn't need a full 6-foot hedge and could do something that's smaller, this medium one, option B, where I show 2 layers of plant material. So they still get the benefit of sitting on their lanai, looking across at privacy, and the occasional passerby might be, inconvenient, but I don't think there's that much of that happening. So my B scenario to me is my preferred scenario to complement the opposite side whenever there's effective buffer. That may or may not work for people, and people may just want their 6-foot tall screen. So option A was putting in a 6-foot tall hedge, and I listed 3 or 4 different species there that we thought were suitable. Again, giving them some flexibility. Currently, there's a lot of ficus and things like that that we're trying to get out of the equation. Plants I had spec'd were Podocarpus clausia, whatever that is, and cocoa plum and Simpson stopper. So those 3 or 4 plants we think are good choices. The low shrub options, we developed a mid-level, let's say 3-foot range, and that was going to be dwarf cheffleria, variegated cheff, or cocoa plum, something along those lines. And then the mid layer or the lower layer would have been the liriope, wax jasmine, Indian hawthorn, those kind of sub-knee height or shorter species. So that layering level I thought was good. The third scenario that I proposed was building a lattice, which for all practical purposes is a 6-foot tall fence with wiring on it that we would cover in likely Confederate jasmine, and I think that was the only plant I listed for that one. So those were my 3 different scenarios, and I was trying to give each homeowner the individuality of one of these selections. These are not visible to the outside world, so this is all purely internal. So I thought that's where some latitude could come in if DRB considers that acceptable. If not, I'll have to create a detailed plan for each one of these homeowners and meet with them specifically. And at this point, we had an initial meeting a while back trying to put this together, and we didn't have access to all the residents to be able to put down a specific design solution for each person. So that's why we're a little unorthodox in this plan presentation. So that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to try to answer any questions.
Very good. David, we'll start with you.
Probably what seems to be missing is the sidewalk, the details of the sidewalk. And
I could easily have added that. Permeable pavers, I mean, the detail's quite standard. It's 57 stone underneath there, but we could add that or make that a condition of staff review or whatnot to add.
I don't think that's necessary. How wide it is, and
It is intended as being 3 foot minimum. We would do the 5x5s wherever we have an intersection. Currently, there's a lot of it that's 30 inches, I think we measured in the field. So we would bring it ADA compliant. I believe I only have 10 feet from building to building, so it's a very narrow corridor. So that's where we're trying to be efficient with the space.
Yeah.
I would love it to be wider, but I think we get a little cozy walking between these structures.
and then the buildings have access from the.
They were all, actually, almost all of them. The peripheral ones have stairs. Because there's the ground drops off on the outside edge, so there's stairs there. I don't know if there's a way to get ramps to those. We'd have to look at that. Internally, I felt we were all ADA compliant. The peripheral, specifically the west side, I think it's 2 or 3 steps up. That would have been awkward. But the perimeter, internally, I think we all had a pretty much ADA compliant access point.
Yeah.
And the driveway to were we able to get the access to the motor court, or do we have stairs on that one?
It's ramped.
Okay. There was a couple spots that we were looking at, and this was just a benefit to the project, so it was swapping out one material for the other, so that was why we didn't think of this as being part of the DRB per se, but it should have been.
How much do these sidewalks get used? Are they the main entryway or not?
The internal walkways are the sole means of being able to access your units. The units that exist along the service drive, those 6 units, they park their cars within the carports which are along the service drive, and then there are 3 doorways that kind of bring you into that 10-foot wide area, and you can go right into one unit, or you can go around and come into the other unit.
Oh, thank you. I was just, I didn't know, but I was thinking these really lend themselves to courtyards, but not if there's a lot of people walking through them.
Mm-hmm.
That's
not a
all.
lot of space. It's very cozy, as Christian put it in there.
Mike? No, you can't. You're not. You can't.
I want to.
You're not here. You're not here. We don't see you. Adrian.
Mr. Andrea, I love the concept that you've developed, and I think it's perfectly appropriate at this stage to keep it loose in this way, to just let people have that customizable option for their home. I think that's really interesting and elegant and a neat solution, and I hope we see more of that kind of stuff, because that's really dynamic and I think will serve the end users very well. So that's exciting to see. Also, just your presentation is like really, really good. I love, thank you for the diagrams. They're so clean and clear and just crisp. It's like, so that's great. The plant palettes I like a great deal. Architecturally speaking, Mr. Canafo, I think, what I recognize before and now is that what I like about it is that you're engaging the Florida vernacular in a way that's not kitschy. You're engaging architectural embellishment in a way that's not just glowing and nod randomly. It's like systematic. It's actually, sculpting, it's helping to sculpt the home itself or the properties themselves. So I really appreciate, I understand what that takes to get there, but I really appreciate that you're thinking in that way for our community, because this is the type of infrastructure and this is the type of thinking that could really, provide us with some longevity. So I just really like the project a great deal. It is a very tight site. It's not, I mean, this is tough, and y'all did a really wonderful job, so congratulations.
Lindsay?
Yes, another wonderful presentation. I would just like to say that I do prefer the silver over the bronze, so.
Homeowners will be happy to hear that. There was a lot of debate.
Yeah, no, I think it just looks really crisp and clean. I mean, bronze is great, but I think for this particular project, it really thrives with the silver. And then I would agree with Adrian to a point about giving the client their own selections. If maybe there was more than just 6. I feel like if you get half of them one way and the other half the other, and they don't kind of vibe together, like, you're gonna know best about what would suit. So I don't know, but then again, we don't really get to see this, so it's actually not really in our scope to comment, because it's not, you know, visible to the public realm. But I would try, I'm sure you will try and guide them as best you can. I like the combination of, I understand the tunnel, but I like how the play on A and B, but I also really like the lattice. So if you could sprinkle it out, I think you.
Actually, if I could add, there are narrow portions on the side, like the picture on the right. The walkway's a little, or the landscape strip skinnier. So it is likely that that solution will be the solution for one of the side yards. But when we have more landscape depth, then we could do option A or B in those conditions. And again, I like the idea of walking through and having, you know, less landscape on both sides of me.
Right.
So if I can sell it,
Yes.
to have them bounce and get their, because they're used to that level of privacy. And I'm trying to change their vision a little bit.
You gotta get them out of Alice in Wonderland. But really, really great. I think it's a very successful project.
I want to play off of what Lindsay just said about these landscape options. I think it's very creative to do it. But if you kind of let your homeowners go run roughshod, you could have a very spotty piece of, you know, even though it was a tunnel, there was a uniformity to those walkways that became a muse. You know, I think if you had your A-B situation, Christian, where it went all the way down the walk and it had that relation, but if you have a hedge on this side and none on the other side, and it's going to be very spotty. So I think you have to somewhat control. Also, our lovely renderings here don't really show us the impact of what's going to happen along there. And you're right, it's probably going to have much more of a tunnel effect than these renderings are showing at this point. And I'm just, yes, there's an issue of privacy, but there's also an issue of light. You put a hedge there against all of that nice screen, you're now you're reducing the amount of light that's going into the thing. But that, again, it's an owner. And I somewhat disagree about it. Just because we can't see it from the street doesn't make it a design issue.
I didn't want to overstep.
You know, because people walk through there, you know, we look at the whole complex and the whole projects. Just because you can't see something, then we take that case, well, rears of building, we're not interested in the facade in the rear of the building. Well, we are. You know, just because we can't see it from the street, it's still an important design issue. That gets me another, yeah, I'm sorry to see you want to take 2 columns out of those lanais. For one very good reason. If you bring up the rendering of the, you had that corner unit,
David's got it.
which, that one. You've created a rhythm of columns that are, you know, somewhat square, a little taller than wider, and it's a very nice proportion to the house, and it breaks up that pie, which when you went to the 2-story lanai, if we can bring that back up, you've kind of done the same thing there with those 4 columns. I think if you lose those 2 columns, you're going to end up with you're going to lose the texture and the rhythm of that and the consistency of the rhythm within the rest of the house. And I'd really love to see those 2 columns left alone, because that's what we approved when we first came in, and I'd love to see them stay there.
It's a good point, Steve. The rhythm of the columns on the wraparound areas is roughly every 6 feet. And when I designed those lanais, I spaced out the center one 6 feet apart, and then I've got a residual on each side of roughly about 4.5 feet.
Nice.
So it is a nice way of kind of tying the courtyard units back into the other units. I don't know, is it a deal breaker for you, Steve?
I'm going to push back a little. I'd love to see you retain those because you only have them in 3 locations, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I really think it.
What about if we keep them down on the ground level and then we let it open up on the second level?
Steve, I'm gonna have to push back on you. I think he's right. If we were to dissipate the columns as they go up, I think it makes sense because they're not large spans.
I would.
They're erroneous because they're not actually holding structure, you know?
You don't need to push back. I think what he's talking about, because that rhythm is on the other buildings is at the ground level.
Mm-hmm.
And if you maintain it at the ground level and then eliminate them in the second level, that's probably.
As well, on the second level, you have the added element of the cable rail that starts
Yes.
to break down the scale in the vertical direction as opposed to the horizontal direction. So I think we kind of came up with a really nice enhancement to the design in this discussion, which is what happens when good architects talk to each other.
Are the 2 columns on the top,
Mm-hmm.
are they aligned with columns underneath them?
Yes.
Of course, obviously, yeah. So, yeah, I don't know.
And I like the fact that you maintain your 6 foot and then had 2 narrow ones on the
Mm-hmm.
side. That it's a very different space than the screened enclosures, and you handle that very nicely.
Thank you.
Good job. Yeah, if that was a condition you're acceptable,
Thank you.
can deal with, I would deal with that. It won't be a deal breaker now.
I think it's a better design because of this discussion.
Okay. Staff report.
Good afternoon. For the record, Leslie Dolmer with the City of Naples Planning Department. My resume and qualifications are on file with this petition, and I've been previously certified as an expert in planning and zoning matters. This item is 22 DRB 15, which is a request for final design review for the Palm Court condominium complex. As the Design Review Board will recall, you considered this for preliminary design at the January 2022 meeting, and you approved the design with 4 conditions. Those conditions were that the petitioner would provide further details related to the proposed building materials and colors. Number 2, the petitioner will provide dimensioned and scaled elevation drawings for each unit that demonstrate the existing conditions and proposed changes. Number 3, that the petitioner will address the crime prevention through environmental design concepts with the final design review submittal. And number 4, that the petitioner will provide an analysis of the proposed development's compatibility with the applicable guidelines and standards as required by Section 50-241-13. Following the preliminary design review meeting, a variance petition was submitted for the extension of the roof areas on those ground floor lanai spaces. And it went through the process, and in March of 2022, City Council adopted Resolution 2022-14815, which approved that variance request, subject to the condition that the paver system be modified to permeable. And that's kind of critical because, as you read in my staff report, I have a number of concerns that I brought up with respect to a handful of the criteria. I do think that the architectural plans submitted with the final design review include additional sheets that address condition number 2, which was the dimension and scaled elevation drawings. And I also believe that the architect provided details with respect to the building materials proposed and the colors proposed in their final design review submittal. However, the petitioner failed to provide a response to the crime prevention through environmental design criteria, and other than stating in the affirmative that it was consistent, did not provide an analysis on how the project was consistent with applicable regulations. So it's up to the Design Review Board to determine whether those preliminary conditions 1 through 4 have been met by this submittal. And that's just staff's analysis of the submittal as provided. So we have a handful of issues. The one related directly to the variance approval was related to permeable pavers and a paving system on the sidewalk. None of the plans provided, in staff's opinion, fully identify where that paver system is being installed. There is one note, I believe, on one of the landscape plans. It's not clear if it's the entire paver system or if it's just that particular location, and that was a detail that was lacking and needed to be addressed in staff's opinion. Similarly, with respect to the landscape elements proposed by the landscape architect, they provide a series of 3 options that are conceptual at best. There's not a specific planting schedule, material schedule, sizes, things of that nature. And it's not clear because, again, the plant material and the planting design is not specific, that those designs would actually meet the criteria that the landscape installed gives the appearance that it's settled into a mature area. And because this is a complex that is existing, that has other mature landscaping, we want to ensure that anything that's installed on these on the units where the work is being proposed does continue to give that appearance that it is settled into a mature area, because the remainder of the site is. Along the same lines with respect to the crime prevention through environmental design, the key principles of that SEPTED is to enhance the safety and livability of the built environment by emphasizing concepts of natural surveillance and territorial reinforcement. Staff has some real concerns that 2 out of the 3 concepts for the landscape would actually reduce the natural surveillance of those courtyard designs. As petitioners testified today, the only way to get to these particular units is through this sidewalk system from the parking on the south end of the project internal. That's the internal pedestrian movement. That's how you access your site. And of all the landscaping is such that it is a solid wall of landscape material that really reduces the natural surveillance of those spaces and the safety of the overall community. And the staff was, this issue was just not addressed at all in the submittal documents. And again, we found that the landscape was really in conflict with this concept. And then finally, it's not clear, and the petitioner did not provide analysis as to how the proposed development is in conformity with all the effective guidelines and standards adopted pursuant to this article and other applicable ordinances, and especially with respect to that variance approval resolution related to the sidewalk condition. So that's staff's analysis of the petition. We did notice the petition to surrounding property owners within 1,000 feet. We did not receive any communication related to this request, and we are available for questions.
What I'm hearing from staff report, and when I did read the staff report, it does give me concerns that similar to an earlier application, that the architecture is firm, but the landscape is a little squishy yet. And maybe we want to consider kind of a revisit on some of the landscaping after they've had a chance to talk to each one of the owners and work out a scheme here, and then at the same time address where the pavement is going and how they're dealing with septic.
I have one reservation with respect to that, Chair.
How does that go?
The resolution for the variance was clear that the paving sidewalk system needed to be installed. That was a condition of approval of the
Okay, so that's a done deal.
I'm hesitant to not have that information with respect to the final design review, allow them to move forward with building permits that may or may not be consistent with that variance approval.
It is the intention of the petitioner to replace all internal concrete sidewalks with the permeable
We actually
pavers.
color-coded them, so that was the intent, our representation. So everything within the private site is a gray color, so that was our attempt at graphically representing what would become permeable pavers.
Not very clear.
Everything.
Sidewalks are always gray.
Up to the concrete sidewalk that belongs
Well, the
to
outside one's gray, this is warm gray, so.
Yeah, that's not
enough.
very clear.
So the ones on from the street to the building you're leaving alone as concrete, it's just within these mews.
The concrete sidewalks that run parallel to 2nd, 6th, and 3rd Street, those belong to the city. We don't touch those. But the connections to them from the property, those will be
Okay,
permeable pavers.
so the public sidewalks stay alone. Everything from the public sidewalk in your site is going to be new.
All the cream color is permeable, all the gray is existing concrete.
Well, it's hard to see cream from gray on the screen.
This sort of proves my
Starting right there,
concern.
going all the way in to this point, and then here's the other city sidewalk, so all
You
of
need to be
these-
on a microphone, Mr. Knopf.
Now I have to put my glasses on.
We get it. Okay.
Okay, so this is the city sidewalk, city sidewalk, city sidewalk. This is the connection to the city sidewalk. That would be new pavers. Everything internally, even, the only thing we're not going to do the permeable pavers is the pool deck. That would remain concrete. However, the walkway from the city sidewalk into the community would be permeable pavers. And that was the agreement that we
We
had.
had letter A pointing to 3 different places for the sidewalk. One was here. Sorry, I'm not left-handed.
Ms. Dulmer, in order to comply with this, this part, you know, at this point, you know, what would be a method that would be appropriate on y'all's end?
Well, I pulled up the resolution again from City Council to make sure that there wasn't anything more specific in terms of square footage. And there's not a specific square footage.
Because we don't
related
have
to
square footage calcs.
We don't have it at all.
So that was the concern, but there's not a designated square footage. that
No,
we
there
have
is
to
not
meet so
with
that we
respect
don't
to that
have a
variance
resident-
request. If the board is comfortable with the testimony provided today, that we're clear about that area, that's one thing, but I wanted to draw attention to that particular
No, I
point.
appreciate you mentioning that, because that's critical, you know what I mean?
It was
And
staff's opinion that was a critical element.
Another thing is the defensible space, that's critical too, because I, you know, honestly, I obfuscated to remember that, and like that, you know, really high hedge. So when we're dealing with a community that's kind of used to that and accustomed to that, and that's what it is, I mean, is it within the authority of our board to be like, okay, that's it, time for defensible space landscaping, you know, ideologies to be integrated into this? I mean, do we have that ability, or are there like privacy rights where, no, if I want an 8-foot hedge, that's just it, is what it is?
The criteria in section 50-241 states the project incorporates defensible space concepts of the crime prevention through environmental design.
So that's as clear as a bell.
That's
So
that. If the board finds that they have incorporated concepts of that, then
yeah.
that is the determination of the board.
Well,
There's not a
architecturally, the
quantitative.
wraparound porches, that's a wonderful aspect of defensible space, right? Because you have folks just naturally watching the neighborhood. You know, the second-story balconies, that's another aspect of defensible space. The concept of actually creating physical plant boundaries around, I mean, that's, you know, critical for defensible space. The only thing I think there's a deviation is maybe in those full-height hedges, like you say, because that's not comfortable. You're walking late at night, and it's just everybody chose a big hedge, and now I mean, that's not a comfortable situation. So I think that is worth addressing. I mean, how do y'all feel about that? Because I feel like that,
Well, the photo on the bottom in the middle is a good concept. I mean, that's existing in the middle on the bottom.
Yep.
And where it has a small tree and low shrubs underneath of it. And it gives you a veil, and I think a sense of privacy, yet a person inside can see out pretty well. That might be a good option.
I mean, the challenge is it's existing almost 100% 6-foot cavernous hedges on both sides, which is not at all compliant. To be compliant, we'd have to tell these people, we got to rip out all your
I mean,
landscape
that's,
and go 18 inches
we
taller.
hit a threshold where compliance becomes part of the deal, or no, this is their property rights, we don't have the ability to.
It was staff's understanding that landscaping was coming down in order to do the renovations related to the screen enclosures.
Which it would have to build this.
So then they would need to, then it's gone, that point. So then new landscaping would be installed, and it's staff's analysis that this criteria was just simply not addressed, and we felt it was important to point out where we had some inconsistencies. How the board wants that addressed and to what level is the determination of the board.
So this landscaping is coming out no matter what?
Only the side that's being worked on. So you've got half the units that's not being touched. So
The
north-
two-story units will not, my understanding, the
But
two-story
half of
units
the
would not be.
neighborhoods
But it's
getting ripped.
it's all the units on the south edge of the property would have the landscaping coming out because those are the ones that are having the extended lanai area.
I guess one could argue that only those would be forced to keep short 18, 24-inch tall plants. They don't get the ability to do the lattice or the taller hedge, and that's part of the price of what they're
What
doing.
about, you know, if one of the options, as our resident landscape architect was discussing, is, you know, the idea of, you know, reveal and conceal, where you have maybe a ligustrum.
I have 3 feet.
But here's where
Ligustrums,
the concept plans were, we had a concern with.
Guava.
Can I maybe, yeah, why don't we do this? I'm gonna make a suggestion here and see how it flies. I think we're clear that we have permeable pavers throughout the site. So I think that your concern there, they've testified to the fact, they've committed to the fact, we could have them documented. But it seems to me that there's enough discussion about the landscape issues here and how you deal with your tenants and the septet issues that I think it deserves a deeper dive into the landscape design and finalize it and to bring it back. Specifically, when you guys have to go out to the site and inspect it, you want to have some idea what you're looking at. And we would like, I have some concerns about if you let these tenants go roughshod, you're going to end up with a mess back there. So similar to what we did earlier today, I would suggest to my board that we approve the architecture and, if you want, the permeable pavers with the agreement that the landscape comes back, showing those pavers and showing how you deal with septet and how you finally resolve these things with the owners. If that's acceptable to the board.
Oh, yeah, I think so.
I think that.
Well, doesn't the sidewalk have to be 36 inches?
Correct.
Okay.
That's what he's doing, yeah. He's doing 3 foot. Is that acceptable to is that acceptable to you guys?
That's good, thank you.
Okay.
Chair Ruby, I missed a little bit of the discussion related to the columns on those second-story balconies. So when we get ready for a motion, if we can just clarify that.
Yeah, we're going to leave them alone on the ground floor.
Okay.
Okay, and eliminate the two middle ones on the second floor. That's simple.
I also would like to mention petitioner provided documents, their presentation materials with respect to the roof material in the window color, the window frame colors are inconsistent with what you were provided in your package material. If the board is comfortable with that potential color scheme, which it sounded like you were.
What color are they now? I'm sorry.
It was more of a gray silver roof rather than bronze.
He just gave us a sample of the roof. We have a sample of the roof.
Oh, so that's a new color?
I've updated what's in the
I like
portal
that.
to reflect what I've presented today.
Okay, what I would suggest, and if it's appropriate if the board is comfortable with this, what I've done is I've revised the section in the resolution to mention the architectural renderings prepared by James Knopfel Architect, presented by James Knopfel at the 6/22/22 meeting, and that way we have the correct documents referenced, and we don't have to have a whole litany of conditions reflected to that materials change.
Perfect.
Yeah, I think that works.
Thank you, Leslie.
Is there any other discussion? Is there any comments from the audience? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll motion to approve, oh Lord have mercy.
Would you like me to read back the conditions that I?
Is it 6E just?
E.
Yeah,
This is where I am. Okay, 6E.
And I lost it.
I'd like to make a motion to approve 6E 22-DRB 15, a resolution determining final design review petition 22-DRB 15 for exterior facade renovations and landscape changes for the Palm Court condominium on the property located at 212-2786 6th Avenue South, 635 2nd Street South, and 600 through 660 3rd Street South. This motion is made contingent upon the inclusion of staff conditions 1 through 3.
There are 3 conditions. One is second floor balconies will utilize 2 columns rather than 4. Second condition is permeable pavers will be installed for all walkways internal to the subject property. And number 3, that the landscape plans must return for further final design review.
Leslie, can we clarify relative to the pool decks? I don't want them to get confused with internal walkways.
Only sidewalks, not pool deck.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay.
So we're approving the architecture, and the condition is the landscape comes back to us.
Yep.
Okay, it's clear? Okay. Do I entertain a motion?
Second. You mean?
We already have the motion, you second it, okay?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Vice Chair Bullock?
Yes.
Member Drapesy?
Yes.
Alternate Member Fawcett?
I've got to recuse myself.
He's recused.
Member Frederickson, Member Orion,
Yes.
Chair Ruby.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, may I make just a few housekeeping items?
Go right ahead.
So during this last item, we did have two of our members abstaining, and they were appointed officers. So under Section 112.3143, they will be required to fill out a Form 8B, and neither of them made any attempt to influence the decision except by except following their disclosure. So I want to go ahead and read the two requirements. First is that they must disclose orally the nature of their conflict in the measure that was before participating, which they did. And second, and I think importantly, they have to complete this form, and it is Form 8B, and the clerk will be providing it to you. So the form needs to be filled out and filed with the clerk after the vote occurs with the person responsible for recording the minutes. And it must be incorporated into the minutes of today's meeting. And a copy of the form must be provided immediately to other members of the agency, and that would be once it's filed. And then the form must be read publicly at the next meeting after the form is filed. So it's a pretty simple one-page form for record keeping.
And Leslie, the obligation to read that form will be on next agenda.
At the next meeting, and that would be Member Frederickson and Member Fawcett.
You got to remind me, I'll never remember that. Okay, thank you, Council. All right, next item is 6F 22-DRB 16. It's a resolution determining a preliminary design review petition for 22-DRB 16 for new development on a property located at 599 River Point Drive. And who's presenting?
Mr. Chairman, I'm assuming you're going to work through to get through the entire agenda?
That is our intention.
Okay, because the last petition on there is really one that we need to get heard today. So I don't know if you want to flip that one, do the Nautilus project now, and then move on, unless you're going to be here.
We're here until we finish. You know.
Okay, good. Got a little nervous when one board member stepped out.
Okay.
There's several people that are going to be. I assume swear them in.
First of all, identify yourself for the record.
My name is Bert Saunders with the Gray Robinson Law Firm representing the petitioner, and we have several folks here that are going to be testifying, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. And those ready to testify, please be sworn in.
Will all those intending to give testimony who have not already been sworn, please rise and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Very good.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to be really...
We have to do disclosures.
Oh, sorry.
From, David?
I've reviewed the submittal.
I've been to the site and I've reviewed the application and documents.
I've been to the site and reviewed the application and documents as well.
I too have been to the site and reviewed the application.
I have visited the site and reviewed the application.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Podium is yours.
This is a petition that actually, at this particular location, there's already an approved project at this particular location. It was approved for 5 restaurants, underground parking, and then commercial on the just that one floor of restaurants. This is a new project, and Mr. Harry Zia is the project developer and owner. And I'm going to have him come on up and explain just briefly what his vision is for this project. When he concludes, we have Peter Kulicki with PK Studios, who will go through all of the architectural renderings at this point, and then Christian Andrea will go through the landscape issues. This is really a very preliminary review of this particular project. We're here for preliminary design review board approval. We're going to have to go through City Council and Planning Board because there will be transient lodging units on this project, and in the C2A district that requires conditional use. And in addition, it's in the airport overlay, so we'll ultimately go through getting approval from the airport authority for this project. It's well within the height limits of what's permitted in that airport overlay district. So there'll be no issues there, but that's just part of the process that we have to go through. So I'd ask Mr. Zia if he'd come on up, explain his vision of this project, and then Mr. Kulicki will jump right into the architectural work.
I've been sworn in. I'm all set. Harry Zia, developer for the project known as the Viceroy. This project, I purchased the previous iteration of the project on the site, which was, as Bert had mentioned, the 5 restaurants. There was a lot of pushback, even after we had already submitted for underground parking permits. We actually submitted. We were at that stage. There was a lot of pushback, both regarding the use, as far as the amount of traffic per day. Even though we were comfortable with the position we were in, when the market presented itself to make things better for everybody, which was this ultimate design, which you're going to see before you, this is a gateway piece to the city. It's in part of the Duarte plan. He references this as a key piece to when you come in to the city of Naples, what the feeling is going to be. And the rest of Naples is amazing, pretty much come in any direction. And then we have this vacant lot sitting there for a lot of years, right? It was gonna be a marina at one point. They actually were gonna dredge it out. Then we had the restaurant concept. And ultimately, we've settled on this Viceroy concept, which is 12 transient lodging units over office space, which would be limited to approximately about 100 cars to park the entire site, which is down from 385 from the restaurant criteria. We are going to put in order to make it more pleasant for the owners of these transient units and guests, as well as the offices, we are going to take that entire front half of the project and dedicate it to large mature trees, so that we create almost a barrier between 41 and the building itself. We've been working with Christian Andrea and with PK Studios. The design of this building, although not an architect, love design. I like things that are different. I like things that are not being done over and over again. This inspiration came from a 1960s Miami, where you started to use concrete, the Fontainebleau being the first alliteration of that. And you started to use concrete in amorphous shapes where you weren't angled all over the place. That's why this rounded shape of this building comes to be, is because I was looking for something a little softer than what we've been seeing over the last 7 to 10 years. So that's, each one of those on the second and third floor are individual units. There's only 6 units on top, 6 units in the middle, and then the office space. They do have rooftop amenities. We made it a point to stay under the height, to stay under the coverage, to ask for no variances outside of a conditional use for the transient lodging on the second and third, which is pretty remarkable if you think about it. We're not asking for any special dispensation regarding expanding the size of the project. We're trying to stay within the rules. And the airport overlay, we already had approval for a 48-unit concept on this site. We're going to go back to them, of course, because it's a smaller, but although similar transient lodging, it is different, and we would go back to them, of course. We are, as we recognize, going before City Council for that conditional use only, as that aforementioned variance. And we love the project. We think it's really sexy from the water and from 41. We're paying attention to all the detail. Worked out a nice relationship with the neighbors, which is the yacht club. We're going to be providing them with underground secured parking. And that's something that's also going to clean up that transition between the two buildings, which is the Beaumere condominium complex. So hopefully that, that gives you the information you need. But we brought in the professionals to kind of give you the overview. So if anybody has any questions, or I'll leave it to the pros.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, guys. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Peter with PK Studios, Peter Kulicki, here to present the Viceroy Project Preliminary DRB, located at the corner of 5th Avenue South and River Point Drive. As was mentioned, there was a previous approval on this site in 2016 that has since expired. So the current version of the building is a mixed-use structure consisting of partially underground parking, downstairs offices, 2 levels of transient lodging, and rooftop amenities. There's a traffic light at this intersection. A little bit about the context of the site. We've got on the south and east, the Gordon River and Naples Bay Resort directly opposite. We have the Bomer condominiums that are directly adjacent along River Point Drive. Those are 4- and 5-story buildings that exist. That condominium complex has been recently renovated. I don't know how long ago that was done, but there's been some improvements made there. Naples Bay Yacht Storage across the street. That's a 3-level boat storage complex. And the Hyatt House directly across US 41, across that traffic light. There's a parking count on this sheet. I'm going to talk about parking when we get to some of the enlarged plans. And I'm going to skip the garage just for a second and start with the main deck floor plan so things make a little bit more sense. The existing grade on this site moves up as you move toward the bridge over the Gordon River. So there's about a 4 to 5 foot difference between River Point Drive and the sidewalk at the actual end of the site heading towards the bridge. So the site elevation itself is about 4 to 5 feet NABD. The elevation at River Point Drive is around 5 or 6 feet. And then the sidewalk moves up 41 until it gets to about 10 or 11 feet, right almost where you see that pedestrian access arrow there. So the idea with this project is to set the main deck level, which is the plan that's in front of you, right at 10 feet. And that'll allow us to catch that pedestrian access as it heads to the bridge at that point in the top right of the plan there. The setbacks on the site are 20 feet from the 2 roadways and 0 from the rear. The vehicular circulation on the site, the main entry is off River Point Drive, and from that point you have the option of either traversing down into the lower garage level or turning left and parking on the upper deck, which is meant mostly for the commercial components of the site. The pedestrian circulation is, we talked about the one that's heading towards the bridge there, right by that turnaround. That's one pedestrian access point. The second one, which is lower, it's at around an elevation of 5. That's at the bottom left of this plan, and that's off of River Point Drive, and that gives you direct access to traverse along the water and kind of connects back up to the second pedestrian access point. The commercial areas here park at 1 per 300, so we're required about 47 spaces. Most of that is handled up on this deck level, and part of it is on the garage level below. The marina, or the proposed new docks on the southeast of the site, those are meant for the use of the transient lodging units upstairs. So there's no parking dedicated to that, but there are 10 spaces dedicated to, based on an agreement with the neighboring property, a prior parking agreement. So you'll see on the parking calcs that 10 spaces have been assigned to that. Overall, about 14,000 square feet of commercial space. It's a mix of office space, a marina shop. This is considered marina status, and some common conference rooms also on this level. And all of that is oriented to face out over a large paver deck, and also the pool area. The pool serves the transient lodging units. They also have their own private spas up on the roof deck, but they have a common pool at this level. Go back over to the garage. So you'll see on the bottom left-hand side, that's the ramp that comes down from the main vehicle entry to the site. This is all one-way circulation all the way around the floor. The transient lodging, that parks at 1.25, so we're required 15. We actually have quite a bit more. We have 36. Most of those are handled within these private garages. And there are also some associated storage spaces down at this level. So this is a typical upper floor, second floor, and third floor. There's 6 units per floor. Each unit has balconies that face essentially in 2 directions, south and east, for the best views. The owner's actually done a view corridor study of this site to understand exactly what people are going to be looking at. So that's why you see the building oriented the way it is. The building also flips at the midpoint, so you'll notice that units 1 through 3 look like they're slightly twisted from 4, 5, 6. That's intentional, and that's, again, because of the view corridor study and what those units will be looking at. So 1, 2, 3, the living rooms face in one direction, and you'll see that 4, 5, and 6, they face in the opposite direction. And that's based on the adjacent buildings and again, what they're going to be able to look at from those units and from the balconies. These are your typical units. There are 3 unit types in the building, 2 end units and the typical unit that flips in the middle of the building. They're all 4-bedroom units, and they range between 4,000 and 4,500 square feet under air. The roof is a reusable roof deck. It's got elevator and stair access from each unit. There are 12 private rooftop terraces available, 1 for each unit. And those will have private spas, partially covered pergola areas for seating, and views are going to be very similar to what you experience down in the units below, except at a higher elevation. The areas near the elevators, which are located kind of in the center core of this building, are going to be covered for rain protection. So this is a conceptual section of the building. Floor heights are 12 feet for the garage, 9 feet for the typical floors, and 13 feet for the roof towers. FEMA currently on this site is at 7 feet. And we've decided to set our main level slab at 10 feet. And the reason for that is the new FEMA maps that are coming out. And because of the timing of that, we believe we're going to be in the 9-foot zone by the time this is all said and done. So we're going to need to be up at 10 feet. So as it stands, the building is designed with that main slab at 10 feet, but still compliant with the current FEMA height at 42. So when we come back with this through final, we may be adding an extra 2 feet to the building, which would still be compliant since we're measuring that from FEMA, but just depends on the timing of everything. So again, the height in C2A is limited to 42 feet. In this case, that's measured from 8 feet, which is the design flood elevation, up to 50 feet, which is the top of our elevator and stair towers. The grade on the site, again, is between 5 and 10 feet. So let me go back to the site plan here. On the River Point Drive US 41 corner, what you'll actually see is about 5 feet of the garage level coming out from the ground. And as you progressively move toward the bridge side of the site on the east, that'll reduce until the top of the garage is essentially flush with the sidewalk and drive elevation. So, and I understand this is a curved building, so these 2D views are not the greatest, but I have some renderings that I'll show in just a minute that I'll help you understand a little bit of what's going on. But there are a lot of curved forms on this building. We're using glass railings, curved balconies, variation in massing to try to break up the facades as best as we can. And one of the things you'll notice, especially on these 2 elevations, that top floor, the roof level, all those pergola and stair towers and everything else is really internal to that footprint. So when you look at the renderings, you can see that this building reads a lot lower than it could, I think, and it's pretty compatible in terms of massing and scale with what's surrounding it. The exterior materials on this building, this is going to be a ventilated porcelain tile cladding system. I think Carrie described that at one of the past meetings, and that's something he wants to do. It's for energy efficiency and also for the looks of the building. One of the things you can see on this elevation, the north elevation, is the way the grading changes on the site. So on the right-hand side is the elevation by River Point Drive. That's where you can see more of the building, and then as you progressively work your way towards the left, you're able to see more and more of, less and less of that floor, and eventually it becomes flush with the top of the garage. So this view is from the southeast. This is looking over the Gordon River. You've got the existing docks on the left-hand side of the image, the new docks on the right-hand side of the image. This is a pretty good view of what the pedestrian connection is going to feel like as you move from the River Point Drive entrance, which is on the very far left of the image, around the site over to the very far right of the image, which is a connection up to the sidewalk that follows US 41. And I did bring a couple of more images to show you today. This is slightly modified view looking directly as if you're sort of standing next to that bridge over the water. So in this image here, you can see a little bit better the end unit balconies and how deep those actually are, and how they work to shield the sun from really hitting on that glass facade there. You can also see the turnaround on the right-hand side and that parking deck, and those two staircases that follow that turnaround. That's the connection down to the dock areas and the pedestrian walkways. This is also one of our two proposed sign locations. So this faces east over the bridge approach into the city. This is a view from the traffic light. Also shows the adjacent context, which is the existing condominium project. So a couple things. Here you'll see the second signage location, which, let me just point out, would be right on this wall here, kind of facing the corner directly. And you'll also see the buffer that was described previously along US 41. And part of the reason for that is to ensure that the folks that are in the transient units on the second and third floors are not looking down at cars necessarily. They have a decent view over the top of those trees and being able to look out. That concludes everything I have. Christian is here to review the landscape architecture, and then be happy to take questions.
Good afternoon, Christian Andrea with Architectural Land Design, landscape architect, 2780 South Horseshoe. Let's go to that one. The site currently is a vacant site. There are royal palms along the north part of our property, which is on the south side of 41. They are designated as street trees. They currently exist on private property, so we are all efforts to keep them in place. If I recall, in a previous version of this property, we had toyed with replacing them with all consistent trees. At this point, we haven't really had that dialogue yet, but those are critical, I guess, in the streetscape there.
Can I take this opportunity to remind Mr. Andrea that the smaller file sizes he gives us, the easier it is for things to open?
You know, that's easier said than done, though. I mean, honestly.
I can do a screen
Problem is we have to publish them, and often we can't even publish them, and that's why.
Save a 300 PPI, 25.
That's just his intention.
How many layers?
Well, the consequence is if we can't publish it, we will print it, scan it,
Yeah.
and upload that, and you will get zero of the detail.
I can screen capture it. I lose a little resolution, then it's just a picture, and that would reduce it a lot. I've just been trying not
Yeah,
to lose that.
I think actually on this particular one, I did have to print it, scan it
I
back in
believe it.
order
Okay.
to be able
I've
to.
made that mistake before with
Well, we couldn't open the landscape plans on the
I
website.
couldn't even.
All it was a whole bunch of pixelated little circles.
Was this, I forgot which one that was, but one of these you couldn't open.
You can run through Adobe Pre-Flight and Adobe Pre-Flight and Adobe Acrobat.
I mean, we are in Adobe one to do your stuff. I don't know pre-flight. I'll
Yeah,
try that.
that's a function, and it's excellent.
We do compress it and all that kind of stuff, but I don't know that one. I will try that.
Yeah, it's integrated with Adobe Acrobat.
You
Pro.
play with that
Thank
over
you.
the summer, so our fall submittal will be
I
better.
have time to
You
learn.
digress.
Time to learn. Anyway,
Thank you for that.
this is the
This is like, come on now.
this is the site. At some point in time, I couldn't swear to when this picture was taken, but vacant site, mature royal palms along the perimeter. Proposed site plan. We have a fair bit of water management, so that wraps much of the green area that you see along the north and west side. So we're trying to anticipate all those needs. We have overhead utilities along the west side of the property to make things interesting. Conveniently, the line hits here and it turns. So our goal is to do two focal palm trees there to get some height where I can still respect FP&L standards. That ties in with the existing corridor of royal palms. Because 41 is such a visual impact on our property, we're trying to create that level of privacy from inside the site looking out. So we're proposing is a significant hedge at ground level and then bringing in a canopy trees. I call it the hedge on a stick, where we put a bunch of trees together, calophyllum in this case, and we trim it tight to probably that 12 or 14 foot height. So we have that very clean, trimmed, elegant corridor of buffering that occurs between each of the royals. So each of the royals peeks through that buffer. So that way, inside the property, we have great privacy, views are screened, and then people on the elevated decks, as they're looking out, look over the canopy and look to the north at the water and bayfront and whatnot. So that's our proposed solution there. We do have pavers throughout the property. Along the west side of the site, we have, I believe I did Vera-wood trees, a yellow flowering canopy tree that's kind of smaller. I'm pushing the edge a little bit with FP&L, but I think I'm compliant. In the corner of the building, architecturally, it lended itself to some tall vertical palms. I believe I was doing foxtails and a mix of Montgomerys. The entire motor court is over parking beneath us, so strategically we have limited soil depth to do palms. So wherever I've had enough soil depth, I incorporated. So there's another palm clump. This clump here is outside. And then along the edge of the parking lot, we have a secondary row of shrubbery. I believe we're doing clusia and Mexican petunia as alternating. So trying to break up that long linear space with some variety. So we have A-B kind of scenario. At the end of the motor court, we're looking at doing a water feature. We've done this before at the marina, Naples Bay, I forget what it's called, but where we had a water feature integrated into the pavement. So you can drive over it, yet water still shoots through it. So it gives you some visual focal, makes a little white noise background. The southeast corner, a significant pool. There's some logistical things, so we'll have to tweak this a little bit. We've got a little bit too light of pavement around the pool, so the next plan you see will have a little more code compliance as it relates to that. The deck here, this back rear yard here, it's creating private patios. That's becoming popular in the condos that we're working with, where people, they like the idea of a public space, but they also want to have their own private. So each one of these becomes kind of a semi-private space. Then it opens up to a more public space for the association and whatnot. Along the deck here, these are 3 elevated planters. We're envisioning Sylvesters. Again, I've done Montgomery palms here along the edge. We have a perimeter wooden boardwalk that wraps the property along the outside edge here. It connects back up into here. And then throughout the rear property, because the pool deck is elevated, we have a layer of hedges and then a lower layer of shrubs as we transcend from the upper deck to the lower deck. This is the specific plant material labeled. So in detail you can see it, but we've done muhly grasses along the south side with clusia backdrop, low shrubs, podocarpus relatively narrow between the units, more muhly grass. We've been a little more salt tolerant, a little more native as well as a byproduct of that. And then where I get really super skinny here between the buildings, the neighboring property, the neighboring property wall is right there, and it's a big 2-story building. There's not a lot of architectural aesthetics to it. So we thought to kind of screen that out with a bamboo hedge to try to get some height there. So hopefully 12 to 14 foot tall. And then when I get some more daylight, we switch to calophyllums in the lower corner here. On the roof deck, there are also amenity features for the properties. So these are large patio areas with built-in hot tubs. So each unit has its own private hot tub. We may still find that we'll do some more landscape up there, but for right now, these are kind of small, simple, defining planter areas. That concludes my presentation. Thank you. The roof deck?
The one that's, that one right there.
Okay.
Harry Zier, again, if I may, there was just two expensive points I just wanted to bring up. You give the next one back to the other one. I think it was 4. Yeah, 4. So this area here, this water feature is designed.
You have to be on
I'm
the
sorry,
microphone.
I'm usually too loud, so I apologize. That water feature in the, what would be the northeast corner, right here, that water feature is going to be visible from the road as you're driving into the city. So that's going to not just be for people on the site. We're going to make it, illuminate it, and make sure that it's visual enticing as you're driving in. And on the other side, where we had that signage, there's also going to be a water feature there, which would be on the northwest side. So when you're driving out of the city, again, there'd be some type of a water feature. We're going back and forth on that now, but those two things are being considered for the idea that this is a gateway project, that we're not just trying to be concerned with the interior, but we're also trying to make sure it's visually pleasing from the outside. Thank you.
Anything else, gentlemen?
I know you're going to have the staff report. I've reviewed the order, proposed order, and we have no issues with what's been presented by staff as a proposed order.
Okay. Lindsay, we'll start with you.
All right. Very, very interesting building and project. I'm very intrigued by it. Had to look over it several times. It's really great how you guys are integrating and flipping the floor plans and really making everyone be independent yet fit together really cohesively. We don't get a lot of projects that are this well thought out and this well integrated. So thank you for bringing this to us. I will also point out that I know it's not super close, but I think it is close enough to bring up the similarities between this building and the new proposed playhouse off of Goodlet, Frank Road, with the similar colors, the undulations, and I think as both of them are kind of going to be treated as gateways to the city, it's great that they're going to play off of one another. The one thing that I might just be a little confused about, but maybe you can help me clarify, are the staircases. Because if I'm reading the plans and following along correctly, there are 6 units per floor, 12 total. So would you essentially be sharing your staircase with the people with who you're stacked with? Is that so the elevator obviously opens to your unit, but there's 2 staircases. Would you and the people below you both share that staircase
Right.
access? Okay, so basically,
It's emergency egress.
okay, yeah, exactly. Not many people will be using it, but I was just trying to kind of figure that out. What else was I going to ask? Oh, and then the docks does each unit get one boat slip deeded with the unit?
I'd have to defer to Harry on that. One per unit.
Just to go back to your first question on the elevator, just like the other project we're doing, the Nautilus, you don't get off the elevator and into the unit. There's actually a foyer with an entryway is going to be the ultimate final plan. But the answer to the boat docks is each unit will have a boat dock. There'll also be one for the marina store to take in repairs or for people to come and purchase stuff. And we're working on a collaboration with the Bowman Marina because right now they have a dock that's kind of out in the middle of nowhere. We were going to try to put 2 together to create another auxiliary dock for them, and then, of course, another auxiliary dock for us.
Okay.
Was the plan.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
I really like the floor plans. I really like everything. I like the materials. I know this is obviously preliminary, but I think that you have a great project on your hands, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how it evolves over time. That's all I have for today.
Adrian?
Okay, number one. When I look at the site plan, I'm like totally obsessed with the way that it's like, okay, forgive me, I'm just gonna do it. Okay, so you have this like really dense urban city environment and it's coming towards your building. And the way that your building responds to that is through this striated sort of pattern and geometry making that is very proportional within itself. So it's almost like the building acts as this moment of dissipation between the water where you could get on your boat and this moment of the city. And so just like formally, the form of the building, I think, responds to the unique, moment of that threshold between city and water. And anytime architecture can capture a moment like that and make something special, which I see this in Plan doing, I'm just like, I love that. Number two, granted the site is, yields it, but this building is totally oriented on an east-west axis. That means like, y'all are really like, you're gonna just save your occupants so much money. We're not gonna need as much oil to deal with this building. That's important right now. Just by the mere fact as architects that you took that moment to think like, hey, let's just run it this way. Boom. Smart architecture, objectively good, brilliant architecture. The way that you, in addition to to understanding that there is a moment of tension between the water and the land, you've also captured the fact that this is something different. And, we had an airport project and they glued a Key West building on the side of the airport project. And it's like, well, why'd you do that? But y'all, you're by the water. So you took your building and you actually undulated it, to take on the qualities and, the qualitative qualities of the views. Additionally, you tied the building to the site because you cared about the views. That's what all you cared about was like, give me the views. Like, yes. That's how you do it. But then you did it smart because you put really great overhangs over, which not only are going to help with your energy efficiency, but they're going to create really pleasant places to sit. So architecturally, and I could go on, but I won't, but I'll just it's quite frankly, I view this, just the site plan alone, I view it as brilliant. I really do. I think it's a brilliant design. Wojciech, I think that you have outdone yourself and your team or whoever you got designing over there. This is very sophisticated. The landscape architecture, I perceive it, I'll leave it to the expert, but I perceive it to be so, we've been talking about the concept of planting design versus landscape architecture. This is landscape architecture, as the gentleman pointed out, making that special effort to create an acoustic experience. That's a human thing that we can do as architects. So again, I could go on, but I just am so thrilled with this project. I think that just across the board, there's so much happening there. I could see all the layers of thought, and I feel so proud that this is just going to stand tall in our community because it represents, I think, the best of our architectural, minds here. So I don't know. That's what I gotta say. Nice work, y'all. It's really good. I like it a lot.
Thank you. Mike?
Well, I have some nuts and bolts questions, comments. You didn't cover the site development plan, but I looked at it and I noticed that the drainage plan involves large drainage vaults, underground drainage vaults.
Yes.
I guess my first question is to Christian. Did this impact your design? There's a large drainage vault that parallels Tamiami Trail between that hedge and.
In a perfect world, would I have liked to have some more trees between or up against the edge of the parking lot? Yes. So at this point in time, I don't think I had capacity to do that. So depending if we push and pull, that might have. I might have added a few more trees in that location. So in that regard, yes.
I guess my concern is nuts and bolts again. The tree roots penetrating that vault and causing damage to it.
I mean, we struggle with that every project these days because we do have French drains and, interaction with plant material. We are using a lot of root barriers. I'm not sure if we're doing chambers here or if we're doing the 57 wrapped in fabric and whatnot yet. So the roots are typically in the top 2 feet of the surface in general for most of the plant material. I think I have 12 inches of soil above that, and we may look at having to create some more enclosure or casement around the French drains from getting there, or from any roots getting in there. Roots ideally want to have some soil too, so those French drains are dry for part of the year. So I don't know that roots are going to sit in the air, want to go there. They want to go to a spot that's going to be half wet, half dry, and have enough moisture in there and whatnot. So it is a legitimate question. It is something that we should look at to see whatever we can do to make sure we protect the integrity of that system.
And again, on the drainage vaults, there's 3 of them, and one along 41, one at the intersection, and the third one is right under the main entrance to your building, correct?
Apologize, I didn't, hang on, let me see if I can make this bigger to, I try to ghost it in underneath our plan. I am a fan.
Can you pull the site development plan up?
I do like the idea of storing water under pavement because I think that's quite safe from any interaction and whatnot.
The problem is the location, and when you have to maintain that vault, you're going to be shutting down every main access. There's no way around it.
I mean, the same problem would happen when we renovate these pavers 20 years from now, and those kind of conditions happen. So I think those are just unfortunate realities. I think the system under that paved area survives a lot better than under the landscape. So I look at driveways that we do here that to me we should be favoring driveways as storage more so than the landscape. So I personally like the idea. I don't know if this is a 20-year life cycle issue or what we're talking about. And I don't know how one measures it either. What point how do you determine when you've had saturation, you need to rip it out? I guess it's no different than a septic field. At some point in time, you have to pull it out and redo that.
Well, I can tell you when they fail, the pavers will sink, and
well, in this case, we're depending on the structure, whichever style we've got in here, the settlement issue is legitimate. Let me see what he's got here. Thank you. See if he's got a cross section through that. Lime rock.
Can we get David to put the site development plan up on the screen, please? David?
I'll do it. I'll put it in the presentation folder. Just
Okay.
give me a minute.
You want me to take care of the trees while you're doing that?
I would say that all these details are going to be a part of the administrative site plan review, and we'll have our stormwater engineers review that as well.
Yeah, I know, I'm getting a little off, but.
We'd just like to, since the question has been asked, and
It's the
let's
engineer,
take
we
a look
gotta,
at it,
you know.
okay?
If I may, I think I have an answer. I haven't shared it with Christian yet. So I do development in multiple states, and we get multiple problems. And what I like to do is find out what's worked and what's failed. So here, just like our pool system at the Nautilus and the pools that'll be done here, they're all being done in stainless steel. So there's actually stainless steel manufacturer that's going to actually build the pool for us
Vessel, yeah.
and then tile it, right? That's for the rooftop application. Other pools, other people do it a different way. That way generally has failed, so we stay away from it. So the answer to the root ball question is that we are doing stainless steel pans and boxes to restrict the root growth beyond what we want it to be. So if the plant calls for an 8-foot box radius to hold a specific tree size and species up, there will be a corresponding box that will restrict. It was a very good point, because the roots they find them everywhere. They get through concrete like crazy. The only place they don't seem to be able to penetrate until there's a rust issue is metal, and particularly stainless steel. So they're going to be encased in regular, traditional root ball, traditional dirt around that ball. But then beyond that, at each one of the bases of the trees is going to be this stainless steel box basically acting as a safety for the roots getting beyond where we want them to be.
With drainage in the bottom.
Yes, exactly. So it's all set up. It's all set up to take into account, and it comes from a lot of the work that's being done. There's a lot of folks that are calling for green space on roofs, and particularly in Boston and a couple of projects that I'm working on. And one of the big issues is what happens with the roots to the trees that are on the roof. So that's where this idea came from. I didn't obviously think of it. I just stole it from somebody. So that's the answer.
Christian, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Peter's been able to confirm the detail. It's a concrete slab over the top, so it's no different than a parking garage, if you think about it, and it's got the concrete walls, so it's an open box of air. So someday when that slab has to be replaced, it was also a life cycle comparable to any building we're building today, so I would imagine that slab's got hopefully a 40-plus year life before that gets entertained. So I think, and with the box of air or the void that's underneath it, that's quite clean and easily discernible once that, if it ever has.
So it is a concrete vault underneath?
It's a concrete vault with an open bottom, so it perks into the ground through that gravel base.
I've made a living on 40-year-old, rehabbing 40-year-old structures, and I just know that these vaults, 30, 40 years down the road, of course, that was 30, 40-year-old technology.
Yeah.
They weren't stainless steel lined or anything like that, but they're vulnerable to failure.
I would think the same as the buildings. I mean, we have the, the parking decks, the roof garages, we're on the same, salt.
I guess my only point here is the location of that one vault is in such a strategic location that
I can circle back to the team and see if there's a better placement for it.
my second point, I know I'm getting off here, but has on a complex this size, has the dumpster area been sized out properly? Has anybody looked at that in detail?
We actually had all of these technical questions regarding, which are all excellent questions, and I prefer them now, so rather than later, so please throw them. We had this development set up for dumpsters for 5 restaurants, and massive amount of trash, right? So we reduced that to office and to 12 residential units. And so each one of the units will have a trash chute. PK Studios, Peter and Ray, have come up with a system where that will go right into the parking level and will be retrieved with a smaller vehicle, which we're going to end up probably purchasing for the company that we're going to be using to take the trash out and go meet the the regular large.
So you're going to transport the...
Yeah, you have to. And it actually, if you look at what's going on at the Cove Inn, it needs to be done that way. It can't be done the way we've been traditionally doing it, which is rolling dumpsters out into the middle of the parking area, middle of the roadway, in a multi-million-dollar setting, waterfront. We get dumpsters being rolled out all day, just sitting there for hours and hours. So we have to get a little bit more creative. We're obviously stymied with space and with being able to have vast amounts of area to put dumpsters. So we need to be creative, and that's one of the ways we approached it.
Okay, and my last question has to do with the docks. Are we reviewing the docks, or is that not part of this?
It's not part of this. We are asking for additional information with their final DRB submittal. There had been a previous plan for a dock, and it was not clear to staff with the submittal whether or not we were using previous plan or not. So we have asked for additional information.
Because I was wondering how you're going to get permission to put perpendicular docks out into the Gordon River. I mean, is that something you've already gotten?
We already have, I believe it's 12, enough room for 12 already. So we have a dock system approved that went through the entire process. When I say approved, it's not permitted, of course, but it was approved. So we could revert back to that dock system if we needed to. We also are offering a marina store on this site, which we weren't before. So that requires an additional dock, 1 or 2 docks. So for servicing boats or purchasing items that the general public might need. So we would defer the dock approval, which is a separate permit. We would defer that, like staff said, to a whole new submittal regarding the dock itself.
I think it's I didn't say so up front, I think it's a great project. It's going to be a welcome addition to a vacant lot, and I just want it to work. That's why my questions.
No, it's great. Great question. The other advantage we have regarding the docks is This site was scheduled to be and approved by the Army Corps of Engineers to be totally dredged and be a marina. So I kept the marina permits active for full dredging, so our ability to get a little bit more leeway in the dredging on the docks, the docks that we're going to propose, we're ahead of the game, because it's really up to staff at this point. We're good with the Army Corps. We've already have a permit that exceeds what we're going to be doing by tenfold, so we shouldn't have an issue.
How
Great
deep
question.
are you there?
I'm sorry?
How deep are there?
Well, the docks that are in the, that are there, the existing,
How big a hole you get?
I'm sorry?
How big a hole you get?
Well, we're gonna only be taking probably about 3 or 4 feet of dredging, which is, that's all gonna be like the soot level, kind of, because it hasn't been done in years and years. There is one corner, though, from doing some research that, closest to the bridge, which has some
That's kind of
limestone.
tight.
Yeah, compression shells and all that.
Unless it's a tight bridge.
Yeah, that's gonna have to be a kind of let the engineers, by the way, they're not here today.
Well, no, you let your owners know what kind of boat to get.
Right, exactly. We don't want, hey, great, you can have a kayak.
Boat, yeah.
You bought this beautiful place, you're welcome to a kayak. No, we actually have already spent, that's a good point.
I've had a friend do that before.
Yeah, I don't need any more controversy. I want everybody happy. So we hired Paul Montez, and they've already designed out and spoken to the city regarding the dock system. So we didn't just throw this together. This has actually been
Oh,
done.
no, I could tell there's a lot of planning.
Yeah, a lot of engineering on the docks already done.
Absolutely. No, I was just curious about the depth of what kind of boats you're gonna be able to get through there.
Yeah, we're looking probably like, probably a 30, 35, 36 footer would probably be the kind of the cap, I think, that they came up with. Obviously sailboats are a problem because the deepness of the requirement, so. But is there anything else? And I could,
Not for me.
okay, so, perfect, thank you.
David?
I think it's looking like it's developing to be a landmark project. I just say carry on.
Okay. First of all, I think this is definitely an iconic gateway to the city. It's going to be it's a refreshing change from a lot of the other mixed-use buildings that we've been seeing that have become very, very similar in nature, and this is a very different statement. The one thing that I know you focused on the orientation of these units being capturing view and doing all kind of it may have been an unintended consequence, but the way you've oriented your glass is absolutely perfect for heat gain, heat loss. You're going northeast to southwest. You're very seldom going to get any direct sunlight on these, and the fact that you've also done a nice overhang on them. So I think these are probably some of the nicest oriented condominiums that I think we have come across this podium. And it may have been an unintended consequence, or it may have been thought, but it's a good solution anyway. I have a couple of questions. One, I'm looking at the garage, and have you checked turning radiuses into some of these private garages? Can I get my Maserati and my Rolls Royce into those garages?
Yeah, there are a couple of tight spots, and we're probably going to end up running some modeling on those to make sure that.
I would suggest that there are a couple of them that really look like they're a challenge to get anything other than a little sports car in it.
It's a tight layout, but I think we have some wiggle room if we run into an issue to make some changes.
The other question, explain to me, you've got each one of these, you've got 6 elevator stair shafts to get to the apartment units, but to get to the roof, there's only 3. How do I get 12 people up on the roof through half of the number of elevators without sharing an elevator between towers? I went through the plans 2 or 3 times. I couldn't figure out how you're going to do that.
So let me go back to the architecturals. Could we get the architectural plans back up?
David, we go back to architectural?
He's sleeping.
at Starbucks.
Yeah, you did.
There we go. Okay.
There's no way I'm gonna make it to Jay.
Yeah, so we've got, we've got 6 elevator cores, and 3 of those,
3 of them go to the roof, right?
3 of those go to the roof.
Now, how
So
do the other 6 people get access to the roof?
what you essentially end up doing is you're gonna end up sharing that ride up. We're gonna work that out in the lobbies downstairs. I don't think it's 100%
So,
there,
okay, so
but-
if I'm on the 3rd floor in a core where I don't have an elevator up to the roof, I take my elevator down, I go outside and go to the next elevator shaft, and I go up.
That's one option. There might be another option where there's
Mm.
access to a joint lobby.
Yeah,
On the residential.
I just thought that was, for high-end condominium, that really was kind of sketchy.
It's a very good question, and we are working out an answer. So what we're going to probably go to on those last 3 units, they have these new individual one-level lifts, which are, I don't know if you've seen them yet, they're all totally glass. They run on like a monorail.
I know
like
exactly
on a
what you're
monorail.
talking about.
So that would be servicing those last 3 units, which would take them up to that rooftop area. So, and they're cool because they only take up literally the size of a phone booth against the wall, and it traverses through the roof, through the ceiling, lets you out, and then you come back down and it seals itself up. So those would probably be the easiest answer.
Okay, but there's still 2 stories of them, so they're going to go through 2
No,
stories.
those will only accommodate the last 3 rooftop units.
So then there'll be 3 of them that'll have to go down.
3 of them we have to, that's the kind of the Rubik's Cube part. We haven't figured the right color out yet.
Can I get a discount rate on that?
Yeah, I'm sure somebody would be asking for that, I can promise. Thank you.
All right, I couldn't figure that one out from the drawings. Thank you for clarifying. Peter, one of the nice things I like about this is particularly from the street, yes, the oscillation, but if you look at those elevations, it's a very linear building, it's a low building, it's close to the ground, it has great line to it. You've carried all the datum lines through the whole building, even though it's curving. And I think it just has a great proportion and a great movement along the street as well as the water. One of the concerns I have about using the porcelain tile, and I have a concern because I've done it with stone on curved surfaces, and unless you fragment them small, it gets to be sketchy, because then it doesn't, you kind of lose the smoothness and the elegance of the curve, and you get a whole bunch of segmented, particularly when light hits it, they become faceted rather than this nice smooth curve. So I don't know, maybe think about something, maybe a porcelain panel or something that even if it's stucco, because it's so smooth and sleek, I'd hate to see it started to become faceted.
Yeah, we're looking at alternatives for those curved surfaces exactly for that reason.
Yeah.
That will go with the, like the Alucobond or.
This is what we're using on, sorry.
Thank you.
You can take
This is a sample I'm going to present for another project, but this is an Alucobond panel, so we could use something like this that works with a tile. It's complementary to it.
Yeah, something you can bend or you can
Something you
shape.
can bend.
Yeah.
Very pliable.
Yeah, no, 'cause porcelain tile doesn't bend very well. That's all I have. I think this is a great project. Actually, I think from a standpoint for an entry point from the city, I think it's going to do better as a gateway than the previous project, even though that was a cool project with all that restaurant core. But I think this is going to be it's going to enhance the gateway into the city. Okay. Staff report.
Good afternoon. For the record, Leslie Dolmer with the City of Naples Planning Department. My resume and qualifications are on file with this petition, and I've been previously certified as an expert in planning and zoning matters. Item 22 DRB 16 is an application for preliminary design review for a new development for the property located at 599 River Point Drive. For some of our longer-term board members, there was a previous design that the petitioner has referenced in their remarks today that had gone through the process in 2016 with preliminary design review, site plan review, and final design review. However, that project never began construction and their final design review expired. So what they're proposing today is a new design. So it's a 3-story mixed-use development with partially below-grade parking. With 1 level of commercial and office space and 2 levels of transient lodging. I want to make sure that that's very clear. These units are not to be residential units. These are proposed as transient lodging units.
What is the official, is 30 days or less for the Florida Building Code?
Oh, there's a lot of details with respect to that transient lodging that still needs to be worked out through the administrative site
The FBC
process.
says 30 days or less for transient occupancy, right?
I don't know building code, I know zoning code, and we still have a lot of details to work out with respect to the operational plan of this proposed use. But I wanted to make that distinction. I think some of the conversation that was happening was tending to sound more about residential units, and what is being proposed currently is for transient lodging units. Want to make that clear. That will require city council approval for conditional use. There's also a roof deck with mechanical equipment and amenities for those 12 proposed units. Staff notified surrounding property owners within 1,000 feet of the subject property. We did not receive any correspondence related to this particular request. And I'm gonna just kind of jump through here to the end. We reviewed the petition requesting preliminary design review approval for this 3-story mixed-use development with partially below-grade parking against the criteria provided in 50-241 and the design review handbook, and finds that the plans that have been provided adequately address the criteria for preliminary level review, provided that further detail is included with the final design review submittal. So you'll see there is a series of conditions that we are recommending should the board vote to approve the project at preliminary level. And I'm going to read through those because they're related very much to the criteria. Number 1, that the project must complete the site plan process and any other entitlement processes necessary or prior to submittal for final design review. And that allows us to work out some of the functions of the proposed use, any conditional uses like we've already mentioned, and really get through those nuts and bolts so that the final design review is a complete picture of how the project and the site will function. Number 2, further contextual detail, including a massing model, must be provided for the final design review submittal. While the renderings provided were illustrative of the proposal, it did not, in staff's opinion, provide a full context of this area. This is a very unique situation and area within the city. There's a lot of different developments, different architectural styles built at different times in the city's history, and I think the full picture of that context is really critical for whether or not this design is appropriate for this particular location. Similarly, we're requesting at number 3 that further details in drawing sections and elevations are provided, demonstrating appropriate scale and proportion of building elements within that surrounding neighborhood and the surrounding context. We felt that those could be further evolved, and we don't necessarily expect complete evolution of design at the preliminary level, but we would like to definitely see that at the final level. Number 4, specific building materials and color palette details must be provided on the proposed plans for final design review. The application mentions some of the proposed building materials. We've already heard testimony that is certainly evolving as we would expect. But we want to see not only those elements identified in the application, we want to see them identified on the plans. Where are these materials being used on the actual structure or in the hardscape to that respect. Number 5, additional details relating to the Gordon River waterfront and the docks on the east side of the property would be provided with final design review. Again, we've touched on that element. Number 6, the petitioner shall provide additional details related to the function and climate protections afforded on the first level plazas and rooftop terraces. Staff felt that there was some information that maybe was lacking with respect to especially those ground floor terraces. Those appeared to be pretty wide open spaces without a lot of climate protection provided or landscape provided, and we felt that further detail was necessary.
Kind of concerned about the ground floor, not the rooftop.
Well, rooftop was providing some shade structures, but I'd like to see some further detail for both, but
specifically the ground floor.
That
Okay.
first level, those first level commercial plaza areas,
Right.
Those are pretty wide open with not a lot of detail. Number 7 is specific signage details would be provided with the final design review submittal. Again, we're not approving the content of the sign, but we're approving or considering the location of proposed signage. And I know there's some discussion about sort of an entry sign feature at that corner of River Point and 41. We want to see some more details with respect to that, make sure that's, again, appropriate in the context. But we are certainly not approving the content of the sign. And then the final one, which I forgot to include, so my apologies for that omission, was a condition related to a lighting plan, that the petitioner will provide a lighting plan with final design review. I think with the project of this scale, this mix of uses in this particular location on waterfront entry level, that a lighting plan with lighting fixtures is sort of a critical element for final design as well.
And temperatures, color rendering index,
With that, staff's available for questions.
Are there any questions? Is there any comment from the audience? In that case, I'm bringing it back to the board for a resolution.
I will make a motion to approve 6.F 22-DRB16, a resolution determining preliminary design review petition 22-DRB16 for a new development on the property located at 599 River Point Drive. This motion is contingent upon the inclusion of staff conditions 1 through
8
articulated by Mrs. Dallmer just now.
Excellently stated also. Took the words out of my mouth.
I second.
Okay, roll call, please.
Vice Chair Bullock,
Yes.
Member Drapesy,
Yes.
Alternate Member Fawcett,
Yes.
Member Frederickson, Member Orion,
Yes.
Chair Ruby.
Yes. Very good.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you much. Next item on the agenda is 6G, which is 22-DRB18. Blah. A resolution determining the petition 22-DRB18 for preliminary design review for a single-family home in a zero lot line configuration on property owned by Naples Enclave LLC and located at 625 East Lake Drive. John?
Afternoon.
Identify yourself for the record, please.
Yes, I'm John Orgren with MHK Architecture and Planning.
Okay. And swear in.
Will all those intending to give testimony who have not already been sworn, please rise and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thanks.
Disclosure. David.
Well, I reviewed the submittal.
Mike?
Yes, I'm visited the site, I'm familiar with the site, and I've reviewed the application.
I visited the site and have reviewed the application.
I've been to the site and reviewed the application as well. We'll get her disclosure when she gets back. We won't hold you up.
All right.
Podium is yours.
Okay, thank you for letting us present this project today. It's a single-family home, the first of 7 being proposed for a replat that has already been submitted and approved. We're on Lot 3, which is on East Lake Drive. The garage is accessed from East Lake Drive, and the front door of the house is on East Lake Drive. And as I said, it's the first of 7. We're working on a few others for this piece of land, so we look forward to your thoughts on those. We're not seeking any variances. This is just a straightforward submittal. As far as we have determined, the building fits within all the setbacks. We actually have within the property, it's technically a 0 lot line, although we're treating them as if they're individual lots. We could connect them because it's in zoning 312, and so that allows us a few liberties with setbacks and so on. We are maintaining 10-foot building separations minimum. This lot actually has a little bit larger setbacks. The perimeter setbacks do obey the zoning in terms of where we abut neighboring properties. We meet all the setbacks for the zoning for this property. It's just a single-family house, 2 stories. We have a garage, 2-car garage accessed, as I mentioned, off East Lake Drive, and then there's a small golf car storage at the rear of the property. This property was actually, it's replatted with an easement for vehicular access along the east side of these northern 3 lots, which gives us access for the golf cars at the rear. The original concept was that maybe there would be some garages, and that may make more sense for the lots north of this, but for this particular one, the developer was getting a lot of interest from clients, and their most common question was, could we come in off of East Lake Drive? So the garage and the front door are there. Just a great house with all the features that clients are asking for these days. Pool in the back, which Christian Andrea will present after I'm finished. And I'll just kind of click through the plans real quickly. I know you've had time to review them. We're playing with some new elements of design in this elevation. You can see here there's a brick pattern, which would actually be a painted white brick. You'll see in the rendering a little couple slides further in. Some of the design elements that we're playing with in this composition are that there's kind of this neat oversized bay window sitting over the garage doors to draw attention away from the fact that there's a garage there, but bring your eye to a feature that looks very residential and has some architectural character. The front door also is a large, generously scaled entrance with providing protection for the front door and shadow and rain protection. All the other elevations on the home. And then this is the character for East Lake Drive. We feel like it's a neat middle ground between some of the more traditional styles further down the street to the south, and we're also just a block and a half away from Fifth Avenue South, so we're playing a little bit with scale and some contemporary character in the building. That concludes my presentation, unless you have questions before Christian joins us.
Let's let Christian do it.
I do.
Wait, well, let's let Christian finish his application, and then we'll have
Well,
questions.
it's going to use that picture.
Good afternoon, Christian Andrea, landscape architect with Architectural Land Design. Actually, I think, David, our package was piggybacked on MHK's. There we go. Thank you. This is our proposed hardscape plan. We have basically a single entrance coming into a dual driveway motor court here, and then a large plaza area in front of a grand set of stairs servicing the building. The building's at 9, the road's at 4, so we have a bit of vertical grade change to deal with. And as you approach the property, the perimeter grades are in the 6s for the most part, just to give you a sense of scale to the ground plane. And then, as John had indicated, the backside here is more of a smaller golf cart access to the back of the building. Below here is an enlargement of the pool. We're envisioning a very standard rectangular style pool, very classic, very popular today in today's market. We have a built-in spa that's level with the body of water. And from a decking standpoint, we've kind of done a hybrid paver system with little grass strips between it, a likely artificial turf throughout. We've created a bit of a vanishing edge here, so we have a couple stairs coming down to a lower grade. This is a lower seating area with a built-in fire pit and built-in seating area. And then there's a small curb of a retaining wall that helps retain us a little bit above the side yard to help in some of the water management and grade transfer as we get down. These are a series of sections that shows the relationships of the site and adjacent property. And then our proposed planting plan. We have a fair bit of lawn in the front yard. We have an existing ficus tree on the lower left-hand corner here, specimen Sylvester palm. We have some tall, larger mass palms here. These are spec'd as traveler's palms on both sides here. And then along the south property line, a dense buffer here of my hedge on a stick perception of calophyllum trees in a tight format with a dwarf schefflera hedge underneath it. And then along this side of the property, there's a overhead power line, so we have ligustrum trees to respect our height limitations. Montgomery palm as we come inside here, and then another calophyllum just to give a little bit of massing a little higher up, so when you're in the lower portion of the property, you have some more screening of the motor court. And then the north side of the property, it's painted green, but it's probably should have been white. That's a crushed shell, just from a efficiency standpoint. And then cocoa plum hedge on this, actually clusia, and then some cocoa plum here and there throughout the property. This is a sampling of the plant palette, picture-wise.
Where's the calophyllum in there?
On the picture?
Yeah. Is there a standard name for that or common
This
name for
this
that?
is a picture here. It shows one a little bit wider. I should probably use a picture that shows
Is there a common name on that, or that just is?
calophyllum. It's a typo again. Should have said Brazilianace, but the common name is calophyllum.
What's the spread on that?
When we plant it, we are treating it. We spec a 12 by 4-ish, 12 by 5. We put them 5 feet on center, and then we trim it like a box.
Is
so
it
it's
a multi-stem or?
it's a single trunk. Single
It's a
trunk.
single?
In the future, I'll make sure that when we do this hedge on a stick thing, I'll include that image
Yeah,
because
just I'd be kind of curious how you're taking it.
it's usually maintained in that 12 to 14 foot range. That seems to be the sweet spot for what we need from a privacy standpoint on these properties. If you did nothing to the calophyllum, it's probably every bit of 30 by 20. There's some in 41s medians that are quite nice. It's the best of both worlds. But it is truly a hedge on a stick. We're planting them in super tight, and it just gets us that secondary
So
level.
you couldn't plant them real tight?
We're 5 feet on center, and then we put
And
the
that'll-
other bushes are 30 inches on center, so it falls right in that module.
But then you just keep them at that 12?
Yeah, I mean, there's another technique where we could have done clusia and clusia, so you could do clusia trees on a clusia hedge.
Like, kind of like, you know.
They're used a lot.
Like the Bismarck palm of the 80s or something, sorry.
It'll have, yeah, I'm sure we'll be regretting it at one of our
But
future
anyways, I shouldn't have
lookbacks.
said that, but thank you for, I keep hearing you talk about this tree and I'm just not familiar, so thank you for giving me more information.
Yeah, it's kind of cocoa plummy as far as the leaf.
It's got that waxy kind of thick.
It's got a greenish little red tinge to it.
Is it like a thicker kind of?
It's skinny. It's not like it's thin. I'd say cocoa plum like. David, you
Oh,
agree?
cocoa plum.
Yeah, cocoa plum, not
Oh, it
clusia.
has the, oh, okay.
Let's go back to David and let him finish.
Sorry.
It's been around for Naples for a long time, and it's, older properties in Port Royal and stuff.
You see in a lot of urban areas where we're, challenged to get an instant buffer because we're not patient to put a hedge and let it get there.
Yeah,
So
I'm
that's
sure
what.
I've seen it, I just couldn't.
Yeah.
The fruit's kind of bad.
There's, surprisingly very, if you were learning about poisonous plants, a lot, and every element of this tree is poisonous.
Oh, Lord.
Which is kind of annoying. It's good to know, right?
Poisonous
After all
to
these years, like,
children
wow,
or
what a
stuff?
surprise, All these playgrounds we've been putting it on, like, oh, good.
Should it be something should be considering?
What's that?
If it plants poisonous to children or dogs, if they eat it?
Oh, and down here, everything, if it doesn't poison you, it'll stick you or make you burn.
Surprisingly, tomatoes are poisonous if you eat enough of them. So there's some level of tolerance in there. So if you really drill down on, it's remarkable how many of our plants have some negative consequences.
Continue, David.
Thank you. That concludes me.
One of the first things I taught my kid is don't eat anything if you don't know what it is. If you could go back to your elevation, please. It looks very nice, but it's kind of misleading because the other house is going to be, 10 feet apart? In only fairness, of presentation, that'd be worthwhile to put another building in there.
Yeah, it's a good comment.
Thank you.
It's the only elevation we have on the streets.
Yeah.
We have to make them look good.
Yeah, I really don't have anything. It's, it looks nice.
Mike?
My only comment is a housekeeping issue. I think you've got the north elevation labeled twice. One is obviously the south elevation.
Sorry about that. We'll fix that for the final.
It's a nice looking house. Seems to be the typical design going up now. That's it.
Yeah.
It is not my intention to be offensive, but I find the home to have too many roof lines. I find it to be unoffensive. And I find the proportion to be a little bit jarring somehow. I'm not sure how there's just something about it that doesn't resonate with me, but that being said, there is a compositional quality that's I could see is nice and working, and there's a hierarchy with the way you dealt with the reveal and the ceiling. So, I mean, I find it to be unoffensive.
Lindsay?
I'll start with my disclosure. I'm sorry I was not here,
Yes,
but
you weren't here.
I am familiar with the site and reviewed the application. I like the composition. I don't know, do you think that there's too many maybe stacked too close together on the left side
I
maybe?
perceive there to be too many roof lines and roof pitches within one elevation, and then the relationship of the corbels seem too large in relationship to that secondary roof. It's just, for me, it seems like this is still a little bit of a puzzle that needed to be pushed and pulled a little more. But again, I don't find it offensive. I think it's lots of people have this style so.
What I'm excited by is that it's a totally different variation coming from MHK. So I think you're right onto something, maybe massaged a little more, but it's like different than what we've seen from them in the past, which is exciting for me. I think the project's good. I like the gray tones. I like the amount of windows in the fenestration and the materials. I think it's good. I don't really have too much more. So I'll leave it to Mr. Chair.
Okay. I have a question before we get into it. This is the first in six? Seven? Is this kind of setting a standard for what this neighborhood is going to be? Are we going to see variations of this same theme as you move further on, or is the building next to it going to be totally different and a very different approach? How do you feel? You may not be able to answer that question fully, but as the director of residential, where do you see you want to drive this?
Well, it is a little early to say, and MHK is not signed up for all of the 7. We're currently working on 3 other ones.
Okay.
The others are open, so I don't know what those will be. But in terms of the ones that we are working on, I think there's going to be a variety. That this is one style, but the others aren't necessarily going to be the same. They're all seeking to be high-quality, well-designed compositions, but not necessarily following.
Not necessarily a playoff of this design.
Correct.
Okay, that was my own question.
To seem endemic to a neighborhood.
Yeah, a few things that are really, you don't see in anything that's come before is, the way you've opened the entrance door, and it's all glass, and it's very thin line, it almost looks like a Hope's window that you're putting in there. I know it's probably not, because of the cost of it.
We are working with a company that does do nice steel.
Nice steel.
Glazing, yeah, we're really.
Is that what you're looking at?
Yeah.
That's something we're not seeing, and it's a step up. I think it lightens up the entrance. It's much more inviting. The way you've recessed it, it's proportioned nicely. My first impression was I tend to agree with Adrian. There's a little bit of heaviness, particularly on that bay window that comes out over the garage. Maybe it's the corbels, maybe it's just the scale and proportion of it. But the fact that you've got those long, thin windows is very nice. And the deep overhangs and the fact that you're recessing, that you've got that water table line, it's almost a Frank Lloyd Wright-looking element, makes the overhang even look deeper, which is another element that we haven't been seeing. That I think it's a refreshing. It's a new element, and I think it breaks up the height of the building. It kind of begins to give it a not necessarily horizontal look, but it's bringing down the massing to a certain extent. The white brick, I'm assuming this is scored stucco to look like brick?
No, we're expecting
Real brick?
Yeah.
A brick veneer?
Or at least synthetic.
Or thin veneer? Yeah, okay. Because I know in some of the commercial buildings I've been seeing, it's been done as the scored, doing the scored stucco. I think this is it's moving in a different direction. I think it's got nice proportions. A little bit heavy, maybe could tone down, but I agree with Adrian. It's not, there's nothing objectionable about it. And I think I'll look forward to seeing the rest of the street built out, something with the quality. And all the way you've handled the garage doors from the street, and I think a lot of it has to do with the bay window above, that's where your eye goes to and not to the garage door. It doesn't really look like a garage. And using that kind of a garage door that doesn't look like a garage door helps it. So the fact that it goes almost a full bay, it's just not a single door in the side of the house. So I think that was integrated very nicely.
I think I found a way to articulate maybe a little better. In addition to the roof lines, I think that the issue I'm seeing is like the heaviness Chair Ruby's talking about is like that whole front piece is protruding out and it's presumably structurally heavy. So the mind anticipates something robust to support it. And you've got decorative corbels that are the same exact almost size and scales as the one you've got on just your little, like tin roof angled. And so those two juxtaposition, same thing holding up one massive one, it's like obviously a cheat, you know what I mean? And that's fine, but there's something elegant when even if we're not actually engaging and expressing the structure visually, that we can still perceive that there is a structural system working and we don't just make things fly because we can now. I think that's probably...
There is one more thing that troubles me, and that's the, I think you call the brackets on both sides of the bay window.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I see those all over town, and many not done very well. And I think it dates the building, and it's going to seem old and outdated pretty soon. And I think because it almost looks like a tower structure, and I think without those it'll look very clean and contemporary. But just my opinion.
I think that, sorry.
Go ahead.
There's the decorative quality of like the corbels that don't really seem like they're supporting the right weight. And then you have that gorgeous, as Chair Ruby was talking about, architectural way in which you bring the scale of the building down by creating that little ledge, that reveal, that like where you peeled the skin back. I mean, my God, what a beautiful architectural moment. And then you juxtapose that next to like just gluing a bunch of you know what I mean? And so there's like, you can see it's, but it's just, anyway. But it's not objectionable, like you said, it's fine. Sorry, I'll stop.
All right. Staff report, please.
Yes, good afternoon. Margaret Perry, City of Naples Planning Department. My credentials are on file for this particular petition, and I've been accepted as a witness before this board. Item 6G is a request for preliminary design review for a single-family house in a zero lot line configuration for property located at 625 East Lake Drive. The property is part of a 7-lot, zero lot line subdivision that was approved by City Council on June 1st, 2021. It is the first home proposed in this new subdivision. 86 property owners were notified of this request, and we did receive one email, which is included in your backup material. This email was from the Parkside Fifth Condominium Association, which is located directly south of this lot. The email requested that all aspects of the house, including the fire table area, adhere to the required 10-foot side yard setback, which is required for a 2-story house. However, pools in the R312 zoning district are permitted to be located 7.5 feet from the side property boundary and 15 feet from the rear property boundary. Staff has reviewed petition 22 DRB 18 against the criteria provided in Code Section 5241 and the Design Review Handbook and finds that the criteria have been met. If the Design Review Board does approve this request, staff suggests 3 conditions, those being, number 1, a scaled mass model or 3-dimensional digital mass model of the project with structures on adjoining parcels identified will be submitted for final design review. Number 2, color and material samples for major exterior building components shall be submitted for final design review. And number 3, a lighting plan shall be submitted for final design review. With that, staff is available for any questions.
Okay. I have one more question for Christian. Where is it? On the pool, at the east end of the pool, there's two little circles and a dash line. What is that?
These little circles?
Yeah. What is
Those
it?
are
What,
drain-
and then the dash line around it. What is in that area?
The
What is
circles are drains, skimmers, or, you know.
Oh,
flow
okay, there's drains in the floor?
And the circles are, excuse me, the contour lines are contour lines. So that represents 6 foot, 5 foot, 4 foot. So they're just part of our, so they're just representing the slope of the
Oh,
bottom of the
okay,
pool.
okay.
And that's the deep end of the
It's
pool.
not a sun bench or anything of that sort?
Those are drains in the bottom
Okay,
of the pool.
okay,
Probably should make sure I label those, yeah.
Well, yeah. Any other, any comments from the audience? Okay, any further discussion from the board?
Motion?
If not, I'll entertain a motion.
I motion to grant final, or excuse me, preliminary design review approval for 6G 22-DRB 18, a resolution determining for a single-family home in a zero lot line configuration on property owned by Naples Enclave LLC and located at 625 East Lake Drive, with staff conditions 1 through 3. I like this new thing.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Okay, roll call, please.
Vice Chair Bullock?
Yes.
Member Drapesa?
Yes.
Alternate Member Fawcett?
Yes?
Member Frederickson? Member Orion?
Yeah, yes.
Chair Ruby?
Yes. Yep, we've been here for almost 2 hours. Does anybody want to take a break, or do you want to move on to the next?
I gotta leave at 4:30, so.
Yeah.
You want to leave, go into the next one, get another one done?
Well, I literally have to leave here at 4:30, so
Well,
I could keep going or take a break, whatever y'all want.
It's up.
Take a
I
little
don't-
break? Or-
If I don't hear any break requests, we'll go on to the next. Yes, no? Okay, don't raise your hand. Let's go on to the next, 6I, 22-DRB 20. A resolution determining final design review petition for 22-DRB 20 for an approximately 5,750 square foot addition and facade renovation for an existing three-story structure in the property located at 189th Street South. McLean's back for the afternoon.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mark.
Afternoon, sir. For the record, Mark McLean, MHK Architecture and Planning, 2059 Tamiami Trail East. The project I bring before you, need to do disclosures first, or do I just need to?
Yep, we're going to do the
Okay.
disclosures first. Lindsay?
I am familiar with the site and reviewed the application.
I too am familiar with the site and reviewed the application.
I'm familiar with the site and have reviewed the application.
I visited the site, and I'm familiar with it, and I have reviewed the application.
And I too have reviewed the application.
Podium is yours.
Okay, so the project I bring before you today is 189th Street South. It's a redevelopment of the existing Contessa building. We're going to rebrand it as the Caden Building. We're going to take the existing three-story commercial building and turn it into a mixed-use building with commercial on the ground floor with 2 floors of residential above. This first image is the existing site plan, and I would briefly like to push your attention to the south side parking is a grandfathered, non-compliant parking that we weren't going to touch. We went through preliminary, we went through site plan. Site plan bogged down for about 6 months now. And what's happening here is that the neighbor bought the lemon tree, and Second Avenue was abandoned in 54 or 64, and there's an access agreement between 201, which is the old Baker building, 180, which is this project, and 250. We are through site. We think we're completely done We've been reviewed several times. There's this one open stormwater issue, but the majority of our issue is a access agreement that the three parties are working through. We've had all the party owners have signed it. It's just going through the legal process of being approved. With that, I'll get to the building itself. The intention here is to extend our building south to create covered parking, some additional commercial space, and an amenity deck for the 2 floors of residential above. This is just the existing floor plan as we're going to demo it out. As you can see, it's office spaces on all 3 floors. And as we move into our new building, when we extend, we're extending everything south to create a parking lot with the commercial space 3. I do believe in the preliminary DRB, we may have had 4 commercial spaces, but one of the people who are buying one of the units has basically bought the other commercial space and turned it into a gigantic garage for himself. So that all works out well for us that they're already selling it off the paper, so that's great for us. Move up to the 2nd floor, there's 3 units that have direct access to a community pool with some private patios, a community cabana with a little grill area for them out there. Move up to the 3rd floor with some private patios that overlook the space. These are individual floor plans for the individual unit plans as we move through the building. We are, on the roof plan, we are re-roofing the building obviously to the new color scheme and expanding the existing mechanical platform to keep all of the mechanical on the existing platform, but expanded to cover the new space that we have. There's a building section through the project, see how it lays out. This is a before and after on each one. That Mediterranean beautiful building that's down there now, we're gonna really improve it. A little bit of modern features to it and clean it up a little bit. One thing you'll see in the entry of the Caden building itself, I think in preliminary DRB, we had signage there. And because of the delta in the finished floor between the new commercial and the residential space, we couldn't do 2 signs because we wouldn't have a unified sign band. So we just added the signage for the new commercial building on the left. You'll see when we get into the renderings, it is out on the marquee, which we've, since Bahama Breeze and earlier today have discussed, we can't do. We're fine with pushing that back onto the building. I'll just move through these 2D elevations and into some of our colored renderings. This was an exercise that we did for a facade glazing diagram for a step back to make sure we met the compliance with step back for the building to have our relief on the building. And this is what we're presenting as our new building. So as you flow through the space, we're maintaining the existing sidewalks on 41. We're coming back into the space for a new common sidewalk that runs in front of the new commercial space. And again, that signage will be pushed back onto the building and would be permitted separately when they find their tenant. They don't even have the tenant yet. There is an access space between the 2 buildings that is a ramp up into the internal parking lot. These 2 grass areas in the front are dog walks for the owners that will be private little front walkways, but will still have an access through the middle of them to the front of the residential building. So on this rendering, we've actually showed the compromise that was made between the 3 parties to get access to the 250 when Lemon Tree goes away and we put the new building in there. We know how we're accessing that building, so that was all written into the agreement, and we had to reconfigure our parking to make parking work on this site, but that's all completed and taken care of, and that seems to be our remaining holdup to that. And with some of that redesign, we kind of pushed another garage out to the back and changed the entrance to the building a little bit by adding these 2 parking spaces, and it straightened out the alleyway behind the building. So we think it created some nice flow to the site that was a little convoluted before, trying to tie the alleys in and leave as much of that existing parking undisturbed. But once the agreement was made between the 3 parties, we were allowed to modify that parking a little bit, which allowed us to modify our site and allow some of this to flow much better. Again, the pool deck is screened as much as we can to prevent some of the noise coming from the 41 side, and Christian will go through the landscape aspects of the building. One of the criterias was for us to address some of the amenities on the rear of the building, and again, it looks back into the pool deck of the 201 building. So we just did some shutters on the windows and some awnings on the windows just to add a little bit of color. The terraces were always back here, but we didn't want to overdo that for the owners. One of the unit owners is already there, and we didn't want to change or add some awning up there that they were afraid that would be a little bit of a maintenance issue with them. So we just added some color to the building to kind of draw something in. We know what 250 is going to look like. It'll be here in August, and then we know what 201 looks behind it with the window change we made earlier today. With that, I'll turn it over to Christian to present the landscape to you. Oh, real quick before he goes, there's our actual color palette. We forgot that last time, but we're going to use a rock candy for the actual building itself with an extra white trim, and we're going to use the indigo blue for the awning pieces. Those are our light fixtures, lighting plan, and then Christian, sorry.
Good afternoon, Christian Andrea, landscape architect with Architectural Land Design. Actually, existing conditions, we are saving one tree. The rest are in conflict with the future development. And we're taking away the Italian cypress that are there as well. Makes everybody happy. Along 41, we're required to have oak trees, so we're just squeaking the math. We think we're there with the right number of oak trees, up to 30%, and the math ends up wanting to round up, which I think I'm there, but unless Leslie disagrees, we'll have to revisit that. But so I have an oak tree, 2 existing royals, an oak tree, and then these 2 proposed royals are, to me, very important to the building because they line up with the pool deck and the building there attractively. And I'm counting this tree here as a buffer tree. I could add another oak tree next to it if need be. That might get us, kick us over the hump there. But I
Don't
think
put me on the spot in a public hearing.
I'll have to send you my spreadsheet and make sure you agree with my math. So it's 1.5. Does it round up or does it round down? It's one of those kind of numbers.
Rounds up, more trees better.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah.
Depends on the context.
Yeah. Nothing's easy. So these are kind of medium-sized islands, so I downscale the trees there. So these are calophyllum trees. And then the back corner, half of these trees belong to the property being developed to the west of us, which was that 201, I think? Yeah. So these royal palms here are part of 201's plans, and there's a hedge there that is part of 201 that's on the lot line. So on our side, we're proposing to infill with the oak trees. So we go oak royal, and just continue a nice mix there, which I think works out very nicely. And then as we get to the north corner, again, a little smaller island, so I switched to calophyllum there. The northeast quadrant here is overhead power lines, so we have some challenges there and tried something different. These are silver buttonwood trees, and then underneath that, I believe, was clusia hedge as well. I have a buffered tree requirement here, so I put another calophyllum here. I believe those are calophyllums. Actually, you know what? I should switch to the planting plan. That'll help me. Yeah, I believe those are calophyllums. And then they're doing this is an interesting concept. This is a walkable surface, so we're making this as an artificial turf area for dog walking. So that is attractive and convenient for the residents. And then we have our hedge, and I apologize, cocoa plum, and then actually variegated schefflera, and a mix of, I think, green island ficus and liriope, layering and trying to do some kind of cool angles in there. And then I have a small bed of bougainvillea in the south quadrant for some color. And let's see, and then we have plant pictures, so it shows our plant palette. And then on the roof deck itself, we have some small planters up there. We have a mix of clusia to help give some privacy to the south. There's a trellis there for some shade and whatnot, and we're thought to do a bleeding heart vine on that as opposed to the typical vines that we tend to use. So something a little bit different. Some Christmas palms in the pool deck, some crotons for some color, green island ficus and podocarpus and whatnot to fill in the layers. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else? Okay.
That is it.
Lindsay, start with you.
Well, I really don't have too many comments. The only thing that I would like to bring up, and it kind of is about the other finished building and the signage. And I just want to make sure that we're not going down the same.
No, we're not. Leslie and I spoke about that briefly. We do have that signage out on that awning, and we knew it was a discussion. We're going to push it back. It will have to meet the criteria. It will have to be permitted separately. This was already submitted when Bahama Breeze went through. The client doesn't have someone to do signage, so I figured instead of muddying the waters and changing a change that's going to be changed, I just leave it and describe it away today, that it will be ran through the permitting process, and we realize it has to be attached to the building. So if we want to make that a condition, that signage, can't be out on the face of that awning, I'm fine with that.
Okay. But I think that it's really good. I mean, I did, the existing building actually is one that never really bothered me that much, but I know we're in a new, different era of change, and I understand. But I think that you did a good job integrating the new stylistically in the realm of is this technically, no, this isn't part of D Downtown technically, right?
No. Oh, no, it is D Downtown.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah, it is still D Downtown, yes, ma'am.
It fits, it's good, it has different, deeper colors. I think that's good because it's so white sometimes, but I think that it's gonna look really good once it's done. I don't really have anything else.
Adrian?
So the thing the architectural moment that occurred in the last building that I love so much, I feel like that is this entire building. So maybe whoever designed that moment also did this, because I feel like there's not like just a bunch of glued on stuff to decorate it like a birthday cake, but instead it's a rectilinear form, which is very simple, but there's very subtle, articulations and undulations and, experiences with relief that create very simple ziggurat motifs that are just so sophisticated. And then rather than just gluing on all the corbels, it's like y'all are just using wonderful datum lines to just wrap the whole building, and really it just is, it's all self-referential. I love the fact that, you're engaging those eyebrow window shaders, how smart. So again, I question the wisdom of using dark buttons and mullions in Florida, because it literally reduces the amount of light our eyes are capable of seeing, so it defeats the purpose. But overall, I think it's a very sophisticated building, and it's almost like the rendering I'm looking at. It's like Palladio. There's just something so clean and classical, but at the same time modern and fresh, and it's not like yesterday's news. I like this building a great deal, and the way that you dealt with the entry sequence is just flawless. I just love that 2-story, but bringing it down, I mean, it's very, very elegant. So whoever designed this one, I'm very impressed. I think it's really beautiful.
Thank you.
Mike?
I think you had some tremendous challenges with, I didn't realize we didn't have a Second Avenue right there. It was abandoned.
Yeah.
Sir.
So that must have been challenging. And you go back into another project that we reviewed. The back end of this is the back end of the previous project, so.
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure I understand all that, but I don't have any significant comments. I think this is a tremendous enhancement to the lot, to what's there now, and that's all I have.
Thank you, sir.
I really don't have any comments, except I like that rendering and the ground vegetation coming up. It's spiky, looks like it could be bromeliads or some ornamental grass or something.
We do our best, not to rat myself out on one of my earlier projects today, but we do try to get Christian's plans early enough. We do try to have our graphics guys at least represent what that is, where he has color, add color. Again, it's a graphics guy, not an architect and a landscape architect, kind of putting these renderings together for us. So there is some interpretation in it, but yeah, we do try to hit them on the best as we can, not like the earlier presentation I did.
Well, I think it does a lot for the street, so good going.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I do have one. I forgot to write it down. I was reviewing this yesterday. Could you explain to me the parking garage on the north end where
Yes,
the
sir.
cars are back to back to back?
Yes, sir. So our goal here was to create private garages for each one of the condominium units, but we still needed to count some. The existing garages that are back here were existing like carports, for lack of a better term. And when the tenant came in and wanted to buy all of these spaces with his one, we still needed to count 6 garages for the 6 spaces. So that's why we kind of added this extra new garage back here, so that we still have our handicap parking for the commercial space under the building. each unit would have its own garage, and then the owner of Garage 6 actually owns all of these garages for his unit.
So how does that work? I mean, how do these cars get in and out if they're?
He's got to stack them. The car guys, I'm not a car guy, but I do more car stuff now than I think I ever have. We're building man caves everywhere, tandem garages everywhere, car lifts and stackable lifts everywhere. I'm doing a Formula One simulator room with a car barn in it up in Bonita right now. So the car guys are car guys, and as long as they don't have to store them in somebody else's space and they can store them in their own space, it makes them a much happier group of guys.
So, okay, so this is one unit owner that owns.
Yes, sir. And he
a
doesn't.
garage that houses 7 cars.
Potentially more. If he can take a pair of Ferraris and stack them on a car lift, he'll stack them in there.
Okay.
But that's his, but once he's in there, that's kind of his space.
Got it.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I like this project when you brought it through for preliminaries. I think, Adrian, I think this building, even though it was very Tuscan and Mediterranean, had good bones, good proportions.
To Adrian's point, it made it pretty easy. I'm a med guy, so I like the bones of this building.
Yeah.
Is that what happened
Yeah,
there?
so you.
That's what happened.
I was like, well, something was happening here, so, okay, well, that's
Yeah,
nice.
but just by, cleaning up the openings, squaring them up, but then just the proportions of the windows and the louvers that you put in really even accentuated the line and the elegance of the building. They're very tall, they're very thin. Your upper floor windows where you have the 2 small windows, clear stories above the main window, and the louvers, and just covering that garage and reusing the roof of that garage for a pool was very creative to give an amenity that you wouldn't have thought of. You've turned a parking lot, which was a missing tooth in that street, into having now a facade. It's a street. You have a street wall now and it gives an amenity to the thing. And what's going to happen along that out through the lemon tree goes down up that street's going to have you kind of set the character of that, and you're doing another building that up on the street that just tries to set the character for between Central and Fifth Avenue. Absolutely. And this does a great job for starting to give an image of what it could be.
Yes, sir. Thanks.
So I'm really I think this is a great improvement to that section of the street. Staff report.
Good afternoon. For the record, Leslie Dolmer, with the City of Naples Planning Department. This item is petition 22 DRB 20, which is an application for final design review for an approximately 5,700 square foot commercial addition and facade renovation to an existing 3-story structure for the property located at 189th Street South. The design board will recall that you considered this proposal as part of preliminary design in November of 21. And as part of that review, the board voted to approve with 6 conditions related to additional information, building materials, color palette, signage details, some additional articulation and landscape elements, and then completion of the site plan process. Site plan petition 21 SP 11 was submitted in October of 21 and has gone through several rounds of review. As the petitioner mentioned, there was about midway through that process, another redevelopment project came on board, and there were some connection issues that have extended some of the review times. That site plan has not yet been found sufficient, but we're getting relatively close to that approval. But it was a condition of your approval, so the design review board may determine whether conditions 1 through 6 of the preliminary approval have been satisfied by the petitioner at this point. With respect to public notification, we noticed surrounding property owners within 1,000 feet of the subject property. I received a handful of phone calls where people were just looking for where they could find the plans online. There was nothing that was a formal objection or support. It was just, where can I find the plans to see what they're doing here? So we addressed those as well. And then I'm going to just go ahead and skip here to the findings, where I would reiterate that we've reviewed the petition for final design for an approximately 5,700 square foot commercial addition and facade renovation to an existing 3-story structure with a total of 6 residential units on the 2nd and 3rd floors. Against the criteria provided in section 5241 in the design review handbook, and find that the criteria have been met. Should staff determine that the development is not consistent with all effective guideline standards and applicable ordinances as we complete the site plan review process, and that would require revisions, the petitioner will be required to come back to the design review board for final review of any revisions to the design that they presented today. And so that is one of the conditions. So should the board approve this petition request, staff is recommending the following conditions. That again, that the petitioner will obtain site plan approval prior to submittal for building permit. It's been a long day. Number 2, that should the staff determine that there are amendments or revisions necessary in that site plan process that require revisions, that this petition will come back for final design review in front of the board. And the 3rd condition is related to signage. There is a typo. It should say all signage will be compliant with the sign regulations provided in section 58.914. This is in the D downtown, the subject property is, and it's held to the D downtown signage standards, which are embedded in that zoning district and not in chapter 50 of the code. So I apologize for that typo. With that, staff's available for questions.
Okay. Mentioning signage, I do have one more question. Is other than over the new commercial, is there any other signage that is anticipated on the signboard above those blue awnings?
At this time, no. Whether or not they would lease to a tenant on the lower left side that may want to put signage there. The lower right side is actually amenity for them, so I don't know that they would put that. I don't know if it's written into their docs that the tenant couldn't put something there, but I would assume if they decided to put some there. The problem that we had when we had the word Caden sitting up here, because of the delta in the DFE to getting us down to the dry flood-proof space over here, this sign would have to be so high and this sign would be so generically low. It just looked awful because they would have to line up on a sign band. So we just, at this time, we've said no. The tenants that they've been talking to don't have an issue with that. It's not that we need, signage for the tenants that we've been talking to. Other than the one that could potentially go over there is why we left the sign on the building.
That reminds me of another, you have a ramp that comes up in front of the new commercial up to
Yes,
the
sir.
level, right?
Yes, sir. It comes off the sidewalk up to the commercial level, then it comes through and goes up into the building, and then it ramps inside the building itself up to the...
So it doesn't go up onto the dog walk grass area?
No, sir.
All right.
No, sir. You'd have to turn and go into the parking
Into
garage.
the parking garage?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any other discussion? Any comments from the audience? Hearing none, seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Well, I think we have to decide if we're going to accept the 1 through 6 with the site plan.
Well, that's part of the motion.
I
We-
feel comfortable with that.
A motion
Ready?
to approve would include.
The fact that if they.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure everyone's
If site
on
plan
the same
review makes any changes to
Right.
this,
And that's the key.
the condition is they got to come back to us.
Because the building permit has to match exactly what the DRB approves, so if anything happens during the remainder of the site plan process, that they have to revise any of the design
Gotta come
here,
back to us.
they have to come back.
All right, I'll
Okay.
make a
And that's-
motion
go ahead.
to approve 6.122-DRB20, a resolution determining final review petition 22-DRB20 for an approximately 5,750 square foot addition and facade renovation for an existing 3-story structure on the property located at 1809th Street South, contingent upon staff conditions articulated previously, numbers 1 through 6.
3, 1 through 3.
1 through 3.
Sorry.
Do I hear a second?
Second?
Roll call, please.
Vice Chair Bullock?
Yes.
Member Drapesy?
Yes.
Alternate Member Fawcett?
Yes.
Member Frederickson? Member Orion?
Yes.
Chair Ruby?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I wish you a rapid end of the day.
We are going to take a 10-minute break, and we will return at 25 minutes of 5.
We're back in order. Last case on our agenda today is 6-J, which is 22-DRB 21. It's a consideration of an application for final design review for a new development to be called the Nautilus on a property located at 801 12th Avenue South. And Mr. Saunders, you're ready, you're going to kick off?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just really quickly, again, Bert Saunders for the record with the law firm Gray Robinson here in Naples. I just want to do one or two real quick things. Obviously, you've seen this petition before. We're here for final design review board approval. Once we get through that stage, we're in the process now of having our site plan reviewed. Once the site plan is approved by staff, then we will apply for a building permit and move forward with the project. So the good news is that things are really moving along very nicely. I want to just indicate that the staff has 3 conditions in a proposed order if there's a motion for approval, and we agree to all 3 of those conditions. And I want to thank your staff and your attorney. We've been working very diligently on this. They have been working very diligently to get us, to help us get to the point where we are today. So I think that it's all good news. Mr. Zia would like to make a few comments concerning the progress and timeline. Then when he's completed, Peter Kulicki and Christian Andrea will make presentations concerning the architecture and the.
Okay, let's have some disclosure before we start with the testimonies. David?
I've reviewed the submittal. I know the site too.
I'm very familiar with the site, and I've reviewed the application.
Very familiar with the site. Reviewed the application?
I'm familiar with the site and reviewed the application.
Excellent. Has everyone who's going to testify been sworn in before? I think you have from the last project. Okay. Mr. Z, go right ahead.
I'll make it very quick. We've all had a long day. Appreciate the attention. The project actually is kind of when it's classified as new, it actually is a building that was actually already approved. And the site plan that building sat in was an approved site plan. What we chose to do to avoid any question is to have the architects take the new building and put it right in that approved footprint from the previous permit that we had. So the site plan shouldn't be too much of an issue. The only things that we felt the right thing to do is we agreed to upgrade all of the stormwater drainage system, which is the entire site is being upgraded with pervious pavers and permeable pavers and all the other items that are requested by the town. The good news is the north building, which is the first building of the 2 that's erect, it's about 90% done, 85, 90% done. And that building is 100% sold out, and we're scheduled to deliver in October is the perfect timeline. Might take a little bit longer, but that's the timeline that we've been looking at. We have a final deadline of December 15th to deliver the units per the contracts that we have, so it's not going to linger. We're trying diligently to get it out even sooner. This project, as soon as we go through the steps that were assigned to us through staff's recommendations and through the general process, we will be attacking this vigorously. So thank you for your attention again.
Thank you.
Good afternoon again.
Good afternoon again.
Peter Kulicki.
The podium is yours.
Thank you. So once again, this is final DRB for Nautilus South, located at the corner of 8th Street South and 12th Avenue South. And the proposed structure is a mixed-use building with commercial and parking on the ground, 2 floors of residential, and rooftop amenities. And as we go through this, I'll try to point out things that were concerns at preliminary and what we've done to address them. The site plan has not changed substantially or at all, really. Parking counts are still the same, and as a reminder, those are set by a 2016 ordinance of City Council. The ground floor plan, again, we have commercial space along 8th Street South with direct access. We've updated that commercial space layout to show 4 private offices with a restroom facility there. And generally, the size and configuration of some of the other spaces on this level has changed, but their location on the plan is almost identical to what you saw at preliminary, so I won't get into the nitty-gritty here. The second and third floor plans, this is your typical residential floor. There are numerous updates to this plan, but primarily we removed what was titled a club room in each unit. That allowed us to get more space in all the bedrooms and enlarge some of the kitchen areas with pantries and get more space in the master baths and closets. Roof plan has not changed. I still have elevator and stair access up to the roof. There are 4 private rooftop terraces with spas, pergolas, and seating spaces. No changes as to proposed building heights or floor heights. Again, we still comply with the 42 feet requirement. Next 4 slides are a series of our exterior elevations, and we'll talk about the materials in a second, but I do want to point out some changes on these elevations as it relates to things that came up at preliminary. So one of the concerns was solar heat gain on the south, and particularly the west elevation of the project. So what you've got up on the screen here is our south elevation. We removed the large bank of windows. They're sort of in this area where finish C is tagged. That was previously a dining room, I believe. We've made that into a wine room that doesn't need an exterior window. So this big area of exposed glass has been removed. You also see new balconies on the left side of the image. Those will protrude out and provide some shading to the glazing that's located there on those balcony areas. You will see some new glass on the right-hand side of this image. That's just glass that's sort of in the distance there. It's inside deep overhangs. That's where the balconies occur on the back of these units. North elevation, again, really no substantial changes. We did add some sliding glass doors over here. That, again, occurs pretty far back in the building in terms of setback where that balcony is. On the west elevation, we extended the balconies on the left and the overhangs on the left here to encompass this bank of windows here. We removed some glass in this area over here where it wasn't necessary, as well as over here on this tower element. And on the right-hand side, you can see the balconies that now overhang this area over here. We've provided some proposed signage details. The sign location is right here on this tower element, and that's proposed to be a 5x5 sign with a new Nautilus logo and a chrome finish. And the east elevation, no major changes other than this row of small windows that we'd like to add to the back of the garages. That's going to afford them some natural light while keeping, I think, them small enough to prevent a lot of heat gain in those spaces. So this was submitted about 2 months ago. Since then, we've had some concerns with finish C on this plan, which is the Trex finish that I've got a sample of here that I can pass around. It didn't feel like it completely fit in with the theme of this building. So I do have a series of 4 more elevations that I would ask you to consider and make it part of this approval, which is the Salucabon sample that you saw in the previous project. You'll see, I'll hold both up, they're almost identical in color, but the material, we feel this will be more appropriate going with the 2 tile finishes that we have rather than the sort of softer wood finish of the Trex product. I do have the small sample of finish type B, which is the darker tile as well. I'm not gonna mess with that big sample there.
That big one's finish A, right?
That's finish A,
Okay.
correct. So this is kind of the revised set of elevations, and you'll see where finish C occurs. It occurs at that corner, which was an important piece to us. I think that was discussed at preliminary that there really needed to be a statement there at the corner of the building. And then it occurs in 2 sort of recessed tower elements, one on the south elevation and one on the north elevation back here. It's an accent color and accent piece. These are the updated renderings. I'll just flip over to the ones with the Alucobond finish on them. Basically everything I've described on the elevations. We've got the new overhangs here and here, and it shows the tile finish. We did provide a second rendering from the opposite side, just to show you what that building would look like from the back. And I guess just for the record, there was an error on one of the elevations that was submitted in your package. I'll just point that out. There was a errant window that made its way onto this elevation right here, in the corner of the garage. That is not there. The renderings are correct. So that rendering is correct. There's no large window there. Just want to point that out so we can have that on the record. I believe that is everything I have. Christian has some updated landscape plans that he'd like to review.
Thank you.
No?
Let's come back to a different one. Actually, grab this one. Good afternoon, Christian Andrea, landscape architect with Architectural Land Design. Let me scroll through these. Actually, we'll get this mastered. Our proposed planting plan, I apologize. Along the western facade, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 foxtail palm trees in these planters. This is a small plaza area off to the side here. In this courtyard, this little void here, we're proposing some bubbling pots. So these are those pots that you've often seen that kind of magically disappear into an underground basin with riverstone at the base. We have a small ligustrum tree in the corner here. This acts as a privacy element, so for those walking around in the plaza, there's a little cushion from the street. Have a calophyllum tree in the corner here. We have a specimen Sylvester palm as a feature tree here. We have the existing royal palms along the street. We have bougainvillea, green on ficus, and those kind of lowering 18-inch to 12-inch kind of range, or 24 to 12-inch range. In the corner, this is a Montgomery palm. This is an existing royal here, and along the south are some royal palms. Currently, there are 3 oak trees out front here. These 2 here are not, we're proposing to remove them. Previously, when we were here, we thought we might be able to save them, but the planter island is so narrow, the trunk is so close to the edge of the road that plant material is going, that the roots are gonna just be a mess and be a problem, so we think to take those out. There is 1 oak in the corner here that we think we'll be able to salvage, and if we have a note on the plan that says in the event that we can't salvage it, we will replace it with green buttonwood or a calophyllum tree. Along the facade here, or the streetscape here, we've incorporated 2 calophyllum trees. The north quadrant, these are Montgomery palms again, flanking the northeast corner, and the north center section is another pair of Montgomery palms. Along the base of the building, we've incorporated some flax lily, some green on ficus, variegated schefflera, and green on ficus again, and whatnot. The pavers throughout the site, we have evolved a little bit more with the paving plan. So all the walkways that are designated here, they're not technically walkways, but they're implied walkways for one. When you walk in the parking lot, you tend to would probably respect that. And the way the parking lot's been graded, these actually become the low points. So these are where the permeable pavers will be. These are 4x8 pavers. The rest of the property are regular conventional pavers. So there's 6x12, 12x12, and 9x12, I believe, are the sizes, and I have some samples here. And what we're doing is the entire underlay under the parking is pervious subbase. So the way the deck, we didn't need to have the entire surface be permeable, but we're funneling water to the permeable areas to collect the water, and then it funnels in underneath the driveway to store water. The pavers, if you want to look at the colors, they're spec'd as titanium. Shades of gray like this, which is a pretty popular color today, so it's a blended mix. Then we have a charcoal type border and white for the striping of the parking lot's spaces. So it's a mix of three-piece blend for the field areas, and then all the walkways. Some of the specific areas where we're enhancing that are collection potential for the surface runoff, and that's the permeable pavers there. Pull up the, with the lighting plan here. This lighting plan is from, I believe, the original plan from quite a while ago. Oops, sorry, wrong one. These are these hook lights, a little bit of contemporariness, yet still nautical. So this is from the original submittal from 2016 or whenever this was. That concludes my portion of the presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions if you have. Okay.
David?
Thank you. We've seen that before. The only thing is the calophyllum trees that are near the Dock restaurant, where there are a lot of families and kids, and being that the fruit is poisonous, I would recommend to change that to something else.
I think green buttonwood would be a great substitute, and we could probably do that globally, for the property. So
Yeah, it might be a good idea.
Okay, I can definitely look at doing that.
That's it.
That's it? Mike?
I don't know how I missed this the first time around, but you have a trellis.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mention that. There's a trellis on the north quadrant. It connects the two buildings, the north building and the south building, so it's a nice arched trellis that comes across. Our intentions are to grow vines over the top of that. And then we do also have a trellis on the east side for screening and lattice type material for, again, Confederate jasmine is what we're thinking would be the vine to grow on that.
Okay, that's great. Why didn't you put a trellis on the other side of that?
On the west side, over the cars, or where specifically?
East side.
Yeah, the east side, opposite the dock here. Why didn't you put a trellis there as well?
The east side here is where we have a vertical lattice trellis here proposed.
Yeah,
We don't-
and then on the west side, I'm sorry, west side, right across.
In the parking lot? Or
Yeah, why didn't you put a trellis there as well?
It's possible. It was never been discussed, or we've never looked at that.
Okay, I'm just thinking that, wouldn't that be nicer to look at from these balconies than just park cars underneath your balcony? That's,
I mean, there's definitely merit. Again, it's not something that we had entertained at this point.
okay.
That's actually a nice idea, because it does create a little unbalance too. So if we did put, if we were allowed to, we have to get permission for, because that's common area. So we would have to just get permission from the Cove Inn. And then, of course, ultimately your permission to do that. But I have no objection to doing that. I'd like to do it. Originally, we, before I even talked to Christian, we had talked about it, because it does create some privacy for that, the parking as well, for the people that are, where their garages are. And it wouldn't interfere with the walkways. So I don't see why we wouldn't do it. So it's open for, if we can get the approval from the Cove Inn.
It's just so commercial looking there, and if you're a resident in one of those buildings, at least you're looking down on this bougainvillea, the vines,
Right.
not the cars themselves.
Yeah, now, are we talking between the north and the south? Because the north and the south, that was what I did. I went from building to building.
No, I'm talking on the,
Right, so it would be, so we have one.
you got one already against the dock.
Yeah, I actually opposed the other one. Sorry. diametrically opposed to the other one.
Yeah,
I think it's a great idea. Not wrong at all.
What I would request is, that can be kind of a suggestion, but we don't want that to be a condition of approval, because we have to get approval from the Cove Condominium Association. We have no control over that. But we will make an effort to make that happen.
What I was thinking is putting a trellis over the parking areas to the west of that parking lot, rather than the whole parking lot.
I'm sorry.
You're talking about one row of parking?
Yes, one row over the parking on the west side of that parking lot.
Again, this is like my feeling. There's not enough green space. This is a cobbled together planned unit development-esque type thing. It was a bunch of buildings that were all put in together to accommodate a parking calculation back in I think the late 70s. So landscaping is sparse as it is. So the only way to create some green space was to go vertical and tie it between the two buildings to create that canopy. That was the whole, and it does dampen the noise from people slamming their car doors at night. It certainly enhances the smell and flavor, from the restaurant or whatever it might be. So that's the reason why we're spending, it's $500,000 for that trellis from wall to wall. Not counting the plantings, so.
That's why I suggested like a third of the width.
Yeah.
Over the 18 feet wide along the base of the building.
Yeah, the only hang up to that is we sold the north building with the assurance that was going to be covered from side to side. So I really don't want to go backwards with those people and have to,
I think.
So.
No, I wasn't suggesting
Yeah,
to change that.
that's not his question.
I was not suggesting to change it on the north.
Okay.
To that one row of parking against the building on the east side.
Yeah, to come out, how far we could come out, there was an issue with the fire trucks getting in, so as long as we can leave that corridor open for them, then I'm good with it. Yeah.
Yes.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't mean to make it a condition, I just thought it would be a nice enhancement.
I have worded that as the petitioner will consider adding a trellis over the parking spaces. And if they're gonna do it, show that on the site plan drawing so that the fire marshal can look at it.
Okay. I think that the substitution for finish C is sufficient and appropriate, so I think that that is good. I also see that there's still a lot of glazing, but I do appreciate the removal and putting in the wine that removed at least some of the glazing. I know Adrian, that's not here, she would probably appreciate that as well. I think it's a large success that I noticed right away with the removal of the club room on each floor, because it does just feel, the layout just feels more natural and it just feels better. So it's another very good improvement. I don't think I have anything else. Yeah, that's all I have.
Okay. I've got some tweaky issues here. Let's start with the biggest one, and it's the relationship of the ground floor commercial to the upper floors and the alignment of mullions and horizontals and verticals. Is there any reason why the panel sizes of the commercial storefront couldn't match the panel sizes of the windows above? So you're lining up, you're carrying those verticals down from the second floor into the first floor. And would it be a huge imposition if you carried, though you have right in the center, because this is a very symmetrical building, if you took those two masonry pilasters that stop at the ceiling of the first floor now and carried them down, so you formed a three-story kind of element that's centered on the building. And then the same thing over on the left where you stop the stone kind of midpoint between, if that piece of stone lined up with the edge of the piece of stone above. So try to create, take your lines and carry them down from the second floor, third and second floor to the ground floor, so you kind of integrate the first floor and the second and the other two floors.
Yeah. We have some limitations on the ground floor, but I think we can make an effort to try to line
Tweak it,
things
yeah.
up.
There's, like you've got I don't know how you're gonna divide them up. You've got a set of doors there that, can they be moved over to the center, in the center of that thing? Because that's a very powerful, it's an asymmetrical building, but that one portion has a little bit of symmetry to it, and kind of accentuate that middle portion would be kind of nice.
So just for clarity, you're talking about this column
Talking
here,
about carrying that down to the
this
ground,
one,
right?
this one here,
Aligning all your, and carrying that.
and this line right here.
Yeah, and then kind of lining up your mullions from all your windows.
It would make the verticality much smoother,
Yeah, much more.
consistent.
Yeah, and also you might even want to consider taking the same your material on the right-hand side, B finish, and wrapping the corner of that ground floor with B finish rather than the A finish. That might unify it a little bit more as well. But that's a subtlety. I totally agree with getting rid of the C finish. I thought that was just, even when you brought it, it was a little more rusticy. This is a very sophisticated building, and I'm glad you went. The Luca Bond is going to be sleek. The one problem, I brought this up with your other building, when you start using that porcelain tile and on edges, and how you make corners, and how the corners are mitered or not mitered, but it can look really tacky and messy if it isn't really done nicely.
Yeah, it's gonna be all butt jointed. There'll be no seam. It's meant to not look like it has seams.
Yeah.
That's our goal. So everything will be, penciled edge to butt joint, and then it would be miter cut and butted on the corners.
Yeah.
So to give it one solid appearance.
Yeah, that you have to have really good craftsmen to be able to do that and stand on them and to get it done right. And particularly when you pour concrete, it's not always level. By the time you start packing it out to get everything perfectly level and plumb is a chore.
We just got the bid on the north building for that tile work, and it came in about $400,000. So
Yeah.
it's quite expensive. So they better be good.
Also, I think I'm reading right, if you get your elevation, your rendering for the east elevation up, if I'm reading it correctly, all of those beams, whether they're beams or faux beams that go back from the balcony, you're cladding those in the same stone, right? And then the ceilings are going to be just a plaster ceiling?
Yeah, we're not clear yet if we will have beams here, or if that'll be just carried by slab, and maybe just carried by slab.
Okay.
But this will be all TNG.
The ceiling's gonna be, it's gonna be cypress.
Yeah.
It's gonna be
Cypress.
TNG cypress, yes.
Oh, very nice.
Need to soften the building up a little bit.
Okay. But, and is that going to be whitewashed?
No,
or-
it's in I guess it's a
Driftwood?
driftwood.
Okay. But if you do have those beams, you're going to clad those in stone, pretty much?
Either the stone or the TNG, I think.
Or the cypress?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
We're, I think structurally, we're leaning towards not having those beams at all.
I think it would be an improvement if you did. I just kind of like the grid and the proportion of this gridding on the east side. It's a very elegant solution. And when you have step back and glass out, and you just have this skeleton with the function of the units behind them just pushing and pulling in and out. It's a nice interplay between a very rigid structural system and the functionality behind it, and it expresses it very nicely. So, good job.
Thank you.
Staff report.
Good afternoon, Eric Martin, Planning Director. This is a request for final design review of a project to be called the Nautilus, and this is for property at 801 12th Avenue South. This is a little bit of a unique parcel in the sense that you're looking at the footprint of the building here, but there are actually 5 buildings on this one parcel. We're just reviewing the one today, but this is part of kind of a 2-building project that has been, I think, in the works since about 2015 was probably when we first saw it. There was the north building that received DRB approval, site plan approval, and is under construction currently. Then this is what we were calling the south building. This was formerly the Bay Club project. The south building was an existing building that exceeded the charter height limitation of 42 feet. So they did the petitioner to go through the design review and site plan process for that building. That building has since been demolished. That was the process that they went through before was for the renovation of an existing building. So that building's since been demolished. So that approval is no longer valid. That building is gone. So now you have a proposal for a brand new building on this property. It is subject to the 42-foot limitation. So this is a 3-story building that is proposed to be compliant with those regulations. They did come through a preliminary design review previously in April. It looks like April of this year. The design review board granted preliminary approval to the project subject to 3 conditions. The first was the petitioner will obtain site plan approval pursuant to section 4633 of the Code of Ordinances prior to the submittal for final design review. They have not obtained approval of site plan. So that'll be, site plan is where we distribute all the plans to all the different departments in the city, determine compliance with all of the applicable codes, plans, regulations, standards, and guidelines in the city, not just planning and zoning, but every other department. They have not been through, I think they've submitted, but we've not completed even the first round of review of that site plan. But they are here for final today. The second is that all signage will be compliant with the sign regulations provided in Chapter 50 of the Code of Ordinances. They did indicate a sign on the plans, but no sign details. That's not typically something we'd get at design review, so we just keep that kind of as a standard condition. And then the third was the petitioner will address the solar shading issues through the utilization of landscaping, overhangs, and/or high-performance low-E glass. And in response to condition 3 for final, the petitioner has indicated in the application they will utilize low-E coated high-performance glazing and large balcony overhangs to provide shade to the openings. Also, the exposed glass areas have been reduced and balconies and overhangs have been added to the south and west facades. So the DRB may determine whether the conditions of preliminary approval have been satisfied because with the revised plans. We did notify a total of 489 property owners within 1,000 feet of the subject property. We've received no communication relative to this request. Staff did review this request against the standards and criteria in your code for final design review and found that the request is consistent. However, we are recommending 3 conditions of that. Should the board approve, we're recommending that the petitioner will obtain site plan approval pursuant to section 4633 of the Code of Ordinances prior to submittal for a building permit. That's just taken directly out of your code. That's what your section, subsection A of 4633 requires, that site plan be completed prior to submittal of a building permit. The second is, should staff determine that the proposed development is not consistent with all effective guidelines, standards, and applicable ordinances during the site plan review process and requires revisions, the petitioner will be required to return to DRB for final approval of the revised designs. You have a criteria in your code that says it's the last one that says the proposed development is in conformity with the effective guidelines and standards adopted pursuant to this article and all other applicable ordinances. In order for staff to determine that compliance, we go through the site plan process. We don't get that level of plans here at DRB because this is just a design review. It's not that deeper level. So the last one is that the signage will be compliant with Chapter 50 of the code. So with that the staff's found that they were consistent.
Can I just add that this is the project that had been before you. This project, there was some direction from the bankruptcy court, and so we're proceeding in accordance with that as best as we can, trying to really get it to mesh with what our code requires. We've worked very closely with the developer and his attorney. So this one's a little bit different, but we think that the boat is kind of straight right now and moving forward, but there still are hurdles that we'll need to get through.
Well, this isn't any different than the last one where we said you didn't have site plan approval, and if they had changes, you're going to bring it back to us. We gave them final approval. But if, as a result of site plan approval, if it does change the design, it has to come back before you get a permit. And to me, it seems like it's the same situation that you just read. Is that true?
It's substantially the same. The only difference would be that the project right before this has been in that site plan process for a number of months. So they've gone a few rounds. We feel a little more confident in that one. This was just submitted, so I
This
don't
one's
know.
just coming, okay.
Right.
But either way, if there's,
But
at
if
the end
there
of
are
the day, if there's changes, you're going to be back here talking to us.
Correct.
That's correct, and we have no objection to that language
Okay.
in the proposed order to go through that. We're going through the site plan process, and there'll be no building permit submittal until after we get that approval. And if there are changes, we'll come back before you.
Perfect. One thing I'd add is, we just had, the discussion we just had is that the balcony ceilings, they didn't identify the material on any of the plans, and they've testified that there's going to be cypress ceilings. Okay. Any other comments from the board?
If you would like to, I have taken down a number, 9 conditions out of the discussion today, so I can read those.
Okay.
I've added
Well, let's see if
6.
there's any comments from the audience. Anybody? No? Okay, go ahead and read.
Okay. Additional to the 3 that were provided in the staff report, I have that the petitioner will utilize the Lucabon and West Pewter Mica 2 in place of the Trex material for finish C. The petitioner will revise the landscape plan to replace the calophyllum trees with green buttonwood. Final approval of the elevations and materials depicted, or final approval will be of the elevations and materials depicted in the renderings prepared by PK Studios and shown during the DRB meeting. I just want to note that we're not approving what was shown in the packet. It's what was shown here today because we didn't have that. The next would be the petitioner will consider adding a trellis over the parking spaces on the east side of the building. 8, we'll revise the location of the windows on the first floor to line up with the window placement and stone elements on the second and third floors on the west elevation, and then that the balcony ceiling material will be cypress.
Perfect. And if they are going to do that trellis, they should bring the design of it back to us. It's not a condition of approval, but if they're going to do it, they should bring that design back to us. Okay? You folks okay with all that?
Yes.
Perfect. Any more discussion? What a day. Do I hear a motion?
Yes, I motion to grant final design review approval for 22-DRB 21 for a new development, the Nautilus, located at 801 12th Avenue South, with staff conditions 1 through 10. All right.
1 through 9.
Oh, I thought you added one more. Okay, 1 through 9.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Vice Chair Bullock,
Yes.
Member Drapesy,
Yes.
Alternate Member Fawcett,
Yes.
Member Frederickson, Member Orion, Chair Ruby.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I admire this board's ability to stay this long. Your endurance is impressive, so thank you. And I really want to, again, thank the city attorney and the city staff for working with us to get us to this point. This is a project that the city will be proud of, and want to thank you for your.
Well, it seems we've unwound a lot of the knots from the first time you came before us here, and it seems to be moving smoother, and we appreciate that, and there doesn't seem to be anything contentious, and we're going to have a nice project there.
Thank you.
Squeezy? Thank you.
Don't forget your materials.
Yeah. All right, no other, since there's nobody here, I guess there's no other public comment. Correspondence or communication in any way, shape, or form?
None from staff.
None from
We
staff.
have no not true. We have no meeting in July.
I have a quick one. They did have a DRB appeal recently. I don't know if any of you had the opportunity to watch that, and the board basically approved your decision. There's also some pending an ordinance change to kind of change the process at the city council level in the event that there is another appeal. That was discussed very, very briefly, but that issue will come back in the fall. So I just wanted to update you.
I know that's under discussion. That had to do with the beach club, right?
Yes, that particular appeal
particular
did,
appeal,
but the change in the ordinance would really be from a de novo review where they sit in your shoes and they hear the testimony and the evidence firsthand, in contrast to just reviewing what you already decided and what you saw. if that makes a little bit of sense. They're not reweighing the veracity of the testimony or the evidence itself. Just, did you guys have enough evidence, and was the evidence good? So it's a little bit of a different review, but again, it's at their level. I just wanted you to know that that was still in the works.
It's not that they're usurping the previous decision, they're just weighing to see, they're reviewing what had been presented.
Yeah, instead of doing it over.
Okay, okay. Any other discussion?
Yes.
He's already halfway out the door. Do I hear a second?
I second.
All in favor? Yay! Have a good summer, everyone.
All right.